Good morning. Wait, no, no. Good. Hi. That. How are you doing? So quiet. Oh. All right. I can. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. How's that? You know. Let's fix this right now. Hold on. Test. Testing. 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 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. There we go. Much better. That sound nice? I changed the drive on the microphone. Should sound way better now. I noticed that I didn't really have any of the microphone settings set right. Back to quieter. It should be better now. I boosted it just a little bit. I can boost it right on the soundboard. Okay. Let me get a couple more tweets all together here. Sounds good. All right. There was a interesting thing about okay, good. I got it here. There we go. I got what I wanted. Hot off the press, new neutron video from Rocket Lab. Oh. Yeah, whatever. We can start there. Can't play the music though. But yeah, we'll start there. Fine. Fine. What do we got? "13-ton class reusable launch vehicle capable of launching mega constellations of tomorrow, here to support national security and eventually launch our own satellites into space. Question always asked. The question gets always asked, why did you make this? Customers that we currently fly in Electron said to us, look, we're all moving to mega constellations, so we need alternatives, and having some competition in that market space is really important, not just for commercial customers, but for our government customers. America needs an alternative launcher. There are a number of satellites now being developed into constellations that require launch as soon as possible. National security needs it, and we have a growing need for more and more space applications that require a ride to space."
Built and flown, it looks different. And that's fundamentally because we're able to
just gotta be careful with that sound, dude.
Stand back and go, okay, let's take all of the things we learned from our reusability program in Electron, all of the things that we learned from others' reusability programs, lay down a blank sheet of paper, and let's start from scratch and design the optimum medium-class reusable launch vehicle.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. Yeah, is this, this seems to be a, yeah, chopper. Now that's a chopper fairing. That's nice. I like that chopper fairing. I don't like Starship's chopper fairing. Vast majority of structures on Neutron are carbon fiber composites and be the largest carbon fiber structure ever to fly when completed, which is incredibly impressive. There's a reason why all the model modern fighter jets are made of carbon fiber, it's because of that strength and stiffness per unit weight for our customer base. The reason why it's important is that will reduce fundamentally the launch cost as we go into repeat operations. Cool. I think we've seen the rest of this video. That's good stuff, though. I'm happy that they're ramping up. That's good. Now, what I really wanted to talk about was this. There was a Commerce, Justice, and Science Senate meeting here. Here's the video. Now we should be able to listen to this. So I want to listen to this. I'm genuinely curious what was said here, because it was apparently something pretty dang spicy. So what I wanted to do, and this is part of the reason why I was bummed that Space News took a little bit of time, because I want to listen to this and I realized that it's pretty dang long. So let's go.
Good morning. The Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation will come to order. Today we will discuss NASA's progress, its challenges, and the path forward on the first comprehensive NASA authorization bill since 2017. Yeah,
there's politicians in this. Seriously, if you can't stomach it or have something spicy to say, I'd appreciate it if you just kept tight-lipped on this one, guys. I'm not here to glorify the guy sitting in that chair or that chair or that chair or whatever. I'm here for space, and I hope you are too.
When I was chairman of this committee's space subcommittee, Senator Bill Nelson and I worked together on several pieces of space legislation that were signed into law by both Presidents Obama and President Trump. Continuing that bipartisan tradition, this past March, my colleagues and I together introduced a short-term NASA authorization bill. All of these efforts reveal an important truth, which is this: there exists a strong bipartisan consensus in Congress for backing the critical mission of NASA. When it comes to the final frontier, we're not Republicans or Democrats. Rather, we are Americans first. And all of us know that for our nation to continue doing incredible things in space, we must rely on and empower NASA's ingenuity and determination. NASA has always been one of America's greatest engines of innovation. From Apollo to Artemis, from the space shuttle to the International Space Station, our space program reflects the very best of American leadership. I look forward to continuing that tradition by working and enacting into law a longer-term reauthorization of NASA with my colleagues. This is a pivotal moment for our nation's space program. America must maintain leadership in low Earth orbit, while also embarking on a new era of exploration with Artemis. Make no mistake, we are in a new space race with China. And if we fail, there will be a bad moon on the rise.
Oh, it's
China
like
has made
the song.
no secrets of its goals. It is investing heavily in space capabilities.
That's right.
Maintaining a permanent presence in low Earth orbit and working to plant its flag on the moon by 2030. The stakes could not be higher. Space is no longer reserved simply for peaceful exploration. It is today a strategic frontier with direct consequences for national security, economic growth, and technological leadership. If our adversaries achieve dominant space capabilities, it would pose a profound risk to America. This is not just about exploration. The choices we make today will determine whether the United States leads in space or cedes space to an authoritarian regime. That is why continuity in NASA's programs is not simply good practice. It is a matter of national security.
Yeah, where was this attitude
Any
15 years
drastic
ago?
changes in NASA's architecture at this stage threaten United States leadership in space.
What?
Delays or disruptions only serve our competitors' interests. Congress has spoken clearly on this matter. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, which I was proud to champion, we reaffirmed strong support for NASA's exploration programs. At a time when some have sought to prematurely dismantle the International Space Station, despite China's presence in low Earth orbit, Congress provided ample funding to continue the safe operations of the ISS, as well as to provide an on-ramp for follow-on commercial stations. And Congress also provided the funds necessary to sustain a presence on the moon. Artemis 4 will deliver and assemble the first major elements of the Gateway Station in lunar orbit. And Artemis 5 will expand surface exploration using that platform. These missions rely on the Space Launch System and Orion capsule to reach the moon and to reach the Gateway Station. It would be folly to cut short these missions after much of the hardware has already been purchased and in some cases delivered and with no commercial alternative readily available. I look forward to working hand in hand with the administration to ensure that those funds are utilized in full accordance with congressional intent. We have seen overwhelming support for maintaining these programs from senators, Republicans, and Democrats alike. Congress supports NASA's exploration goals, and we do not want sudden or disruptive changes that undermine America's leadership. NASA is more than just a symbol of national pride. It is a strategic capability that advances our economy, security, and values. The milestones ahead: maintaining continuous human presence in low Earth orbit, returning American astronauts to the moon, landing the first female astronaut in history on the surface of the moon. As the father of daughters, that is particularly near and dear to my heart, and preparing for human missions to Mars. These are not just scientific achievements. They are fundamental to America's role in the world's as the world's leading spacefaring nation. America must remain the world's leader in space.
Well, Leon, this is a Senate meeting, so there's going to be only senators. And what happens is people give testimony to the senators, and they use that to determine how they vote on the Senate on things. This is basically a request. These meetings are basically a request for information about what's going on. So let's see. I mean, honestly, Ted Cruz hasn't said anything in particularly wrong here. I think that's right. Yeah, I don't think he said anything in particularly wrong, incorrect there. I mean, I don't know if people don't like the guy, or you do like the guy. It doesn't matter. Or you're indifferent. That's right. I already know what this meeting is going to be. This meeting is going to be a bunch of testimonies about how people think, the Artemis program this and the Artemis program that. Well, all right, I'm just going to get down to brass tacks before we get any further. I haven't watched this meeting, full disclosure. I'll bet you money. Maybe a gifted sub, right? So, full disclosure, I already saw an excerpt from it where Jim Bridenstine basically crapped on SpaceX and said that that's not good. That's not tenable for beating China back to the moon. Said that HLS isn't a good idea. I don't necessarily disagree with him, but I don't agree with him either. It's just like, okay. I too can say that SLS is orange. Yeah, we know. Right? But what I'm going to guess that's going on here is basically a bunch of people saying our architecture isn't good enough, right? We need to do this, we need to do that. And all the architectures that they come up with are just going to be the same lukewarm nonsense that they've come up with for the past 15 years. The reality of this situation right now is that unless you have a drastic funding increase for NASA across the board and a comprehensive program to back that up with scheduled milestones and goals, you're not going anywhere. It doesn't matter how many SLSs you want to, the Senate thinks they can wish into existence. It doesn't matter. Without architecture and the money to work on this stuff, you're not going anywhere. You know how I know? Because it's the same behavior they've been doing for the last 15 years. And where have they gone? Nowhere. Freaking nowhere. Freaking wham. They got sat on by some huge freaking guy. So, with all that being said, let's see how good EJ's analysis is.
With steady leadership and clear direction, I'm confident that we will. I now turn to Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to join you today in this fight to say we must maintain our focus on returning to the moon. It's good to see the witnesses here, Mr. Cutler, Mr. Gold, Mr. Bridenstine, and Lieutenant General Shaw, but also want to recognize Bill Nye, also a Northwest Planetary Society individual who is here today as well. I look
Bill
forward
Nye
to
is
all
there?
your testimony.
Okay.
Today, we're here in a race with China to return to the moon and stay there. Beating China back to the moon isn't just about bragging rights, and it's certainly not just about grabbing headlines. But today, it's clear that President Xi, President Putin, and Prime Minister Modi are all in China having a big national security and strategic discussion that could easily include space and defense and security and defense implications. No surprise, actually, that Kim Jong-un is also there. Let's just take for a consideration that he would like to figure out how to improve his rocket technology with more accuracy, more distance, more tracking. I don't like the scenario. The strategic value of maintaining our position to live and work in space is critical. It's critical to our future economic and national security. Returning to the moon requires us to push the limits of technology to find the solutions that we can solve and maintain our national defense and innovation economy. All you have to do is look back to the 1960s and look at the development of technologies that created an ecosystem within the United States of America that led to discoveries and innovations that we're still now counting on today.
Yeah, you got to fund your space program to do that. You got to fund it. You got to fund it correctly to do that. I.e. the thing you haven't been doing for like 10 years.
So we must not waver in this important mission of technology and national security defense. I believe each of the witnesses will tell us something about this today and why the consequences of failing to achieve this goal will be monumental.
You just heard some more mandatory fun there. Sorry, the guy's influencing me pretty hard. 'Cause, yeah. You know. Anyway, let's go.
We know we need to go back to the moon, and we know we need to do there before China establishes a permanent presence. I want to hear, importantly, about the expertise these individuals think that we must pull together so that we won't fall short of this goal. It's clear in some of your testimony, you're already articulating the strategic advantage China has of being so uniform on their government structure. We, on the other hand, are trying to work both within the government and within the commercial sector on a partnership that allows all of us to creatively work together and move forward. That is why, Lieutenant General Shaw, I found your statement in your testimony quite compelling. Quote, "I believe if we do not unify and synchronize our efforts, we will find ourselves, rather than the space leaders we are today, instead in a position of increasing disadvantage in space as we progress further into this century, end quote.
That's not wrong. It's not wrong. The other thing I want to be very clear about is that I don't really necessarily disagree with anything that anybody's saying here. I just really at this point have no confidence that they actually will, do anything about it. Because, they haven't since, basically the end of the space shuttle. I'm not necessarily jaded. It's just, this is all right. So at least on some subconscious level, these people know what, objectively what is good for the space program and what isn't. Just, between these meetings and what actually happens, there seems to be some kind of breakdown in the communication process, I
don't want to see that reality either. I want us to explore how to get the
that
most
is frustrating.
out of NASA's commercial partnership and determine if sufficient redundancy in the provisions of commercial space are there to ensure that. The state of Washington plays a very proud role in the exploration of the space and space economy. About 77,000 people employed today just in the space economy, obviously more than 100,000 employed in aerospace in general. So these are important companies to us. Aerojet Rocketdyne.
Sound level. What sound level of what things? Be more specific. What do you mean? Sound level, frowny face. The microphone? Are they too loud? Is it not loud enough? Sound level. I don't know what that means, brother. Got to be more specific. I'll adjust the audio if it's bad, but you got to let me know.
Boeing, Blue Origin, all working on rocket infrastructure, crew capsules, Gateway lunar landing orbit stations, and human landers. All of these are so important. And also just a shout out to the returning Colonel Ann McLean from Spokane, who just returned from serving as the commander on the IS mission from March through August of this year. So yes, we have a lot of people thinking about space in the Northwest.
The IS
so
mission.
I am concerned about the current plan and what we are doing to make sure that we continue to push forward. I would love to see the continued focus on dual landers, given how important they are going to be for the future. It's not just one time, it's many times. This is an operation where we're going to continue to return and be an operational system. So I want to make sure that we have the best. I want to make sure that NASA has backup plans that takes advantage and ensures that the already delayed mission does not slip any further.
What?
I don't know that it takes a genius to figure out that while China may be projecting 2030 or some time period, there's nothing to say that they won't go sooner. There are people
I mean, there is. It's a launch complex. The launch complex is not made yet. No, there absolutely is. Come on, let's use those spy satellites that we pay so much money for. The pad is not finished, and it's not going to be finished for a little while. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to interject so much.
Talk to and trying to brief the press about this today, who are betting that they are going to go sooner and that they are going to beat us. So we don't need another Sputnik moment. It's already happened. The only thing we have to do is make sure we in Congress get the budget right and support the Artemis mission.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything the chair has done in putting money towards the Artemis mission, and I appreciate everything that we are doing collectively to assure that the administration spends it. But I also want to point out that, as Lieutenant General Shaw also says, this whole cislunar communication architecture, that is the space between the Earth and the Moon. That is what China would love to do. Go dominate the communication system between the space and the Moon. That's what they're already working on. We can't allow that to happen. We need to continue to move forward quickly, fastly with these investments because our national security and defense depends on it. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to asking the witnesses more detailed questions about this, the President's budget, and why we need to make sure that we are funding this appropriate mission for the future, not just of our innovation, but also for our national security. Thank you.
I thank the ranking member. I'd now like to introduce our witnesses for today. Each witness exemplifies essential elements of maintaining U.S. leadership in space. Our first witness is Mr. Alan Cutler, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Coalition for Deep Space Exploration, a national organization comprising more than 50 space industry businesses and stakeholders dedicated to ensuring that the U.S. remains the leader in space exploration. Our second witness is Mr. Michael Gold, President of Civil and International Space for Redwire, where he leads a variety of commercial space activities. Prior to Redwire, he served as NASA's Associate Administrator for Space Policy and Partnerships, where he directed the development and implementation of the Artemis Accords and the negotiations for the Lunar Gateway. Our third witness is a good friend, the Honorable Jim Bridenstine, Managing Partner of the Artemis Group. He previously served as the 13th Administrator of NASA. Under Mr. Bridenstine's strong leadership, NASA launched the Artemis program to explore the moon and to prepare for missions to Mars. And our final witness is Lieutenant General John Shaw, the former Deputy Commander of the U.S. Space Command, where he was responsible for conducting operations in, from, and to space to deter conflict. Mr. Cutler, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to testify today and for your consistent bipartisan support of NASA. That support has been critical to advancing our mission to return American astronauts to the moon and building a sustained presence there. The most recent example of this support is the funding of NASA in the Budget Reconciliation Bill that supports facilities and activities from Earth to Mars, including funds for the Artemis 4 and Artemis 5 missions. Artemis is more than a space program. It is a statement of American leadership to the rest of the world. It ensures that the United States, not our competitors or adversaries, sets the rules for lunar exploration and resource utilization. Without a successful Artemis program, we risk ceding the moon to China, a nation working diligently to land before we return and looking to establish control over key lunar regions and resources. Their intent is clear, their progress is real, and time is not on our side. This is a race that the United States cannot afford to lose. China's capabilities in space cannot be underestimated, whether in their activities orbiting Earth or its ambitious lunar program. China's persistence in achieving its national goals in space underscores its unfaltering intent to be the leader in space. Recent progress by China includes a successful static fire test of the Long March 10 rocket, as well as successful early lunar lander tests to determine its capabilities. The United States still retains advantages with the Space Launch System, Orion, Gateway development, and exploration ground systems processing, but appears to trail China for the critical final leg in space to the moon's surface, the development of a lander. Let me be very clear. The country that lands astronauts on the moon next shapes the rules of engagement in space for decades to come. The current Artemis program is making strong progress, but we need every element to execute its role. The technical challenges that need to be overcome to land on the lunar surface cannot be ignored, and Congress must keep a watchful eye on how that effort progresses if we are to win. Artemis 2 is preparing for its crewed launch next year, but the work does not stop there. There is mission hardware being built today from Artemis 3 through Artemis 9. Factories are running, hardware is being manufactured, and thousands of Americans across the country are at work to make this campaign successful. Additionally, the United States is leading a growing coalition of 56 partner nations under the Artemis Accords, a global community initiated under President Trump's first term, focused on supporting a set of principles for peaceful, sustainable, and cooperative space exploration. The rewards of advancing our lunar program extend beyond beating China. Artemis is an economic engine here at home. For every dollar invested in Artemis, $3 flow back into our economy, supporting advanced manufacturing, creating high-quality jobs, and driving innovation that benefits Americans in their daily lives. Supporting Artemis to beat China creates stronger communities, a stronger industrial base, and a stronger America. This race is not just about the moon. It is about economic growth, global competitiveness, and national security. Congress can strengthen our national capabilities with a robust NASA authorization bill to reaffirm our commitment to the current plan and make improvements where necessary. It should continue the direction for lunar exploration found in the President's Space Policy Directive 1, which calls for the United States to lead the return of humans to the moon for long-term exploration and utilization, followed by human missions to Mars. A multi-year authorization bill with these elements will provide the long-term certainty needed to keep NASA focused and our work.
Guys, can I back that up again? I'm sorry, I want to hear that one more time. I spaced for a second.
On beating China. Artemis is an economic engine here at home. For every dollar invested in Artemis, $3 flow back into our economy, supporting advanced manufacturing, creating high-quality jobs, and driving innovation that benefits Americans in their daily lives. Supporting Artemis to beat China creates stronger communities, a stronger industrial base, and a stronger America. This race is not just about the moon. It is about economic growth, global competitiveness, and national security. Congress can strengthen our national capabilities with a robust NASA authorization bill to reaffirm our commitment to the current plan and make improvements where necessary. It should continue the direction for lunar exploration found in the President's Space Policy Directive 1, which calls for the United States to lead the return of humans to the moon for long-term exploration and utilization, followed by human missions to Mars. A multi-year authorization bill with these elements will provide the long-term certainty needed to keep NASA focused and our workforce, our partners, and our allies aligned. Great strides are being made from lessons learned after the Artemis 1 mission, and even greater efficiencies and cost reductions could be realized by cutting unnecessary requirements that are not safety critical, requiring a plan for a phased approach to commercial services for future Artemis missions to further drive down costs, and ensuring that decision-making at NASA centers and industry sites is available when the work is happening, increasing efficiency. These steps will make Artemis more agile, more sustainable, while keeping the United States on track. But passing a bill on its own will not be sufficient. Congress must hold NASA accountable for implementing the laws Congress enacts. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the progress we have made is invaluable.
What an
The
idea.
investments we have supported
It's a
are
good
paying
idea.
off. The industrial base is ready and capable, and the Artemis generation is being inspired. If we lose momentum now, that progress will not be easily regained. But when successful, Artemis will deliver historic achievements that secure America's leadership for generations. With your continued support, Artemis will secure a place on the moon before China, strengthen our economy here at home, and keep America strong. Thank you for your time, your attention, and for your commitment to Artemis, NASA, and America's leadership in space.
That's right. That last part was right. But keep in mind, that guy's giving testimony to the Senate. He's right. That last part was correct. You need to. Artemis. There's all kinds of. With the Artemis program specifically, there's too much stuff. There's too much stuff going on. The architecture is fragmented. It's all over the place. So like you're gonna land with Starship, and then you're gonna land with Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark II. All right, you're gonna land with all this. You have and then you have Gateway, and Gateway's doing its thing, and Starship's supposed to go to Gateway, and then Blue Moon Mark II is supposed to go to Gateway, and Blue Moon Lander and HLS are both landers that require refueling architecture. So it's a lot more than just launching one thing on a Saturn V and getting to the moon, et cetera, et cetera. The architecture is frankly all over the place. I disagree with what she said over there about needing two landers. I really don't think you need two landers. And I don't think the landers should be commercial either. I've been pretty vocal about that. NASA needs to have an end-to-end architecture in-house, but no one wants to talk about that. Hey, paramedic, what's up, man? How are you? I think that the Artemis program, and this is what I agree with at the end of that guy's kind of testimony there. The Artemis program needs to be refactored to be symbiotic and complementary to Starship and Blue Moon. It needs to work with commercial programs, not be dependent on them. That's how you beat China. If that's what we want to do. Personally, I think space races are very unsustainable, because races end, and the exploration of space doesn't end. And putting arbitrary endpoints, i.e. racing another nation to do that, means that the race will end at some particular point. Case in point, the Apollo program. It happened. It was absolutely a thing. I think the reason they are doing with this multiple companies is to try and get rid of the big corporate monopoly like Boeing. Yeah, how's that working? How's that working?
Thank you. Mr. Gold, you're recognized.
Thank you.
They prefer commercial providers because it's much cheaper. Yeah, Strickler, we can sit here and pretend that commercial providers are the end-all be-all solution to your problems. Where's our lunar lander right now? And don't get me wrong, dude. I think that SpaceX will have Starship HLS there delivered on time. The problem is that we've been, basically since 2010, since NASA's 2010 Authorization Act, we've been going back to the moon. So we've been going back to the moon for 15 years. Where the hell is the lander? Somebody, actually, this was even like kind of before his time, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Somebody thought it'd be good to build an architecture with no lander, which is dumb. It was dumb then, it was dumb, it's dumb now. It's still dumb. It's going to be dumb in the future when, China gets there before us. Where are the spacesuits? Oh, we can't do that. We got to save money on that. You understand that in a race, time is expedient. Time is your commodity, not money when you're in a race. Right? This is what I mean. Now, all of a sudden, we're in a race? Oh, okay. You can try to throw money at this problem, but that's not going to fix it. What would have fixed it is taking your lunar program seriously 15 years ago. Because then we wouldn't have even been in a race. SLS was never funded properly, guys. And I know people like you saying, oh, SLS is so expensive. You know why SLS is so expensive? Because it's been flat funded for 15 years. Development doesn't work on a flat funding cycle that scales with inflation. There are times when you go to design your core stage, for instance, that you probably need a little bit more development money. You probably want to make sure that gets developed correctly. Without the funding, without the proper development funding to fund something like, building a core stage or 5-segment SRBs or something like that. And I'm not talking nowadays. I'm talking 15 years ago. If you did that then, you'd be fine. SLS would have pretty much been operational, 2018, 2019, but none of these people were, nobody thought we were in a race with China, even though they built their own damn space station in low Earth orbit. Is it taking them this long to see the writing on the wall? Like, are these people that out of touch with what happens with the space program? I could have told you China had lunar ambitions the second they built their own damn space station. Like, that's just the next logical step. If any Kerbal player knows that, right? You get into orbit, you build a space station, and you go to the moon. That's like Kerbal Meta 101. I just don't think it's necessary to sell fear for the space program. Oh, I'm directly with you on that one, Roundabout. Say, we're in a race with China. We're in a race with China. We're in a race with China. If NASA is such a big economic driver like all these people claim to be, why don't you just fund it more? If you fund it more with a robust architecture, it's going to get you more economic growth. Where were these people 10 years ago? I don't know. I don't mean to be rhetorical and ask the same stuff over and over and over again, but I'm trying to tell you guys that, I'll be honest with you, this might be too little too late. We'll see. Let's keep listening.
Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and distinguished members of this committee, I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify. But I am even more grateful for the work this committee has done to support American leadership in space via the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Senator Cruz in particular for your leadership. Senator Cruz and I both share a strong affinity for Star Trek, and the highest compliment I can pay the chairman is that he is the Captain Kirk of the Senate. Thank you, Senator.
Your
I'm so
time is
great-
extended to 10 minutes.
I
Mr.
can live
Chairman,
long-
I think that could be a new nickname in the Senate here.
Well said, Mr. Spock.
What a terrible day to have ears.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You. Hey guys. Anybody who watched the original series? You know what Captain Kirk was really good at? Threat assessment.
Well, with your leadership, we'll
And banging green chicks, yeah, for sure. That's absolutely a thing.
live long and prosper.
Hi, Shmemeron.
And I'm so grateful that while others sat down, Senator Cruz, Senator Cantwell, and all of you have chosen to stand up and to fight for this nation's future in space. Specifically, per the direction of the One Big Beautiful Bill, NASA must complete and launch the Lunar Gateway. Just last month, along with NASA officials and representatives from all of our international partners, I watched the successful deployment test of Redwire's massive rollout solar arrays for the Gateway's power and propulsion element. These arrays, which will be some of the largest ever deployed by humanity in space, will power the Gateway, representing the pinnacle of solar electric propulsion technology, a key capability for both future civil space exploration and national security activities. Without the funding and direction of the One Big Beautiful Bill, this critical work would be in jeopardy. And I'm sure China would like nothing more than for the U.S. to abandon its lead in solar electric propulsion and to lose the benefits of Gateway in orbit and on the lunar surface. With Gateway and full commercial logistic services, the Artemis program can support lunar surface operations for 60 to 90 days, enabling robust activities and transforming the dream of lunar resource extraction and utilization into reality. Without Gateway, lunar surface activities will be limited to 5 to 7 days, dramatically curtailing the very nature of NASA operations. Additionally, while not a military facility, the presence of Gateway in cislunar space will provide a platform that will inherently allow America and its partners to monitor Chinese activities. A permanent spacecraft orbiting the moon will project American influence and power forward, discouraging illicit Chinese operations that may otherwise occur in the shadows. Moreover, Gateway is critical for projecting American power not only in space, but here on Earth. Over 60% of the Gateway's costs are being borne by our international partners, representing billions that have already been spent building hardware. Turning away from Gateway now would squander this unprecedented global investment in Artemis and force our international allies to seek partnerships with America's geopolitical rivals.
My guy, you're not wrong about Gateway. But Gateway did a good job squandering Gateway all by itself. Let's not kid ourselves here. You know how? One of the modules ended up being too heavy. The habitation and logistics outpost. It ended up being too heavy by 1.5 tons. Do you know why? Somebody doing the architectural blueprints for that vehicle forgot to take into account how much all the wires weigh. Yeah, no, you played yourself. It ain't Congress that's screwing up the Gateway. It's you that's screwing up the Gateway. Also, that solar electric propulsion that he's talking so much and so heavily about, right? Yeah, the Gateway's thrusters aren't powerful enough to be able to maneuver with Starship attached to it. Whoops. Now, that's not to say that he's wrong. I wouldn't mind having a good Gateway architecture. and using it to prototype transfer vehicles to Mars. But once again, it goes back to what I'm talking about. The architecture is way too fragmented to do something like this. It's way too fragmented. You designed Gateway before you had a lander, all right? And now that you chose a lander, the lander's too heavy for Gateway to be able to maneuver correctly. Gateway can't station keep when Starship is attached to it. Because of this, those 90-day surface exploration things that he's talking about get constrained. They get constrained hard. Because in our architecture, you have to stop at Gateway because rectilinear halo orbit, because Orion can't get any lower. It can't go to low lunar. It's a fragmented and frankly terrible architecture. The idea was sound, they just screwed up the execution. Yeah, that seems to be the ongoing motif here, Aqualux. I wouldn't, and now I know where you stand about Gateway. We've had that conversation a bajillion times. Gateway would be really good if it was there right now. If it was launched in 2022 when it was originally scheduled to launch, you know, that'd be good if it was there right now. Can Starship do the station keeping well attached? Yes and no, Geek. Are the thrusters on Starship aligned with the center of mass of the entire station to do something like that? Maybe, maybe not. Depends.
Conversely, if NASA reaffirms its commitment to Gateway, we can unlock billions of dollars of additional international investments, creating even more robust capabilities for Artemis, along with a windfall for the American taxpayer. The combined Gateway PPE and Halo modules can be completed and launched in 2027, a mere 2 years from now. We can achieve an early win in this competition if America can simply demonstrate the wherewithal not to give up on the race when we are so close to the finish line.
Stop
Additionally,
talking.
the success of our lunar and
Stop
Martian exploration
talking.
efforts depend upon maintaining a strong foundation in low Earth orbit. The technologies, experience, and partnerships that occur in LEO drives the capabilities of our entire space enterprise. For example, at Redwire, using our biofabrication facility on the International Space Station, we have printed the first ever human meniscus in space. Who doesn't need a meniscus? We follow this up with printing live cardiovascular tissue and bringing it back, still live. Eventually, we could print whole organs in space, and that would save countless lives. We're also at Redwire making even more progress in drug development with our pillbox system that has now flown 32 times on the International Space Station. We've demonstrated how larger and more uniform seed crystals can be grown in space, leading to the development of enhanced pharmaceuticals with better efficacy, longevity, and fewer side effects. There is no question in my mind that microgravity manufacturing will transform the pharmaceutical and biotech fields.
What does that have to do with going to the moon?
Will those benefits be enjoyed in China or here in the United States?
What are you
talking? Without the funding of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and explicit action by NASA within the next few months, we run the risk of reducing the number of American astronauts on the ISS from 4 to 3 and then down to 2.
Maybe build a better space station then.
This committee's directives are not followed, for the first time in history, there will be more Chinese astronauts in space than Americans. This should be unacceptable. Unacceptable to Congress, unacceptable to NASA, and unacceptable to this nation. Again, I'm grateful to this committee.
Fund the low Earth orbit program then, dude, with your company or something. I don't know.
The support of Artemis, the ISS, and NASA science. Together, we must speak out with one unified voice that we will not cede LEO, our international partnerships, and the moon to the tender mercies of the Chinese Communist Party. I urge us, all of us here today and listening online, to fight. Fight for the ISS, fight for Artemis, and fight for America's future in space.
I agree with that last part. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Gold.
Wow, that was really good. I got goosebumps.
Thank you, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, members of the committee. It's an honor to be here. After hearing Mike Gold's testimony, I want to comment on a few things in my 5 minutes. Number one, everything he said about medicine and microgravity is correct. We are seeing transformational capabilities in pharmaceuticals because atoms and molecules organize differently in microgravity than they do here on Earth.
That's right.
There are drugs that we are demonstrating on the International Space Station that we can create that can do things like, we had a drug, a Merck drug, Keytruda, which is for lung cancer, and we were able to make that drug so that instead of trying to find out if within 2 or 3 months if it's going to be efficacious, you can find out within 2 to 3 weeks whether or not it's going to be efficacious. Instead of administering it with an infusion, which takes time and is painful and is costly, you can do it with a pill. These are and that's just one drug that is improved. We're talking about drug.
Hey, Eleanor, £5 super chat. Is it just you that's worried about Orion's heat shield? No, it's definitely something you should probably think about.
To treat diseases that have never been treatable before. To piggyback on what Mike Gold just said, we are either going to have that capability in the United States because we have a permanent human presence in space with a fully mission-capable space station, or we're going to cede that to China. It is really that simple. Now, that's just on the pharmaceutical side. Then we also talk about regenerative medicine, where we're actually 3D printing tissue. Mike mentioned the meniscus, where we're growing in 3D tissue like cardiovascular tissue and vein tissue and other things. This type of regenerative medicine is critical to the future economy of the United States of America. And if we want to not have a fully mission-capable system, if we want to not have a permanent human presence in space, then not only does that capability go to China, but all of our international partners go to China as well because they want that capability. This is a big deal. So that's on the low Earth orbit side of things. And Senator Cruz, I know you're getting a lot of accolades today, but it is absolutely true. The one big beautiful bill with the $10 billion additional dollars for NASA human spaceflight was in large part you're doing, and I know it was bipartisan. I know the one big beautiful bill might not have been bipartisan, but that element was in fact bipartisan, and I know senators on both sides of the aisle are grateful for your leadership on that. So very important. I would also say the purpose of this hearing is, are we going to be able to get to the moon first? I mean, that's the title of the hearing. And I will tell you, and I know there's going to be questions, and I'll go into more depth later, but look at the architecture that we have developed to land American astronauts on the moon. Look at the architecture. It is extraordinarily complex. In some cases, it hinges on me saying here today that it is highly unlikely that we will land on the moon before China. And I'm going to explain it in the next 2 minutes. So, number one, we have the SLS rocket, which is the most powerful rocket ever built. And Senator Cruz mentioned, yes, it has had its problems in the past. It has been expensive. It had overruns, all those things. But it's behind us. It's done. We need to use it. We have the Orion crew capsule, which, quite frankly, is a shiny object in this whole thing. The Orion crew capsule is not only usable today, but ultimately the cost is going down because more and more of it is reusable every time we use the Orion crew capsule. Those two elements are in good shape.
Oh, yeah.
I will tell you,
we've used it a bunch, haven't we?
I have been critical of both in the past, in front of this committee and other places, and I'm more than happy to be critical of all of our contractors, just to be really clear. But I will say what we don't have today. Here's what we don't have today. We don't have a landing system for the moon. And there was a moment in time when we had no NASA administrator. It was after I was gone and before Senator Nelson became the NASA administrator, and architecture was selected. And I don't know how this happens, but the biggest decision in the history of NASA, at least since I've been paying attention, the biggest decision happened in the absence of a NASA administrator. And that decision was, instead of buying a moon lander, we're going to buy a big rocket. And I want to be clear, we need this rocket to be successful. It's important for the country and it's transformational. But in the meantime, the architecture is as such. We need to launch Starship. That first Starship is a fueling depot that's in orbit around the Earth. Then we need to launch, nobody really knows, but it could be up to dozens of additional Starships to refuel the first Starship. So imagine launching Starship over and 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 over, dozens of times, no delays, no explosions, to refuel the first Starship. Then once it's fully refueled, then that Starship has to fuel another Starship that is in fact human-rated, which that process hasn't even started yet. By the way, that whole in-space refueling thing has never been tested either. We're talking about cryogenic liquid oxygen, cryogenic liquid methane being transferred in space, never been done before, and we're gonna do it dozens of times, and then we're gonna have a human-rated Starship that is refueled that goes all the way to the moon. Now, when it goes to the moon, we don't know how long it can be there because it's boiling off the entire time it's in orbit around the moon. We don't know how long it can be there, but while it's there, we have to launch the SLS, we have to launch the Orion, the European Service Module, we have to have astronauts and crew all ready to go. And they have to orbit the moon themselves in that window when Starship is around the moon, and then they have to dock around the moon. They have to transfer from the Orion into the Starship. It has to go down and land. When it's on the surface of the moon, Starship is gone, or Orion is gone for the next 7 days until it comes back around in near rectilinear halo orbit. So our astronauts are right now planning to be on the surface of the moon for a period of 7 days without any way home. This is an architecture that no NASA administrator that I'm aware of would have selected had they had the choice. But it was a decision that was made in the absence of a NASA administrator in the last administration. It's a problem, it needs to be solved, and that puts us as a nation at risk of not being the first on the moon. I should say the first next on the moon, because we did land in 1969 to 1972. And Chairman Cruz, I would like to compliment you. I've heard.
And 1970 and 1971. No. Yes, screw Apollo 14 and 15, whatever. We don't need those.
That you have said that we need to put it into law, that The Wrath of Khan is in fact the greatest Star Trek movie in history. And we are in agreement with that. So with that, I yield back the time that I took from the general.
All right. I'm going to get down to brass tacks on this one. Look, I'll be honest with you. Jim isn't wrong. He's not wrong, as per usual. All right? Barking up SpaceX trees, stupid. Stupid. That's dumb. I will say that outright. I like Jim. Jim's a good dude. That's dumb. Tearing down an Artemis prime contractor because you want a more expedient way to get to the moon is dumb. That is stupid. Instead of barking up SpaceX's tree, maybe propose a fucking better architecture then, pal. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you should do that.
I thank the administrator. I will say I'm not sure we need to codify the Wrath of Khan any more than we need to codify gravity or that the sky is blue. There are
Stop talking about Star Trek, for the love of God.
some things that are indisputably true, and that would be one of them. General Shaw.
Right, Chairman Cruz, or do I say Captain Cruz? Ranking Member Cantwell, and members of...
Stop doing that.
Committee, thanks for the opportunity today. And by the way, I'm also grateful to share the table with some amazing people here and look forward to our session and what they have to say today.
I'm fine.
It was the honor and time of my life to serve our great nation and lead our phenomenal warfighters for 33 years in uniform in our United States Air Force and United States Space Force. Throughout my military service, I also had the privilege to work closely with NASA, NOAA, and other governmental civil organizations across many endeavors. But I'm also grateful to have had the opportunity the last 2 years since my departure from uniformed service to work with and in the commercial side of our nation's space business. It's given me a fresh and broader perspective on how to both envision and realize our nation's future in space in totality, and how to bring to bear our combined national strengths to best thwart China in the years to come in this crucial arena. My bottom line up front for the committee today is that I am an advocate for and a champion of a unified grand space strategy for our nation, for the Earth-Moon system and beyond. Yet such a grand strategy, which would unify and synergize our national efforts across civil, commercial, and national security activities in pursuit of common goals, opportunities, and capabilities, does not currently exist. And I believe our mission to return Americans to the moon can be a powerful and a central driver, as well as a beneficiary of such a strategy. During my military career, I watched and studied, as any good soldier would of a potential adversary, as China slowly but surely developed and deployed its own civilian and military space capabilities and set its own agenda for space achievements. It is clear to me that the Chinese Communist Party is already employing its own integrated grand strategy for the Earth-Moon system, with only superficial distinction between civil, commercial, and national security activities, and all focused on a common purpose. And as the senator has already made my next point, I think if we don't unify and synchronize efforts, we may find ourselves, rather than a leadership position, in a position of increasing disadvantage as we get further into this century. Human progression in any domain both has and will involve a robust mixture of exploration, economic opportunities and growth, and security activities to set conditions for success. Space is no different. And by the way, I realize I'm probably representing of those three things, exploration and commercial and economic growth and national security. I'm representing the national security end here, but I also want to say I am passionate and excited about all three of those things. And that's how we're going to succeed as a nation. A notional example for a grand space strategy, objective, would be to set the conditions, standards, and proper incentives for the establishment of an orbital and lunar logistics infrastructure, one that would enable increased capabilities and performance for space activities of all kinds throughout the Earth-Moon system. Such an infrastructure would include on-orbit manufacturing, assembly, refueling, replenishment, and other forms of servicing. We already know that we will need such an infrastructure to sustain human presence on the Moon, solely from just the exploration approach. But such an infrastructure could also and will benefit dynamic space operations for national security platforms as well as for commercial endeavors. Yet our national approach to space logistics to date has appeared disjointed and inconsistent to those in the commercial community, and I hope my panelists maybe address this and see their perspective, is seen as inconsistent to those who might want to invest in those capabilities. The Chinese are already matching and perhaps even outpacing us in this logistics pursuit. Here's a recent example. Just in the last few weeks, this summer, as observed by open sources and reported in media, we have seen China perform a docking and apparent refueling operation between its SJ-21 and SJ-25 platforms in geosynchronous orbit. Following that fuel transfer activity, the docked spacecraft together, this was just last month, performed the largest single maneuver in geosynchronous orbit ever yet conducted, likely in excess of 330 meters per second. That's a lot, actually. Well, at least by today's standards. Someday that will be a pittance, but today that's a lot. Other examples of area where I believe we can move faster.
This guy knows what he's talking about. Listen to him.
More effectively under a unified strategy includes cislunar space domain awareness and a cislunar communications architecture, both, again, necessary for sustained human presence on the Moon. I'm also supportive of swiftly developing nuclear fusion power solutions in space, which are compelling to sustain operations on the lunar surface, but can also better enable national security activities, such as in the form of nuclear propulsion, and could unlock new commercial opportunities and benefits as well.
Yeah.
I will point out that China is developing or has already fielded capabilities in each of these example areas: cislunar domain awareness, cislunar communications, and space nuclear power. The challenges are great, the matter is urgent, but I'm optimistic we can indeed, via a unified grand strategy for space, thwart China's ambitions and continue the United States' leadership in this ultimate high ground. In the words of a different Star Trek captain, let's engage and make it so. I look forward to your questions.
I agree. I agree with everything that guy said. Yeah, that was right. That guy's cool. That guy knows what he's talking about. Not him. The guy that just did the testimony. That was right. That was correct. The architecture's fragmented. You need a more unified architecture. Now, once again, Jim was right about that too. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he wasn't. That was correct. The Artemis architecture is too fragmented. It's too all over the place. It's really designed to create a more robust long-term presence on the Moon. And all of a sudden here, everybody here decides that we're space racing. Well, for space racing, it's a frankly terrible architecture. But here's the thing. Everything that Jim said was right? Everything that he said was correct. But tearing down a prime contractor for Artemis, right, I mean, he was critical of Boeing too, for what it was worth. But saying that SpaceX, I mean, he's kind of spot on with what space, with saying about the refueling missions, et cetera, right? But also at the same time, that is not an expedient architecture for getting back to the moon first. That is an expedient architecture for getting back to the moon a little bit later, but a lot more presence on the moon. You know, like, we're talking about, you know, the Spirit of St. Louis crossing the Atlantic, which is just a single-seat, single-engine propeller plane that Charles Lindbergh flew, right? First transatlantic crossing, right? We're talking about that versus flying a C-5 across the Atlantic, right? C-5 can move 2 tanks across the Atlantic, all right? That's the difference we're talking about here. Now, I don't necessarily think that Jim is particularly wrong. If we're space racing, this is not the best architecture. However, tearing down SpaceX and barking up SpaceX's tree is the funniest thing I've ever heard, because they're the only ones that are even remotely taking their contract like seriously. Yeah, but I do kind of agree with him that NASA should have their own expedient solution, a hypergolic lander. If you want to race, that's the easiest way to do it. Hypergolic landers aren't going to get you very far in the long run, though. But I do believe that NASA should have its own end-to-end architecture. But NASA can have their own end-to-end architecture without saying that Starship is ridiculously complicated. Look, any sustainable architecture by definition to get to the moon, i.e. not just sending everything in one shot like the Saturn V, is going to be a more complicated architecture by definition. You know, by definition, that's going to be a more complicated piece of equipment if you want to get there, if you want to forge a highway to the lunar surface, right? That's going to be a more complicated architecture than just doing it all in one shot. But doing it all in one shot is more expedient. So Jim necessarily isn't wrong. I just don't really think that him just frankly taking a dump on SpaceX was very needed. That wasn't needed. You didn't need to say that. You could have just said our architecture is complicated. NASA should have their own in-house lander. Jim still doesn't talk about what Doug Lavero did behind his back. What? Tell Boeing the criteria for the lunar lander before they released the contract solicitation? Yeah, that also was a very illegal thing to do. Okay, so the point that I'm trying to get at, guys, is that look, all right. The point that I'm trying to get at is Jim isn't necessarily wrong. He's pretty right. If you want to race, these architectures are caca for doing that. They're terrible. You need something like the Saturn V. However, in fighting, saying that this architecture is, actually, you know what? I'm not going to say that. That's not right. We shouldn't be at the point that I'm trying to make is that we shouldn't be at each other's throats. But then again, the architecture does need to be refactored. It's not great for racing. He's right. I see what he's trying to say. Now, perhaps come up with a better architecture. That probably would be the thing to do. What do you got? What do you got? What is ULA going to make the lander? What's the alternative? Like, you could say whatever you want. Starship is still the fastest way to get back to that surface. I'm convinced. Until we come up, if NASA put a hypergolic lander on the books, like the LEM or something, then I'd say maybe not. But Starship, I still think, is the quickest way to do it. Arguing without architecture, without arguing for anything, is annoying. That's it, Kuju, man. That sums up what I'm trying. That sums up what I think about this. All right, anybody can just say that The gateway is terrible. Like I say, the gateway is terrible, but I have a solution. I have a better way to, solutions are better. Tearing down other contractors, tearing down other contractors and saying this is complicated, this. Well, you do have a point. That's not intuitive for progress here. You didn't see any of that crap happening during the Apollo program, did you? I agree with Jim. I agree. That's what I said at the beginning, though. Like, I'm really torn here because I like Jim and I think he's right. But also at the same time, fine, propose a better architecture then. Barking up Elon's tree and saying, oh, SpaceX is terrible, Starship is too complicated. What, compared to Blue Moon? Blue Moon has refueling architecture too. It's refueling with cryogenic hydrogen. That's somehow simpler because it refuels less? Okay, sure. Yeah, that's great. You want to discuss an architecture that's more expedient, propose one. Don't sit there and say that, the people that are actually making progress, oh, no, they're not the ones that, no, that's no good. We bought a rocket, not a lander. Okay. All right, sure. And I like Jim. I really do. It's a very interesting take there to just say that the most expedient way we have back to the moon isn't expedient enough. I don't know, dude. That doesn't sit right with me. That's why would you say that? I mean, I know Jim is ULA's chief lobbyist. You know this type of behavior is not going to win a space race. We understand this, right? This type of behavior infighting is not going to get us anywhere. You want a more expedient architecture to get to the moon, you're going to have to refactor some things. But that doesn't mean you should get rid of Starship or anything else just because it's not expedient enough. Starship will take the moon when HLS does decide to work. Because, look, even if we don't land back on the moon first, say China does get there. By 2030, Starship and HLS will be waiting in the wings. That's 100 tons to the lunar surface. Okay, great. China gets there first. They plant a flag. Great. We get there and build a city. You think China's going to build a city on the moon with Long March 10? That's not happening. Now, that's not to say that NASA shouldn't have their own lander either. I've said for many years now that NASA should have their own in-house lander. They should have a symbiotic and complementary architecture to commercial. In fact, it should be supplemented by commercial, but commercial shouldn't be in the direct path of the architecture to putting boots back on the moon. You mean China gets there second? U.S. is already there. Yeah, the more and more I see, I do think we're in a Cold War, Alucard. I do think we're in another space race. The more I'm like, look at the hardware. Even if Starship doesn't work and you get Blue Moon coming around, Blue Moon Mark II is a plenty sustainable architecture. That could build a base on the moon. China ain't building a base on the moon with a 2-person lander that gets to the surface. You're not doing that. Please validate or invalidate my previous comment. During the Apollo program, the LEN was very much delayed early on. Instead of barking at Northrop, they supported them. Yelling at contractors won't fix anything. This corporate lobbyist circa 1997 infighting Congress bullshit is not going to get us anywhere. That's not going to get us anywhere. And I'm pretty disappointed that Jim would do something like that. That's screwed up, dude. That's messed up. And look, man, I get it. Starship is well beyond what NASA needs. It's well beyond the requirements for sustainable lunar exploration. It's way over-engineered for task. I understand that. I get that. That's fine. Propose a better architecture or shut the hell up. All right? Because pointing out problems is easy. That's low-hanging fruit. Pointing out problems is easy. It takes people like the Apollo engineers to actually get stuff done. All right? don't go barking up the tree of the people that are trying to that are trying to carry U.S. influence into the moon and to Mars. That's stupid. That's dumb. It's ridiculous. Just trying to play devil's advocate. Is that what Jim is doing? Well, Rocket Guy, I understand what he's trying to say. He's saying our architecture isn't expedient enough. You don't have to do that taking a huge, gigantic dump on Starship. Well, okay. What's your solution? I'm just genuinely curious. What's the solution there? I'm really interested to see if somebody asks that question.
Thank you to each of you.
Let's see.
Mr. Bridenstine, let's start with China, a topic you addressed at some considerable length. China is on an aggressive timeline to put astronauts on the lunar surface by 2030, and they appear on track to do so. They're also currently operating a space station right now in low Earth orbit.
I see the tweet, guys.
Mr. Bridenstine, China is racing to control the moon and low Earth orbit, and they're not shy about using space to expand their power on Earth. If America doesn't beat them, if we cede the lunar surface or continuous presence in orbit to Beijing, what does that mean for our national security, our economy, and America's leadership?
Very important question. So here's how I view things, and I think the general will appreciate this from my time as a lieutenant in the Navy. We did joint professional military education, and we learned this thing called the DIME theory of national power. And in each of those elements, you have, it's an acronym, DIME: diplomatic, information, military, economic power. When I was at the helm of NASA, my goal was to always think about what we're doing in those elements. How does this advance diplomatic power? How does it advance information power, military power, and economic power? On the diplomatic side, you mentioned the International Space Station and the next generation commercial space stations. On the diplomatic side, we have like 15 different countries that are operating the International Space Station today. We've had astronauts from, I think, 21 different countries at this point. We've had agreements with actively, I think we've got over 600 or 700 agreements now internationally as it relates to missions. NASA is a key element of diplomatic power for this country. I will tell you, I don't think it's often used correctly. I mean, we could put it on the table for a whole host of, kind of carrot and stick kind of activities to benefit the United States of America and an America First policy. That's the way I thought about it when I was the NASA administrator. On the information power side of things, one of my big things that I had, one of my first eye-opening experiences at NASA, when we landed InSight on Mars. This was a lander that was going to land on Mars and help us understand Mars quakes. Like, how is it organized inside? Well, when we landed InSight on Mars, it was on the cover of every newspaper worldwide. That's amazing information power, including one newspaper was the hardline newspaper of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran. Now, I'm not saying we want to win their press, but at the end of the day, it was a story about how we landed on Mars.
But their Sunday comics are excellent.
But it was a story about how we landed on Mars, and it was a story about how we did it, when we did it, what we were doing, and it had a list at the end. The last was all of our international partners that participated with us in that. This is a newspaper in Iran where they don't get good information about the United States of America, but when we land on Mars, it changes things. It changes the perception of young people towards this country that we love.
That's right.
And I think that's an important power, information.
That's right.
Of course, everybody likes to talk, Apollo 11 when we landed on the moon and the whole world watched. I mean, that's information power that we reference even today. If we can land on the moon, why can't we do these things? That kind of thing. On the military side, NASA is not strong. We don't play military. We don't report to the Secretary of Defense. But a lot of our technologies and capabilities, in fact, have dual use capability. One thing that concerns me greatly right now is the devastating consequences happening to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory out in California, JPL. They're the ones that build all the Mars landers. They're the ones that have landed on Mars 9 times in history. But a lot of that technology, make no mistake, has military application. And
this is right.
And we're
I like this.
We're at risk of losing a lot of that. So I think that's important to note as well. Finally, That's the military side of things, but it's really not where NASA plays. NASA plays in exploration, science, discovery. The E, and this goes back to the opening statements, the E is economic power. When it comes to pharmaceuticals, regenerative medicines, advanced materials, article came out, China is using their space station to create new advanced materials for hypersonics, materials that my understanding is we don't have right now, although maybe somebody knows something I don't know. At the end of the day, we have to use microgravity, where we know atoms and molecules organize differently. We have to use it to our advantage, and advanced materials, China is doing that. And we're not doing it the way we should, and we're at risk of losing it. So all of those elements, I think, are important. When we think about the great power competition with China, we need to think about NASA being used for diplomatic power, information power, military power, and economic power.
Thank you. Gateway will be America's.
I was right. Yeah, I agree with everything he said there. That's NASA's soft power projection. Whether you want to admit it or not, it's soft power projection for the United States. Absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's not why I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan because I like that whole space flight thing and, you know, that whole exploring the, you know, the final frontier, that whole thing. No, that wasn't a Star Trek reference. I mean, it kind of was, but I'm not stooping to their level. Rocket Guy, you talked a second ago. You said something quite interesting. Starship does complicate a lot of things for the architecture, but Blue Origin is the next alternative, and they don't have any funding to be expedient anyway. So, see, that's Rocket Guy. That's why I didn't like what Jim said. That's why I didn't like it. Now think about this for a second. Starship is that's the most expedient way that we have. Okay? And unless somebody wants to come around doing a 3-stage hypergolic lander, you know, or uprating Orion's service module to get to low lunar and then doing a 2-stage like Apollo, right? That is the quickest way to the moon. To say that it isn't is not, that's being very disingenuous. It's very disingenuous. Well, Starship is over-engineered for task, abso-freaking-lutely. That is still the most expedient way. Is it not? Blue Moon is great. That's a good architecture as well. Also requires fueling. Also a complicated architecture. That's not happening anytime soon. I don't know, Geeson. I don't know. It's just very interesting. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's why that's why I didn't like what he said. You want to find a more expedient architecture? Good. Propose one. Propose one. Saying that Starship is the bottleneck in Artemis's architecture for beating China back to the moon is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And once again, guys, I've always said that NASA needs their own space program. They shouldn't be relying on a commercial entity. They shouldn't have a commercial entity in their mainline logistics to the moon. NASA should be able to send people to the moon on their own rocket. And then, if they need to, they could send people on SpaceX as well. That's driving your commercial economic space program and driving your national security space program at the same time. You're doing that dime stuff that Jim says, but you're also utilizing commercial as a soft power projection on top of your soft power projection of getting people back to the moon. You have to do both of these things. If you don't do both of these things, you're not going anywhere. Case in point, the last 15 years. Where have we gone? Another proposal Seacracken is going to add to that can of worms unless some drastic funding changes and architectural shifts happen at NASA. Yeah, Starship is the quickest way to the moon. That's a very weird thing to say. He's not hitting on Musk or SpaceX, he's just frustrated. Strickler, if that's where he's coming from, I suppose I understand. And that is kind of a little sus that it is kind of a little sus that Starship got down selected with no NASA administrator. I would really like to know who made that decision, right? But also at the same time, even if they didn't down select Starship, even if they had gone with the national team, there is no way in hell we would even be close to landing. No way. The national team's lander was even more complicated. And it required assembling a lander in rectilinear halo orbit. If I have to choose between my complicated architectures of building a lander in rectilinear halo orbit around the moon, or refueling a Starship a bunch of times and then sending it out to the moon, I'm taking the refueling, because at least, you're close to Earth, and if something goes wrong, it's really easy to fix. What happens if you send all that lunar architecture out there, you go to join the lander together, it doesn't join together correctly? What happens if, the vehicle that's launching the descent stage has a problem? What if there's a logistics problem? There's no way that the national team would be any further along than SpaceX would be, even though that their lander is up to task. Did you see the Artemis 4 engine section arrived at the VAB already? Yes. What does down selecting Starship mean? Selecting it as the lander that NASA's going to use for their lunar program. But if someone drops the tank and then stirs it, that's what I mean, Tessa. That's what I mean. You're relying on thousands of different contractors, 3 different stages made by 3 different defense contractors, launched on 3 different rockets, assembling a lander in space. Well, and that's what I mean. I kind of agree with Jim in that statement. He's not wrong that we don't have the most expedient architecture around, but also, unless the most expedient architecture that we could have had was somebody proposing basically rebuilding the Saturn V 15 years ago and us doing it, not whatever we have now. Artemis was made for sustainability, not for a space race.
Eye in the sky in cislunar space, extending our lunar surface program by enabling longer missions, heavy equipment delivery, and protection of U.S.
Geek, what did you say? What I don't understand is, if SLS and Starship are the 2 largest rockets ever built, how the heck did we not build another LEM and send it? Geek, I'll tell you what right now, if Starship achieves that 100-ton payload capacity to low Earth orbit, if SpaceX figures out mitigations for boil-off, a Starship could just put a LEM in its payload bay and send it to the moon, and there you go. Think about it. The LEM needs to be deployed in low lunar, okay? It weighs 16 tons. So say we make a Starship with crew capacity of, a Starship that has a crew tank that has 4 Kerbals in it. 4 Kerbals, nice. That has 4 people in it, right? And then a little payload bay behind it for the LEM. You could fit 2 LEMs in Starship's payload bay for what it's worth, right? Starship has 100 tons to LEO payload capacity. You could just remake the Apollo LEM, put it in the payload bay, and put like a Dragon capsule in the payload bay and just send that all out to the moon. And then land with the LEM and then to take the Dragon home. Easily. Oh, easily. Starship would almost have, it provided boil-off mitigation work, Starship would have enough delta V to recircularize from, go to the moon, go to low lunar, then come back and recirc around Leo. It could do it. As long as you discarded your ascent stage, like what they did during Apollo. So why are we pissing around with all this gateway nonsense? That is what I'm getting at. You want an expedient architecture, and this is where I agree with Jim. You want an expedient architecture, Artemis is not that. It's not that at all. Now, I don't mind proposing a more expedient architecture, but it should work with Artemis, right? Okay? You shouldn't... I like the idea of Gateway. Once again, I think the best time to launch Gateway was 3 years ago. Artemis's architecture needs to be refactored, and that is exactly where I agree with what the guy that just kept plugging his company, what he said, what the general just said, and what Jim said. That's right. That's correct. If you want to race, Artemis isn't the thing to do it with. But the thing is, it's 2025. China's projected to get back to the moon potentially in 2030. I think 2030 is a very reasonable thing because they will have setbacks. Their lunar program ain't invincible. They're going to have setbacks just like we did, just like everybody else does, because space flight works like that. Right? That gives you 4 years. 4 years to get somebody back to the moon. Well, 5 if you want to be very technical, pretty much through 2025, right? 2025 is basically a write-off. So you got 4 years to do it. That is enough to build out a good, like a hypergolic lander, for instance. Rebuilding the LEM. That's enough time to do that. Sure. But that means you have a 2-stage hypergolic lander that SLS and Orion use, somehow to get down to the lunar surface, right? And that should be on the table by 2029, 2030 if you give it the crash course funds that it needs. Starship's going to be pretty much ready to go in 2028. And that right there. Even if SpaceX has setback after setback, dude, you cannot stop what's coming. Look at this damn thing. You're not stopping that. I've been down there, dude. I've seen Starbase. I've seen the hardware. You're not stopping that train. No way. That train has no brakes. And you'd be an idiot to think that oh no, they're not going to do it. SpaceX will have Starship human rated by 2028. Mark my words. Oh, it'll absolutely be a thing. That's still 2 years before China. Nothing can stop what's coming. I've seen that damn factory. It's gigantic. They are not screwing around. This thing will do it. Consider your words, Mark. Thank you. That's assuming 2030 is the actual timeline. You reckon it ain't doing too hot this decade. I've said 2028 for Starship human rating for a long time, Sea Kraken. No, not mock my words. Mac my words. So once again, I'll propose that question one more time. What is the most expedient way? And that's the part where I kind of disagree with Jim. Starship at this point is the quickest way, unless you drastically double NASA's budget and have a crash course lunar program with hardcore deadlines and scheduling, basically using all the off-the-shelf hypergolic stuff that we can think of to somehow cobble together a LEM in 2 years. Starship's the fastest way. There's no other. What are you going to use? Blue Moon? And that's not to say that Blue Moon's architecture isn't good. I do think it is. But Blue's having trouble ramping up New Glenn. We know because they said they wanted to launch 6 times this year and they've launched once. 8 months ago. I'm not disparaging New Glenn. They'll get it eventually, just like SpaceX will. But remember, the context of this conversation is what's the most expedient way. Starship's the most expedient way. Anybody that doesn't admit that at this point is being very disingenuous. Human rated for launch in EDL or for in-space operations? In-space operations, it could be even earlier, Deadbringer. Blue Moon is designed to be used by Artemis 5 and 6. They are scaling to that, not early. All this is assuming Beijing doesn't throw more on the bonfire and accelerates the program at the expense of safety. I think, Tessa, if you really want my honest opinion, I think 2030 is doing just that. I think 2030 is throwing more on the bonfire and accelerating your program at the risk of safety. I really do. I really think that's where that 2030 deadline is being derived from. Dude, they've tested one stage on Long March 10. No integrated stack testing, no nothing. We've seen them test out their lander. That's all fine and dandy. Long March 10 even seems to be EOR architecture. It seems to be Earth Orbit Rendezvous. EOR is very complicated. It's very complicated. It's not very expedient. Joseph Shea, the guy that came up with the architecture for the Apollo program, weighed this design. And building a super heavy, he touted building a super heavy launch vehicle as basically being the quicker solution. He did this in 1964. There was a very big decision. Do you use a bunch of Saturn 1Bs to assemble a CSM, a LEM, and an upper stage in low Earth orbit to get to the moon, or do you send it all in one shot? The Apollo engineers figured out that, now we're getting into trade-offs. EOR is way more complicated, but way easier in the long run because you don't need to engineer Saturn V, but it's going to take longer. The Apollo engineers weren't sure, even with a blank check from Uncle Sam, that EOR would get you there by 1970. That's why they did the Saturn V instead. I think we realistically need to see a low Earth orbit HLS launch in 26 if we have any real chance. I mean, Steve, did you see that picture from inside Starbase the other day? There was like 15, there was like 8 or 9 nose cones lined up on the Starship assembly line. How do we know one of those is an HLS? How do you know? We've seen HLS parts show up, like chairs and stuff, show up at Starbase. We've seen Raptor 3s show up at Starbase, dude. EJ, why is nobody talking about the Orion heat shield issues? That's a whole nother can of worms. If you really want to be technical, it's a whole nother freaking can of worms that I personally think at this point Orion is a death trap, and I think doing that skip trajectory is ridiculous. You should just do what Apollo did because you know that works. But we can't do that because we wanted a blocked heat shield, which is easier to manufacture. We wanted an Avcoat blocked heat shield because it's easier to manufacture. But Avcoat blocked heat shields have never been used in a skip maneuver. They've only been used for direct entry, descent, and landing, like on a Mars rover or something. The reason why the Apollo CSM heat shield had a honeycomb architecture was to basically get around this problem of doing a skip trajectory. So you don't get heat shield delamination from pressure being built up and seeping through the cracks of the blocks. No, just calm it down, buddy. Just calm it down. Calm it down. Calm it down. Let's chill. Let's listen. Chill out, dudes.
Assets, while paving the way for advanced infrastructure like Interim Administrator Duffy's goal of a lunar nuclear reactor by 2030. Meanwhile, China has made it clear that it intends to build its own cislunar station as a platform to dominate the moon and to pursue critical resources such as helium-3. Mr. Gold, in your judgment, why is it critical that the United States lead with Gateway and cislunar before China builds its own cislunar station and uses it to control the moon?
Thank you, Senator. When I was at NASA, I got a briefing on our ability, or should I say inability, to monitor Chinese activities in cislunar space. I didn't sleep for a week. You hear democracy dies in darkness. Our freedom could die in the depths of space if we are not able to monitor and understand what's happening with space situational awareness around the moon. And relative to nuclear on the moon, you mentioned helium-3, it's not just about the moon, it's about Earth. The countries and companies that control the moon will control the Earth. It's just a matter of time. Rare earth elements, helium-3. We need to be able to extract these resources. We need to be able to learn to live off the land. I'm a native of the great state of Montana. Did a lot of camping and fishing back in the day. I can't imagine going on those camping trips if I had to bring all of my air, all of my water, all of my food, all of my oxygen. You can't have a sustainable, robust presence or support economic activities if you can't live off the land. And we can't do that without nuclear. And I cannot praise Secretary Duffy enough for acknowledging that this isn't about just going back to the moon. This is about going back to the moon, harnessing its resources for the Earth, and establishing infrastructure and a permanent presence. The Secretary gets that, and I applaud him for moving forward with nuclear. And by the way, breaking news, our friend Amit is now the Associate Administrator of NASA. And again, I very much appreciate Secretary Duffy's decisive action, his decisive leadership in elevating the head of the Moon Mars program to associate administrator, the highest civil servant post at NASA. That sends an important message, not just to NASA, but to our international partners and even to China, that we're back. We are reigniting the torch of Artemis, and we're going to go forward to the moon. I can tell you the NASA civil servants needed to hear that. And again, I'm very grateful to Secretary Duffy for making that point. At Redwire, we're developing a system called Mason that's going to use microwaves to sinter regolith, to create landing pads, berms, roads. We need to be able to build that infrastructure. But more than anything, we need to be able to rebuild our credibility here on Earth. When I was negotiating the gateway agreements with the European Space Agency, and thank you for that privilege, Jim, they learned one thing about popular culture, maybe from the comics and the Tehran Times there, Lucy and the football. They told me, Lucy and the football, why should we sign up with you? Trump administration will be gone in a year and a half. We would look foolish for making that investment. And I told them, you know what, you're right. Don't listen to me. They're justifiably skeptical. NASA has failed to sustain a beyond LEO human spaceflight program since Apollo. Failure hasn't just been an option, it's been a certainty.
Yes. Yes. I agree. Yes. No, that was right. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Now that guy making sense. And he's not reading his speech either. He's not reading his speech. That's off the cuff. That's right. That.
So how did I convince the Europeans? Senator Cantwell, I had your help. And I told them, don't listen to me. Listen to Senator Cantwell. Listen to Senator Nelson. Listen to the bipartisan coalition that Jim Bridenstine created. Because if we lose, then they will carry forward. And if we cannot show that we can be a good partner, that we can be a reliable partner, all the benefits that we talked about, diplomatically, economically, will go to others. We're talking a lot about Star Trek. The reason I love Star Trek, not just the adventure, not just the stories, but because it said we're not going to have just better technology, but a better future in space. We launch not just our astronauts and hardware, we launch our values. And if we can't move forward with Gateway, if we can't move forward with Artemis, we will lose that future to the Chinese.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gold. I was unfamiliar with your game. All right. Okay. All right, man. Begrudgingly agreeing, except for that part about Gateway. Yeah, I think Gateway's a waste of time. I think it was a waste of time. Good. Talking about all the surface technology on the moon, and then let's do all the surface technology, but let's not go there. Let's go to Gateway.
Well, thank you. But
no, that was good. That's right. That's correct. It's once again, it goes back to what Jim said about soft power projection. You're launching your values. Planting the U.S. flag on the moon wasn't just saying, haha, we won the space race. It was a win for individual freedoms. That's very important. I don't think I need to talk about the geopolitical implications of that, but yeah, that was really good for that whole freedom thing. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yes, exactly, Tessa. I like his gumption, but I dislike, the argue, oh, well, my company's doing this. Yeah, I didn't like that part. But also, that part was right, because that wasn't rehearsed. He said that off the cuff, and he's correct. That's right. It's just sad that to do science, we have to have an enemy. Bizak, that's been my argument for the better part of a decade. Why? If we had just taken our space program seriously and treated it like the national priority that it needs to be, like the soft power projection, that whole dime thing that Jim was talking about, we wouldn't even be in this situation. We would be enjoying a gigantic lunar base at this point in time. But we're not. Which is, once again, I think that's what Jim was getting at. And I get it. I just really didn't like that he dunked on Starship to do it, but whatever. That guy's cool. We like him. He's all right.
Both for your testimony. I will say I was disappointed with both of you that you guys left Matt Damon on the surface of Mars. But other than that, you both did an excellent job.
Stop referencing pop culture things. Stop it. This is a Senate testimonial meeting. Stop it. Stop doing that. I don't even mind you. I don't even hate that guy. Stop doing it. Stop it. Stop. Take this seriously, please, for the love of Christ.
Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all.
Take it from somebody that makes pop culture references all the freaking time. Take it seriously. You're in a Senate congressional meeting. What the hell?
For illuminating this issue of why we need a grand strategy. I think it's a good terminology that equates to the notion that the time is here to think bigger about the implementation of all the things. It reminds me, sitting here, how a colleague once said to me, you know, your state should be called Jefferson. I said, my state should be called Jefferson? He said, yes. It was President Jefferson who basically made the big decision to send Lewis and Clark at a critical moment in our country's history to go all the way across the United States to try to find if there was a faster path and lay claim to the Pacific Northwest, because other people were already there, obviously by ship. And the President, Jefferson, saw the importance of America's expansion all the way to the Pacific coast. So anyway, we're so proud we're called Washington, but it brings up this point about the predicate of getting there first. And I don't know if this is you, Mr. Gold, or Lieutenant General Shaw, but there are areas, particularly the south pole of the moon, that are critically and strategically important. And getting there in a timely fashion to claim those resources or claim that space seems to be just as critical as Jefferson's decision to get us all the way out to the Pacific. I don't know if one of you want to comment on that.
Okay, that's
Senator,
fair.
I would say even more critical than Jefferson's decision, because this doesn't affect the country, this affects the whole world. And you're exactly right. The moon is a large place, but the number of locations that have the combination of water ice, sunlight, and other aspects that we need are actually relatively limited. And we could lose those to the Chinese if we don't move quickly. Additionally, the countries that get there first will write the rules of the road for what we can do on the moon, how we act. We've had tremendous success with the Artemis Accords. 56 countries have signed. The Chinese only have 13 for their International Lunar Space Research Station program. But if we're not first, trust me, those numbers will change. And the fear, China will eventually outspend us in space. It's inevitable. We must out-entrepreneur them. And that's why I'm so grateful for one of your constituents, Blue Origin, for example. And for some reason, this doesn't get, I think, enough play. They have spent billions of their own money to support the HLS system. They're going to launch a Mark I spacecraft to the moon, paid for all on their own dime. So
I'm assuming everybody's for the redundancy of the lunar system, the lander system. Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
we're grateful for your leadership to make that happen.
which we desperately need, because you have to have two. You need
Well, what is SpaceX spending? Friggin' monopoly money? Oh, no. What they must be using pesos or something.
that for efficiency, you need that for competition, you need that for safety. But again, if we don't get out there and get there first, we'll lose real estate, we'll lose the rules of the road, and we'll lose the international partnerships and the economic benefits. And helium-3, that could be a new clean power revolution that we're going to let the Chinese Communist Party have. Let's step up.
We do have some companies already working on this in the Northwest, so
Absolutely.
we're very proud of that. So Lieutenant General Shaw, so this notion, I get up this morning and see all the headlines from China, and everybody's there together, including Prime Minister Modi and Kim Jong-un, although we don't have all the photos of this. And you can see that somebody could really start focusing on new alliances. What is it about the grand strategy that is so critical for us to implement from a military perspective? How can you describe it in the context of losing this first mover advantage that would be so critical to the alliances and partnerships that would help us?
Senator, I think, as some of the other panelists have said, this Earth-Moon system, these opportunities on the moon, are not just for exploration alone. In any more that the Lewis and Clark expeditions were just to, I wonder what's out there. No, they were about to understand the environment, to scope it for economic growth, and of course there were security issues along the way. I'd point out that Clark was a lieutenant in the U.S. Army and representing but they're to provide security and understanding of what our borders and frontiers were. And so we need to approach the moon the same way, that it's all of these pieces, all of the dime that Honorable Bridenstine mentioned. So one of these examples that we've talked about of where I don't think where we could do this better as a nation would be cislunar domain awareness. There are going to be needs for that.
Was that a fighter jet that just flew past the Senate? Wait a minute, what was that noise?
That Honorable Bridenstine mentioned. So one of these examples that we've talked about of where I don't think where we could do this better as a nation would be cislunar domain awareness. There are going to be needs for that, just for human presence in and around the moon to understand that domain. What debris might be in lunar orbit. It's a different kind of regime than low Earth orbit that we're used to, but there are the possibility that will be things in orbit. We'll understand what's there. We'll want to understand what possible mischief could be going on. It's easy to hide things way, way out there. We'll want to understand that. So not only protecting humans in human exploration, but there is a national security need to understand that environment as part of the full Earth-Moon system. And to my knowledge right now, the Department of Defense isn't really focusing that much on that. If there's a national need to do it, why not have the Department of Defense perhaps be part of that solution and develop the capabilities it's going to ultimately need anyway?
Oh, yeah, like you developed those capabilities for that space shuttle. Yeah, the Department of Defense did a really good job with that program. You know. Hey, what happened to Gemini MOL? They did a really good job with that as well. Oh wait, they canceled it. Yeah, they did a great job with that. They did real good, forcing NASA to build something that moves spy satellites into space, and then, when the going got tough, promptly abandoning it. Yeah, they did. They did a real good job with that.
So that's this idea of where we probably could do things in a much more coordinated and synergistic fashion than we're currently doing.
Well, I'm definitely very concerned about our communication security writ large, and I do think more of defense is moving into space and satellite effects of communication. And then I worry that if somebody is going to be on that frontier of the latest of technology,
EOD, try not to mess up NASA challenge. Impossible.
Environment, that has to be us, and we have to understand what the ramifications are of that system. Is that not correct?
That is absolutely correct. And again, I'd like to point out that China sent 7 payloads to the moon last year. 6 of them were communications focused. They weren't scientific experiments. They were communications focused, the building blocks of a communications architecture. So they're already demonstrating the fact they are trying to build that infrastructure that I talked about before.
And do you have any idea of what that infrastructure could do that would be a military concern?
The term dual use has already been brought up by the panel. Any capability that could be used for scientific or exploration or even economic purposes invariably is going to have some sort of national security use to it of some kind. As an example, in this particular case, if there are Chinese national security payloads operating in the broader Earth-Moon system, they could leverage that communication architecture network to have continuous communications with those platforms rather than relying on strictly terrestrial relays.
Oh, well, big advantage there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cantwell, thank you.
What? No, it's not. What? Am I stupid? How is a satellite in cislunar space going to enhance your communications ability? The moon isn't always over your damn country. What is geostationary just chopped liver? What are you talking about? What? No, it's not. It's the opposite of that. Am I stupid? Did I hear that? No, I gotta rewind. Hold on a second. I gotta rewind. Wait a minute.
As an example, in this particular case, if there are Chinese national security payloads operating in the broader Earth-Moon system, they could leverage that communication architecture network to have continuous communications with those platforms rather than relying on strictly terrestrial relays.
Am I missing the context of this conversation? How is a satellite further away from your country going to enhance your communications? What? What? That? Harder to hit, maybe? Geo, I mean, Aqualux, did you know that it takes more delta V to get to geostationary orbit than it does to get to the moon? Did you know that? Distance means dick in spaceflight. That means nothing. It's speed. That's the key. Like, what? For the dark side of the moon? What is the far side of the moon? How is communicating from the far side of the moon going to enhance your communications ability for Earth? How is that possible? There's a moon in the way. Am I stupid? Like, I know it's been a while since I've like gone out in space in KSP, but am I dumb? I must have been misunderstanding that. There's no way that doesn't make any sense. And Danny, nice. Nice. He was one track about dual use, so perhaps that. I don't know.
Oh, well, big advantage there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cantwell, thank you. Senator Fisher.
So, how I'm just concerned because I might be missing context here. So, if the idea is having a better satellite network around the moon will enhance your communications capabilities for being on the moon, well, yeah. But they're talking about that it could also enhance your capabilities on Earth. No, it won't. That's demonstrably false. Yes, but you don't get lunar stationary orbits. If you're putting geo-esque relay sats up for the moon, you're going to be using Lagrangian points. Okay. Meaning he was just talking about dual-use tech, so anything we use for comms around the moon could innovate comms for terrestrial use. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, Rocket Guy, I get it. Yes, he's right. Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. I knew I was missing something. Like, that makes no sense. He's saying that, if you work to develop a robust communications array on the moon, you might learn something about building a better communications network. Got it. That makes way more sense. That's cool. All right. No, Shaw's good. John Shaw's good. That guy's all right. He knows what he's talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was me not understanding. When I say I don't understand, I mean it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to say it in some kind of rhetorical way, meaning I don't understand, you're an idiot. Only sometimes.
Thank you, General, for your comments about defense. I chair the subcommittee on strategic forces on armed services, and we've had numerous discussions on that since we have jurisdiction over.
No, Butter, this is great. I'm having fun, despite me being a little pissed off. I'm having a good time. This is cool. This is a very interesting conversation. So far, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I'll be completely real. The only thing that's really pissed me off is Jim just dunking on Starship. Otherwise, and then the Star Trek references are a little much. And I like Star Trek, too, for what it's worth. It's everything these guys are saying are right. But once again, it goes down to what I said at the beginning of this. Like, okay, what are you going to do to fix it? What are you going to do to fix it, Congress? Just sit there? Illinois Congress. I hate Illinois Congress. See, that popped off. That was funny. All right. I didn't say that I'm like the streaming equivalent of Dr. Spock. That's ridiculous.
Go at throttle up.
Never really into Star Trek. Big Star Wars fan, even though it can be really crap. Fox, Ted Cruz, everybody's saying that Ted Cruz is like the equivalent of Han Solo, which is just, he's like the Senate equivalent of Han Solo. Like, no, stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just, no. They said he's, oh, you're the Captain Kirk of the Senate. No. 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 Stop. Stop that. Stop doing that.
Space as a warfighting domain.
Stop
so I
doing that.
appreciated your comments.
Stop doing that, please.
You guys are really good storytellers. I have a short amount of time here, so I'd like specific answers. I need to leave for another hearing, and there's some things I'd like to get through.
Oh, yeah, you know, what could be more important than, you know, fighting over the final frontier for influence? Now, I'm sure whatever she's doing is, I'm sure that's more important.
So, Mr. Gold, I'm not picking on you first, but Mr. Gold, should China be the first to establish a permanent presence on the moon, there would be serious consequences for Americans. You've spoken to that in the past, as had the administrator. I want to hear some specific examples from you on how the lives of Americans would be impacted should China establish control of the moon's resources, so Americans can reach out and touch what would really happen to their lives.
Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question. Sure.
The potential wealth of the moon is extraordinary and candidly even unknown.
You're telling me a story.
Well, let me put it this way. China lands on the moon. The next day, we see tremendous benefits to China geopolitically, where our allies turn to them not only for space exploration, but for national security agreements, for trade agreements. The meeting that's occurring now between China, India, and Russia that you're seeing today, if China lands on the moon first, that will deepen and strengthen those economic ties. China is very good at leveraging space to drive the dime assets that Jim Bridenstine and the General are talking about. If they get there first, we will see a global realignment that will impact our economy, our tax base, our ability to innovate, and our national security in terms of diplomacy and geopolitics.
Yep.
That will affect security and many other aspects of our daily lives.
Thank you very much.
No, that's right. That's right. A quick way of saying it screws our soft power projection completely. And it lowers our influence on the geopolitical stage. That's right. That's right. I mean, regardless of how you look at, you know, fighting, you know, a soft power war, you know, space race against China, it's right. That's correct.
Much. Administrator, while at NASA, you helped lead the Artemis Accords and establish that framework for the principles to guide civil space exploration. China has their own framework, the internal lunar research station that's there. Can you, first of all, speak to the importance of the accords and then speak to the risk?
Yeah, that's a good point, too.
That we would see with those principles if they start to erode, the risk we have there for future deep space exploration, since China then would establish that permanent presence on the moon?
Excellent question. A couple of things that I think are important to note. You know, when we established the Artemis Accords,
this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, no rap to give to sub to Toothless. Basically, she was asking what losing our soft power means to the average Joe. I mean, our ability to negotiate trade deals, like what it's like what Gold said. That guy's cool. I like him. I didn't like him plugging his company on the Senate floor, but other than that, that's pretty cool. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna back it up a little bit and go through that question again. Yeah, Joe, it's good to see Jim. Jim has been spot on. He understands the space program really frigging well. I just really didn't appreciate him dumping on Starship. That kind of pissed me off. Like, that's the only thing from this whole meeting where I've been like, dude, It's the only thing I really kind of disagreed with. Everything else is right, but it goes back to what I was saying. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Anybody can sit there and point out a problem.
Principles, if they start to erode, the risk we have there for future deep space exploration, since China then would establish that permanent presence on the moon?
Excellent question. A couple of things that I think are important to note. When we established the Artemis Accords, it was because, and this is important, so important. We went to an event where there was a lot of international players in the space domain, and we said, hey, we're thinking about creating a moon program. In fact, we are going to create a moon program. If you'd like to participate, come to a meeting. We had like 26 countries show up, and they were so enthusiastic about being part of the moon program. It was overwhelming. And so when that was over, I came back and I called Mike Gold and I said, look, we need to figure out a way to use this as a compelling way to get people to behave properly in space, because in many ways they don't. And so I actually got Mike Gold to come to NASA to run this effort called what he termed the Artemis Accords. And at the end of the day, what we have to have is rules. So if we're going to go extract resources from the moon, there have to be rules around that. And those rules, I think, are established in law and precedent when you think about international waters. Just because you extract tuna from the ocean doesn't mean you own the ocean, but you get to own the tuna. And if you extract energy from the ocean, you don't own the ocean, but you own the energy. Those same principles should apply to the moon. If you extract platinum group metals, or what we call rare earth metals, or in this case, rare lunar metals, if you extract that from the moon and you apply your sweat and your equity and your effort to get those resources, you don't own the moon. The Outer Space Treaty says you can't appropriate the moon for national sovereignty. However, you can own the resources that you extract from the moon, and I think that's an important principle that we as Americans need to be leading the world on, and that's what the Artemis Accords were all about. And that's why I got Mike Gold to come lead that effort.
Great. Thank you. Also, Administrator, when we look at trying to remain competitive.
Another good point from Jim. Yeah, pretty good. Hinting at China in the South China Sea. Yeah, Joe. That's okay. Dude, what a misstep. What a misstep not freaking, man. Like, I know the implications of this, but man, he would have, if he could have just been a NASA administrator through to 2024, man, oh God. Not keeping him on board was a really stupid thing to do. But I don't know if that was, he may have stepped down, like. My question is, why are these three guys in this hearing? Why isn't Elon there? Why isn't Tori and Dave Limp there? Tori Bruno isn't there because Jim Bridenstine is there on his behalf. Jim is the chief lobbyist for ULA. Or government operations. He's the chair of the government operations arm of ULA. Yeah. He's saying that if you arrive late, you lose access to resources. Strickler, I agree with him. But once again, I see eye to eye with Jim on like 95% of things. He was an excellent NASA administrator. The best we've had in a long time. Yeah, it would have been nice for him to stay around, but yeah, we got Bill Nelson, and yeah, that ended great.
Competitive with China in deep space, there's going to be an increased demand for commercial launches. Do you assess that demand will outstrip existing launch capacity, and if so?
Hang on, I got to listen to the question again.
Also, Administrator, when we look at trying to remain competitive with China in deep space, there's going to be an increased demand for commercial launches. Do you assess that demand will outstrip existing launch capacity? And if so, what can be done in order to expand that capacity?
I swear, if you say if you say Starship is going to end up taking all the time on the range at the Cape, I'm going to be a little pissed. I'm going to be a little pissed. I swear to God, if you say that, Jim, don't do it.
Discovery.
Don't do it. Don't say it.
Capacity that we currently have.
Oh my gosh, that's that's an important question and very challenging. The answer is yes, we're already over capacity. Our launch facilities are basically stretching and twisting and doing everything they can to put more launch capability into the same amount of space. A couple of things I think is important to note. I want to be clear, the architecture for the Artemis program is strained, to say the least. I would also say that we need, in many cases, we need Starship to be successful for a whole host of capabilities. It's also true that if they do what they're setting out to do, there's going to be over 100 launches from Cape Canaveral and
Mother! Jim!
Kennedy Space Center per year from Starship. And in each one of those launches, that also means there's going to be testing, there's going to be landing, there's going to be a lot of different things happening. Each time that's going to end up shutting down those facilities. And it puts us in a position where we could end up with basically one launch provider if we don't figure out how to solve this problem. I do believe that over time, there's going to be other opportunities to launch from different locations. We're not there right now. When I'm talking about inland launch, from Oklahoma, we have a spaceport. Right now, we'd have to drop something on Kansas, and I know Senator Moran doesn't want us dropping anything on Kansas. So
use the stage then. If the stage boosts back and lands, you don't have to worry about that problem, pal.
we don't want to do that. But I do think it's important that we try to find alternative solutions for launch, initially on the coasts, but eventually we're going to have to come to inland launch at some point.
When you look at overall launch capacity and the impact that these heavy launch vehicles have on the existing infrastructure, I think, yes, we do have to be able to look beyond.
Yeah, Aqualex, that's really what I'm getting at. That's really what I'm getting at. Jim's trying to say what he thinks, but he's also, we want SpaceX to succeed, but if they succeed, they're going to be launching all the time, and that's bad for us. Did you actually just make that argument? You guys ever seen the beginning of Hot Fuzz? Well, if we let you, Nicholas Angel, if we let you just traipse around London, you'll continue to be exceptional, and we can't have that, so you're getting a promotion. We're making you sergeant in Stanford, Gloucestershire. Bruh. Now, don't get me wrong. You want to make more spaceports? That's fine. Let's make more spaceports. Let's make more spaceports. If you want to make that argument, that's fine. Make more spaceports. Currently, the company that you say could potentially be the bottleneck is the only company that's even bothered to try and build another spaceport in Texas. Hi, Jensen. How are you? 98-month sub. I interpreted it differently. He's not saying Starship is a problem. He's saying the lack of spaceports is a problem. Dude, what do you mean, lack of spaceports, chimp? That's... If you need a bigger airport, you don't necessarily build more runways. You build a bigger terminal. Right? Right? You might need to build more runways, but building a bigger terminal is your solution there once you can't expand anymore for more runways, right? Because the runway is not necessarily your bottleneck, okay? It's not necessarily a bottleneck, okay? What your bottleneck is your ability to process and launch payloads there. That doesn't constitute another freaking airport, okay? That doesn't constitute that. I understand what he's saying, but to even imply that the Cape is like, oh, that's not good enough. That's too small. We need, like, I understand you need more spaceports, right? The Cape is too small. Like, dude, That's not a spaceport problem. The Cape is gigantic. Anybody that's been there knows if you want to drive from Kennedy Space Center to Port Canaveral, that takes a good amount of time. That's a long way away. That is not necessarily a more spaceports problem. And also inland spaceports, dude. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but also, if we're going to get to the point where we're going to have inland spaceports, i.e. rockets are safe enough to be launched on the frequency of airplanes, that means the Cape's capacity would theoretically increase tenfold. That makes no sense. The analog there, you're saying allow other providers to use SpaceX pads. No, not at all. Not at all. Even right now, there's still plenty of abandoned launch pads at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. There's still plenty. Dude, even if all the pads, so let's say Relativity with LC-16 with Terranar, LC-14 with Stoke Aerospace, LC-36 with Blue Origin, Complex 40 with Falcon 9 in SpaceX, Complex 41 with Vulcan and Atlas V, Complex 39 with Falcon 9, even Complex 39A with Falcon 9 and Starship, even Complex 39B, like even if all of these were launching on the frequency of Falcon 9, you telling me you wouldn't be able to handle this? What, would the range not be able to handle this? That's not the problem. That's not the problem at all. The solution here isn't to build more pads. The solution here is to upgrade your range. Like, what? What are you talking about? It's hilarious to me. And once again, it's hilarious to me that he cited SpaceX. Why would you cite SpaceX? The only other company that has even bothered to attempt to operate a commercial spaceport ever. As, why do that? Why would you do that? That's what I mean, dude. I knew he was going to do it. I knew it. I knew he was going to do it. I haven't watched this before. I knew he was going to do that. Come on. Yeah, are you kidding me? The Cape is huge. The Cape is like having Denver International Airport as your airport and saying, well, we should bring back Denver Stapleton because, this airport might not be, we might not be able to handle all the planes in the future. It's like, what? You want to do what? The Cape is gigantic. It's huge. You could build like 10 more pads there and not even like encroach on the wildlife refuge even a little bit. That's the thing. The Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station are like the Denver International Airport of spaceports. It's a gigantic freaking complex. That's not good enough. That isn't a land or a spaceport problem. That's an air traffic control problem. That's a range problem. With that being said, that'd be cool to have a spaceport in every city that launches stuff into space. With that being said, I'm not going to say no to more spaceports. Also, I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do it. Yeah, I'm onto you. I'm onto you in your games. Not to mention a bunch of those pads are just sitting there. That's what I mean, Tennyson. Even if every single pad was occupied, or even if every pad that was occupied right now was launching on the frequency of Falcon 9, we would still have pads left over. That's a range problem. All right, that's a range problem. That ain't a spaceport problem.
Where we are now. And Space Force determines the launch pad allocations. So we have a tie-in there between these committees, each within their own jurisdiction, specific jurisdiction over different parts of what we're discussing here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me back that up.
Permanent infrastructure. I think, yes, we do have to be able to look beyond where we are now. And Space Force determines the launch pad allocations. So we have a tie-in there between these committees, each within their own jurisdiction, specific jurisdiction over different parts of what we're discussing here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you all for coming on out here. Mr. Bridenstine, I'd love to just start with you. There's been a lot of conversation about the different national security implications, and I agree with that. As someone who worked in national security my whole career, it's important that we keep our foot on the gas.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, pads have been sitting, Jed Bringer, you're saying pads have been sitting around for a long time. But a point they have is whenever Starship Super Heavy launched, they shut down all the facility for half of a day. Just look at all the road closures for Boca. You need your range and pads to be laid out in such a way that a single company does not block them from operating their operations around the Cape. Maybe make rockets safe enough to be around like airplanes then. No, I get what he's saying, Deadbrigger, and he's not wrong. But you got to remember, this whole thing is okay, all right. Maybe I didn't say this part. This whole meeting is about expediency, right? More spaceports is not your solution to expediency. More spaceports is not going to fix your soft power projection problems when China beats you to the moon. That's dumb. Sorry, I may have not mentioned that. I apologize. Like I'm thinking in context of conversation. What is this congressional meeting about? More spaceports aren't going to solve your expediency problem. More spaceports are not going to beat China back to the moon. That's not no. And that is the context for this conversation, is it not? Unless they took a complete turn and I completely missed it. You want to solve the expediency problem. You want to solve the range time problem to get back to the moon and beat somebody back to the moon, et cetera, et cetera. It's the range. The range needs to be able to handle 4 or 5 launches a day. Am I wrong? Like, I mean, I'm not, I simultaneously though, I'm not going to say no to more spaceports, but that's good. But that's a whole nother thing, dudes. Isn't this whole meeting about beating China back to the moon? Like the video is called Bad Mood on the Rise. Like that's the whole. How long does it take to build a new pad? Well, Fox, it really depends on how big of a pad you're trying to build. If you're going to build pads in context of going to the freaking moon, that's going to take some time. A year? Say like we wanted to build more pads for SLS. That's going to take a while. And it's not the construction lead time that's going to take a while. It's all the bureaucratic bull crap that you have to deal with to do it. And that's not I say bureaucratic bullcrap, but doing an environmental impact is a good way to make sure not only you're not screwing up some endangered species, but it's also a good way to make sure your launch pad doesn't sink into the ground. Like, Pad A, Boca, just saying. So 4 to 5 a day is within the next 3 years. Imagine in 10 plus when it's dozens a day. So you scale with capability, dude. Once again, in 10 years, we'll have lost the race to the moon with China. Unless I'm missing something. Like, once again, guys, I agree with you, but it's in the context of this conversation, right? Like, the context of this conversation is beating China back to the moon. More spaceports are not going to beat China back to the moon. That's going to get you nowhere. That is a waste of time. That would be a waste of time. If this is a race, why waste time on making new pads and make the current one work? Fuck, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. Suggesting that more spaceports are going to allow you to get back to the moon faster is stupid. That's not going to do nothing. That's going to do the opposite of that. And even pretending that is a thing is ridiculous. Did I not understand the argument that Jim was making there? Jim's argument there is that if SpaceX succeeds in everything that they do, they could potentially beat China back to the moon, but nobody else could get to the moon. because SpaceX is launching all the time. What? Why is beating China back to the moon an issue? Soft power projection? I don't know. We went to the moon about 50, what is it? 56 years ago? Sorry, I'm agreeing with you. They're talking silly, and a range needs a complete revamp for when they're launching a lot. Jim can't keep using the launch a lot excuse. Oh, okay, Slots. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm just, once again, I want you guys to say, like, no, EJ, you're wrong. I think you're wrong. But tell me why. Like, I thought this was in the context of getting back to the moon faster. More spaceports ain't going to do that. It's not the regulations, environmental stuff that's in the way of doing things. It's the patchwork nature of approvals and regulators. To borrow a corporate concept, the process is not vertically integrated and we're suffering for it. Yes. That's what I'm getting at. What they need is a better space ATC. That's what I mean, Tessa. It's a range problem. Building more spaceports is not going to fix that issue. Sorry, I should have kind of precursed my whole thing with, you know, getting back to the moon, getting back to the moon and beating China back to the moon, because that's the whole context of this. I thought that was kind of foregone information. I thought that was given. Hey, somebody gifted Slottins a sub. Thank you very much. That's right. It goes in the crater hole. Honestly, I'd prefer China to beat the U.S. Sure would make it easier to pitch a permanent moon base. You know, if they do, Ruan, we're going to go ham on it, right? But my point is that if SpaceX continues on their current trajectory with Starship, China will still lose. Even if Starship is 1 to 2 years late, they'll still lose, and then we'll have the ability to build cities on the moon instead of planting a flag. Like, if we want to make the case that NASA's architecture is fragmented, yeah, but the time to make that case was a long time ago, which is why I really don't understand this meeting in the first place, other than people trying to basically tear down. Jim's basically taking a dump on SpaceX just so what? Just so what? ULA can get more money? What does ULA do? You're not sending people to the moon. You ain't sending people to the moon, dude. That company ain't doing that. I love Tory Bruno. You guys ain't doing that. That's not in your business model. Like, that self-admittedly, that's not in their business model. Like, I don't understand. Is part of this a private company getting there versus the U.S. government? Now, Mutter, I think that's a fair point to make. And I've always said that NASA should be able to get there with a NASA-operated lander. Having a corporation in the way as an intermediary between you and your lunar base is a really dumb thing to do. At worst, it's, well, what if that lander doesn't work? What if it has a problem? What if it breaks? Redundant dissimilar architecture, yeah, how's that working? How's that working with the space station? Can't be redundant dissimilar. In order for it to be redundant dissimilar, both things have to work in the first place. Starliner ain't doing that whole shuttle people to the ISS thing pretty well. That's not working out for them. You see what I mean? It would be good for NASA to have their own redundant in-house capability. That is redundant to commercial dissimilar architectures. Triple redundancy. NASA has their own stuff. SpaceX and Boeing have their own stuff. So, in this analogy, NASA could move people to the ISS with Orion. Hopefully, for the love of God, not on an SLS. Right? SpaceX could do it with Dragon. Boeing could do it with Starliner. That spurs the commercial market, fills ISS logistics, and makes it so NASA could get to the space station on their own. That's the most sustainable way forward. That would have been the most sustainable way to keep the ISS going. That was the plan until some bonehead decided to cancel Constellation. That was the idea, right? Now, I mean, how is this any different than having the space shuttle at this point? We have one way to get people to the ISS. See what I'm saying? If we're going to go about going to the moon, NASA needs to have their own lander. They need to have their own lander. You want Elon be coming in between NASA sending people to the moon and not? Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mind Elon, and I don't mind SpaceX either. I think Starship is awesome. I love that thing. I'm a huge fan. Big fan. I think Starship is awesome. It's the coolest thing around. I want more rockets. Because if you really want to play this game about soft power projection, right? Ruan, you might have, you have a point. China might beat us back to the moon. If they do, so be it. They beat us back to the moon, and by the time their second lunar mission gets there, we have like 4 or 5 starships landed on the moon and an entire town operating on the moon. Just because they plant their flag at the South Pole or at the North Pole or wherever, it doesn't mean we can't land a starship right next to it, blow that damn flag over, and start mining with a starship with ISRU on it. Right? Ooh. And then we can see whalers on the moon. Give me 1 second. Hey, Newtopia Labs, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. We're launch slot deficient, not because the runways and the landing lines are too bust, but because there's only one dude at the tower in LAX and he's on break. Exactly. Unfortunately, the NASA as a hardware team time is over, and I don't see them ever getting back into the game. It would require a drastic change, Geek. And that's the part that I kind of agree with Jim about. I really do. But I firmly believe that you could, with the right gumption, you could push for NASA to have their own in-house operations, their own national space program, something like the Apollo program, without taking a dump on SpaceX. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. That's infighting. You know what doesn't get us back to the moon any faster? Saying that other guy's a moron. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. They're going to launch too much. They're going to launch too much. They're going to launch too much. That's counterintuitive to success. You didn't see that crap happening during the Apollo program. This 1990s corpo lobby nonsense needs to stop. Are you guys serious about this? Now, don't get me wrong. Lobbyists have existed for a long freaking time. But they're not going to do stuff like that. That's underhanded as hell. Want to beat China to the moon, dumping on the most expedient way to get back to the moon is a really, really stupid take. That's really dumb. Why would you do that? Your words seem harsher than what he actually said. Well, how so, J-Speed? Yeah, that's right, Toothless. That happened to the design bureaus, the OKBs in the Soviet Union. And guess what? Their space program failed. Their lunar program failed badly. NASA needs its own in-house operations, but they need more smart engineers. Well, you have to spur the program. You have to get people to want to work there. NASA, and in order to do that, NASA needs to be working on the cutting edge. And in that regard, the SLS Artemis architecture needs to be parity with Starship. So, i.e., NASA needs to work on reusable tech. They need to work on more reusable tech. It doesn't necessarily have to be a large rocket, but reusable landers. Start there. That would be a good place to start. Aqualex, I don't have the time to watch all these YouTube channel suggestions that you suggest. Dude, you suggest a YouTube channel with like an hour video, like almost every stream, dude. I don't have time to watch all this stuff, man. I can watch it for like 10 minutes. Even watching it at 2x speed, I don't have enough time. Dude, my backlog for your suggestions of videos is like 30 hours long at this point, dude. Like, I love you, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you linking me all this stuff. I don't have the time to watch all this stuff, dude. I stream for 10 hours a day. I love you, man. And I love you. Dude, I know you and I are aligned on the STEM thing, and that's cool, but I can't have time to watch all this stuff, man. You can watch them while fixing your car. Oh, God. No, I can't, because then somebody will claim the video if I live stream it, dude. Out of love, one MSC. When's the next City Skylines? Oh, you guys are getting bored of this, huh?
As I'm trying to explain to the people in my state of New Jersey what the benefit we get out of the space program, especially from a commercial aspect in terms of just implications to people's daily lives, our economy. How do we go about doing? What's the best argument that you've come across? You raised some of the potential exploration benefits of microgravity, of biotech. I'd love for you to expound on this and really try to help us hit home to the American people the importance of this.
Can I hear that question one more time?
I would say
national security implications, and I agree with that. As someone who worked in national security my whole career, it's important that we keep our foot on the gas. As I'm trying to explain to the people in my state of New Jersey what the benefit we get out of the space program, especially from a commercial aspect in terms of just implications to people's daily lives, our economy. How do we go about doing? What's the best argument that you've come across? You raised some of the potential exploration benefits of microgravity, of biotech. I'd love for you to expound on this and really try to help us hit home to the American people the importance of this.
Yes, sir. I would summarize it. There's a lot of ways to talk about it, but I would say the way we communicate. A lot of us use internet broadband from space. People here are familiar with DirecTV, Dish Network as well. The way we communicate now is highly dependent on space. Even our terrestrial wireless networks, our cell phones, are dependent on a timing signal that comes from GPS. So even our wireless networks are dependent on space. But the way we communicate, the way we navigate.
You just mentioned
GPS,
Starlink,
for
but you're not
example,
going
is
to do
critically
that.
important. The way we produce food, we're increasing crop yields, reducing water usage, the way we produce energy and the way we do it cleanly, the way we predict weather, the way we understand climate. And there's a lot of partisanship around the climate issue, but at the end of the day, we've got to know what's happening. And there's ways that we can use our space assets to understand how the climate is affected by what we do here on Earth.
One thing I saw NASA do that I wasn't fully aware of was just how much the applications are for agriculture, for instance, especially when it comes to what you were just saying about climate.
This has nothing to do with going back to the moon.
And understanding, crops, storm systems, et cetera. Well, I wanted to just bring in something else. I just took, I did a Codel trip out to South Korea and.
Okay. Geek, you're saying it's funny you didn't mention Starlink, but again, he's not there to promote anything positive from SpaceX. There's doing free advertising for SpaceX, and then there's denying objective reality. All right? The Starlink network, we rely on satellites. You could just say that we rely on proliferated low Earth orbit for our internet. Everyone knows what you're talking about. A lot of people do that. To even just blatantly ignored because I'm afraid to say something good about SpaceX. That's the kind of stuff that I don't like. Don't do that. A worthy adversary shouldn't be afraid of their competitor's capability. You shouldn't be afraid of that. You should be able to acknowledge it and then do something better. It's gross, man. I hate that stuff. I can't stand that stuff, Geek. Oh, it drives me up the wall.
Japan. And it really just got me thinking as I'm listening to you. And
what are you,
this panel,
scared?
Thinking about just our space cooperation, just the role that it plays with other countries. And, Minister, I'd like to start with you, but open it up. Just what you see in terms of, South Korea and Japan, places where we can build upon, especially when it comes to accelerating Artemis, building a counterweight to China's space partnership with Russia. And look, there's no doubt we saw those images with Modi standing next to a lot of these leaders. How can NASA work with India to build on the NISAR partnership to advance shared space science and exploration goals? I'm just trying to think about how it is.
Yeah, I don't get it.
We can try to anchor that relationship.
And I think that's the thing why the things that Jim is saying is pissing me off the most, because he's using this as just a way to dunk on SpaceX. Now, if you're using it to just sit there and talk about your competitor and talk about how their capabilities could potentially be a hindrance and how you know, because of them, China could get back to the moon first. Do you even give a frick about going back to the moon? Like, do you even care? Like, all you got to do is just sit there and just deny objective reality? Like, that's ridiculous. I hate this behavior, and I'm going to call it out when I see it. Even if it's somebody that I like. I like Jim. Jim's cool. You did an excellent job as a NASA administrator. He did great. But none of that is intuitive for advancing our lunar goals in space, especially being more expedient than China. It's ridiculous. And once again, it feeds into what I said right at the beginning of this when we were talking about it. Does anybody? I mean, all these people are going to say all these things, and we're going to agree with all these things. Is anything going to happen? Are you guys going to actually do anything? Like, or is it just we're just going to use it? Oh well, SpaceX can't launch that much because it could hurt other people, and that will get the moon. Like,
relationship as well.
Sorry, like I'm just cutting through the crap here. I'm sick of it. I don't like this game. This game is frankly, this underhanded behavior is the most un-American thing I've ever seen in my life. It's gross. It's disgusting behavior, and it's unbecoming of Americans. We shouldn't be like this. You want to do that soft power projection thing? You know, you want to be a shining example, you want to be a beacon for everybody to look up to? That behavior doesn't get you there. It doesn't. It doesn't get you there. How many people are watching this stream right now, getting a full look at how our Senate operates that aren't from the United States and going, what the hell are these people doing? It's disgusting behavior, and it's unbecoming.
Well, yeah, wonderful question. I think when it comes to South Korea and Japan specifically has been a long partner with the United States on space exploration. From the International Space Station, they have modules on the International Space Station, they've got experiments on the International Space Station, they have rockets that resupply the International Space Station. They are among our best partners on the International Space Station. And of course, they're one of the early adopters of the Artemis Accords. In fact, I think, Mike, weren't they the first 8?
We were the first to sign.
The first.
And the reason the English is so good in the Accords is because of the corrections the Japanese made. They speak English better than we do.
There you go. So I don't
know if I feel super great about that, what it says about us, but.
But I think all of those are important international partnerships. And then, of course, on the South Korean side, they also signed on to the Artemis Accords. And they want to do more and more in space. And they have the capability to do that. And since they signed the Artemis Accords, we want to bring them into that fold and have them participate fully in the missions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And Senator, in regard to the Artemis Accords, what's really wonderful to see is it's created an ecosystem, a family of nations. When we were back at NASA during the launch of the aptly named HOPE mission by United Arab Emirates, that was a spacecraft built by UAE that was powered by a partnership that began between UAE and Korea, where UAE didn't have the technical capability. They went to Korea, they helped them build these spacecrafts, then they brought it domestic, and then it was launched on a Japanese spacecraft with American assistance from Colorado. During this launch, we heard overlapping Japanese, Arabic, English, and even Korean back during some of the technical conversations. That's the future that we want. And when it comes to national security, that's the coalition that will keep us safe in China if we can continue with the Artemis program.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm almost out of time here, so I'll just say, you know, like I worked in diplomacy before, did a lot in terms of different bilateral, multilateral relationships. I've never seen another issue that can really solidify some of these relationships and stay out of the day-to-day politics, stay out of some of the geostrategic conversations, and really just be able to have that kind of pure expert science to science kind of partnerships. I think there's a lot here to build off from. I'm excited about some of the energy I see on this committee. So thank you for your testimonies today, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kim. On behalf of Senator Cantwell, she has an article from Air and Space Forces magazine dated March the 28th she'd like to have admitted to our record. Is there any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence here today. All of you have served our country. Mr. Gold and Mr. Bridenstine, Lieutenant General. Mr. Cutler, you served the United States Senate as a as part of our staff in Commerce, Justice, Science, and I thank you all for the knowledge that you bring forward to us today. I want to start first with the appropriations process, and Mr. Gold, maybe Mr. Bridenstine or others would care to comment. I'm worried that, once again, we'll end up in a continuing resolution. I'm worried that Commerce, Justice, Science is stalled, and I would welcome your efforts in the work that you now do to make certain that's not the case by encouraging support from all of my colleagues. But I'd like to have you tell me what you see occurring, good and or bad, from the passage of the Commerce, Justice, Science bill, particularly as it relates to the funding of NASA. Mr. Bridenstine.
Interesting question.
So first of all, I think it's important that to the extent that we have a CR, it's better than a shutdown. And I think we all understand that. But CR is also, it's stunning to me that people are now advocating for CRs. I want to be.
CR is a continuing resolution. It's basically, it's not shutting down an organization. A continuing resolution is where they can't come to a agreement about how stuff should be funded, or how, how stuff should be funded. And basically puts everything on life support instead of like shutting it down. Yeah, it basically puts everything, CRs put everything in a holding pattern.
Clear, we need to be advocating for appropriations because ultimately technology is changing, capabilities are changing, and we need to be able to change programs commensurate with the times and not just fund things the way they used to be, because then we buy obsolete things and we don't buy the right things.
That was right. What Jim just said is exactly spot on. That's correct. I'm going to play it back. Listen to it.
It's stunning to me that people are now advocating for CRs. I want to be clear, we need to be advocating for appropriations because ultimately technology is changing, capabilities are changing, and we need to be able to change programs commensurate with the times and not just fund things the way they used to be, because then we buy obsolete things and we don't buy the right things. So 100% we need to do appropriations.
That's right.
I do worry that when we think about how we get the NASA funded, the reconciliation bill went a long way to supporting human spaceflight, but there's a lot of other parts of NASA that are critically important. And I would say the Science Mission Directorate largely is not partisan, it's not political, there's a lot of bipartisan consensus around it. We're talking, the gentleman behind me, Bill Nye, he does not like my politics. You're probably aware of this. But I will also tell you that he and I agree strongly that we need planetary defense. We need the ability to look out in space and see large objects that could really hit Earth and do it damage.
Bingo.
And not only that, but we need to be able to intercept those if necessary. And that's what our space program is capable of doing. It's an element of the Science Mission Directorate inside NASA, and it needs to be funded. But all this capability largely comes from our ability to do planetary science. When we go to Mars and we land on Mars and we go to every planet in the solar system, these are unique capabilities that only this nation can and has done, every planet in the solar system. And beyond that, we've got missions to the sun for heliophysics, and we've got astrophysics. I got beat up in this committee, Senator, a lot over the James Webb Space Telescope, probably because of this guy down here on the end, Mr. Cutler. But I will also tell you, that now that it's in space, everybody knows that it sets America apart from the rest of the world by 50 years when it comes to physics. Like, that's the impact. 50 years when it comes to physics. People say, well, why do we need to look at the stars anyway? There's a great story I like to tell about Einstein and his understanding of time-space continuum, which ultimately is critical for how we use GPS today. Basic science resulted in us understanding time and space in a way that we otherwise wouldn't, and it enables GPS to function. That's the type of science that we get from NASA, and that's the type of capability. James Webb, we're going to learn things about things like dark matter, and which I hate to even use that term because nobody really understands it or knows what it is. But dark energy and all these different capabilities, we're learning things that have never been discovered before, and it sets us apart.
Thank you. A couple of
Everything Jim said there, I 100% agree with. That's exactly right. It's exactly right. Yep. Nope. No qualms here. That's absolutely right. And that made me miss him as NASA administrator again. Yeah, no, that's yeah. I couldn't have said it better myself, man. I probably can't. Yeah, that was perfect. Yeah, great. Yeah, that was right. See? You just talk about things. Just talk about what's going on. You don't need to dunk on SpaceX to do that.
observations. The Webb came close to being terminated for lack of progress, and the decision was made to continue.
Is Jim your ex-NASA administrator? Jim was the NASA administrator under President Trump's first term. He was very, very good. Sea Kraken. As good as Isaacman would have been. He was excellent. The guy has such a fundamental understanding about how all the cogs go together. Like, I've never seen any politician talk about NASA as descriptively and as passionately as Jim does. Now, with that being said, like I said, I disagree with him about dunking on SpaceX, but hey, whatever, dude. He's a net positive, absolutely. Even if he's a ULA government, like a ULA lobbyist. It was a joke. I forgot the kappa. I was like, dude, weren't you here for that?
Thank you.
And it seems well worth
no, Dan, probably
the
not.
difficulties that we went through. Secondly, I've not said this publicly, but I can intend to vote against a CR, which would mean a shutdown. And I've said this in previous years. We've gotten to the point in which it's easier. As long as it's easier to do a CR
Adrian,
than it is to do
I agree with you.
appropriation bills, we apparently are not going to do them. And it is a mistake for this Congress to get in the habit of continuing resolutions. And unless there's a consequence, we're going to do them every year. So I think my hope is that I'll have colleagues who join me in the effort to make sure the appropriations process does not end its time early in this 2005 session. A couple of other things.
2005 session? Okay.
That I want to ask before I turn it over to my Democratic colleague, Mr. Lujan. Let me make sure, because a couple of my questions have now been answered, and I don't, you've talked so long, Mr. Bridenstine, that I've run out of time. Let me go to you, General Shaw.
It happens. Sorry.
I'm surprised that you were never served in the United States Senate. General Shaw, your testimony, you speak to the necessity of establishing a grand strategy, of which the Chinese have already adopted, quote, to unify and synergize our national efforts across civil, commercial, and national security activities, and that we risk losing our domination in space without one. What are the pillars of a successful grand strategy capable of beating the Chinese in space? And it's also important
that was my
concentrate some time and energy, some effort in knowing what follows once we get back to the moon in our long-term goals, what they should be.
That was my question. All right. That would be what I would ask Jim right now. All right. Let's see what he says.
How does the strategy deal with getting us back to the moon, and then also the long-term strategy of what happens next?
So I would think that
he didn't ask
the
Jim.
formulation of such a strategy, probably the overarching objectives extend well beyond us returning to the moon. It is about what do we want to accomplish in this century or in the Earth-Moon system and beyond for the benefit of the nation. And those are not going to be solely exploration objectives. They're going to be about economic growth and about the appropriate security framework to ensure that we can set the conditions for that economic success against all of the forces that this panel has already talked about, and against the additional challenges we face if China gets there first and starts to establish the ground rules almost literally on the surface of the moon. And so I say that if we think of it, it's just that strategy has to be something that now establishes an architecture and a framework that lasts to the end of the century and beyond. That has to involve all of the elements of national power and all of those key pieces I mentioned in progress in any domain: exploration, economic growth, and security measures. We don't really do that today with regard to space. We do it sometimes by accident, but it's never by design. And I would love to see us approach that from a national perspective by design. And then as you lay out the objectives and subjectives, and you now identify the ways and means to achieve those objectives, assigning those to the appropriate part of our nation, not necessarily our government, but maybe we rely on industry or commercial to help with some of those, or the scientific community to help with some of those objectives. I just lay out that framework for you.
Yes. Oh.
Senator.
That's right. That's right. The commercial sector of our space programs should be supplemental and symbiotic to a national program. That's right. That's correct. That's exactly how it needs to be.
There is something that doesn't really exist today that could help us. The Chinese do have that kind of framework. They have exactly that kind of framework. And that's what's enabling them to continue to meet their milestones and goals that they have put out. And by the way, they are amazingly consistent. They predict what they're going to do, they say what they're going to do, and then they do what they said they were going to do. We should actually use that to our advantage to really kind of understand how that's going to lay out. And so I hope I've answered your question, but that's how I would approach such a strategy and looking at it long-term and how we can bring all of the nation to bear on that.
General, I appreciate your answer, and I've run out of time, but in the meantime, while we develop that strategy that we should already have and we implement it and we follow it, I worry about what happens to our supply chain as we provide such uncertainty in today's world, the current problems. And that supply chain across the country is really the way that we do get back to the moon and the way that we continue our efforts. So a lot of long-term and short-term concerns. Senator Lujan, I recognize you. Oh, Senator Peters has joined us. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cutler, thank you for being here today. Programs and contracts like those in the Artemis support thousands of jobs across the U.S. Manufacturing supply chain. I'm proud that Michigan is actually one of the top 10 states in aerospace manufacturing. It's home to over 600 aerospace-related companies, and we're looking to that to grow considerably in the years ahead.
Go blue.
It's estimated that the Moon to Mars activities have generated over $20 billion of economic output nationwide. However, the president's budget creates uncertainty about the future, as you know, for Artemis program after the next launch. Abandoning this program or disrupting the existing project plan jeopardizes our efforts in the space race, hinders the development of our domestic aerospace supply chain, and potentially leaves billions on the table in future economic benefits. So my question for you, sir, is the Coalition for Deep Space Exploration has noted its commitment to supporting the inclusion of small businesses in the NASA programs. And in your experience, how have NASA programs like Artemis been beneficial to the small businesses in our states and to our local economies? And what can we do to better support efforts to include more small businesses in this important supply chain?
More comprehensive architecture would be a good start. Just saying.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for the question. If you look at Artemis, just the program itself, there are 2,700 suppliers that are part of the Artemis program. That covers everything from small mom and pop shops making valves, nuts, washers, all the way up to big integrators. We can't have this program without small businesses. They absolutely are critical. And if you think about it, these missions, they need every single piece to work. It's common to hear something like, you need a million things to go right for a mission to be accomplished. You just need one to go wrong. That stems all the way up and down the supply chain.
Mom and pop shops making valves. Interesting. Hellfish, NASA has huge. NASA's framework has huge incentives for. They're actually required by law. They have something called I think it's an SBIR, a small business. I forget what SBIR means. I forget the acronym. Basically, NASA has to use small businesses across the entire country. They have to. They're required to by law. A program can't just use all big legacy contractors. They have to spread it around by law. Which I mean, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but that is cool.
And it starts with small businesses. They are making those initial components that make Artemis possible. So absolutely critical on the small business side.
Small business innovation research.
As we go and
there you go.
Talked about this a little bit.
They're pretty cool. You should read about SBIRs. They're pretty neat.
Talk about CRs and that sort of thing. The instability that comes from uncertain funding, be it from not knowing if we're going to shut down, continuing resolution, are we going to continue the program after Artemis 3,
That's right,
the SLS and Orion? All of these things insert instability into a business's understanding.
Hey, Matt, what's up?
When that happens, maybe larger companies can weather that sort of thing. Small businesses, that's hard. And I'm at the coalition. It's a small outfit. We don't have a massive staff. And essentially, I run a small business. I understand what these small guys do. They're busy. If they're working, that's their lives. It's their livelihoods. It's the livelihood of their workers.
Right.
And if we're not doing things to help them,
I appreciate
that's a problem. So
Good.
one of the
you.
things that we've done from the small business side, from the coalition, we've brought in some of the prime contractors. We've had them talk to the members of our coalition, small businesses. What can they do?
Thank you, Mr. Cutler. Thank you. So we want to continue to focus on that. There's no question about it. Mr. Bridenstine, it's great to see you here today. It was certainly a pleasure to work with you in your previous capacity as a NASA administrator. And as you're well aware, in 2020, the president signed the Pro-SWIFT Act into law.
Which basically says that Taylor Swift is awesome. Or no, wait, I'm just kidding.
Through this bipartisan legislation to strengthen the nation's ability to predict severe space weather events and mitigate the harmful events. And I appreciate you championing that with me. You were very
I'm indifferent about Taylor Swift for what it's worth.
helpful in getting that bill across the finish line, so thank you. As you know, a space weather event can have implications for power systems, for GPS, other assets in low Earth orbit. And on Monday, the National Weather Service Space Weather Prediction Center actually just recently issued a watch for a potential geomagnetic storm, as you're aware. Continued research is needed to strengthen our space weather prediction capabilities to ensure that we can have these accurate warnings.
Oh, I told him to do his face.
Unfortunately, the president budget includes cuts to this funding that could jeopardize these efforts and could have major implications for those communication systems in particular.
Yeah, Jay Volta, we kind of got a little bit off the rails. I'm not sure. I'm not particularly sure what this has to do with the moon, but whatever.
So my question for you, sir, is could you speak to how NASA's science missions, like the Space Weather Program, play a critical role in our everyday lives? This is non-political. This is straightforward. Why do we need to make sure funding for space weather prediction?
There's a lot of different reasons to do it. Just from a pure human spaceflight perspective, when we start putting NASA astronauts on the other side of the Van Allen radiation belt in orbit around the moon, on the surface of the moon, those astronauts are in jeopardy of things like a solar flare hitting them or a coronal mass ejection, which would be, of course, even more devastating. And all of that radiation environment the astronauts are exposed to would be devastating. In fact, if you go back to Apollo 11, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin narrowly missed being hit with a solar flare that could have been devastating for their lives. So we didn't know what we didn't know back then. Now we have the ability to learn and predict. Thank you to you for your efforts to help us with that. But beyond that, I mean, when you think about the capabilities of our satellites in orbit, they become, in many cases, at risk from a coronal mass ejection or solar flares. So we need to be able to predict that. We need to be able to respond before, it's not a lot of lead time. We're talking about a matter of maybe 8 minutes or 10 minutes to be able to respond to something like that. But the consequences of being hit with a Carrington event, which was 100 and some years ago now.
Hey, Cosmic Quest.
140 years ago or so. But if that were to happen today, it would be far more devastating than even back then, because today we're so dependent on technology. And all that technology would be put at risk. So I think it's important for us to be able to predict and respond and defend our power grid and defend our critical infrastructure. And a lot of that infrastructure, including command and control in space, including GPS, which is important for a timing signal for a whole host of different capabilities here on Earth. We've got to be able to respond to that. And your bill, quite frankly, was right on point in helping us do that.
Right. Well, thank you for that response. I'm out of time, but that's the...
Okay, stand corrected. It's applicable. Good call.
You look at the cost-benefit analysis, to cut the relatively small cost and the huge of the program and the cost to society if we don't have the warning is astronomical. So I appreciate your comments.
Literally astronomical.
Yeah, yes.
Astronomical. Yeah.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
fair.
and thank you all for being here. Mr. Cutler, I made some notes here. You've got 2,700 suppliers. You were noting impediments and talked about the need for a budget, not having a CR. I'd like to hear more from you in writing, if you will. You said you all are constantly looking at this. What about regulations? What about security clearances? What about test beds? What about other components? And if you'll submit that to me for the record.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bridenstine, always so good to see you. Happy to see you back up here. Let's talk about commercial space innovation and that importance, because you look at where we are, you look at where China
Probably
is.
does, Sub.
Is there anything that the U.S. should do immediately, that we in Congress should do immediately, that is going to encourage coordination among federal, state, commercial partners in order to advance innovation?
Yes, ma'am, that's a wonderful question. In keeping with the spirit of the hearing regarding the moon, I think what we've got to be thinking about as a country is infrastructure. What is the infrastructure we can create that will encourage private investment on the moon, around the moon, that kind of thing? So part of that infrastructure, I think, would be, and Mike Gold has talked about it today extensively, is the gateway. The gateway is designed to be open architecture. It is designed so that the way we do power and communications and data and rendezvous and proximity operations and docking, all of that stuff is standardized so that commercial partners, if they want to build their own landing system that's compatible with it, they can. And in fact, there's international partners that have an interest in doing that type of thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
and in the 90s, NASA and DOD did a collaboration on the X-37B, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, we will note.
given that we're facing the kind of competition that we are, what about reinstating a program such as that and utilizing it?
I think it's a
Wait. Did she really?
compatible with it. They
Collaboration.
Wait.
There's international
Hold on.
partners that have an interest
Hold
in
on.
doing that.
Hold
type
on.
of thing.
Hold on.
In the
Hold on.
90s, NASA and DOD did a collaboration on the X-37B, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, given that
The X-37B started as a NASA project, and then NASA canceled it, and then the Department of Defense took it over. That's why it's called the X-37B and not the X-37. The B is the variant that the U.S. Space Force uses for rapid response payloads. Is she talking about the X-33?
we're facing the kind of competition that we are, what about reinstating a program such as that and utilizing it?
I think it's a great idea.
She said reinstating. The X-37B flies. It launched like 2 weeks ago. She's got to be talking about the X-33, no? Like, I mean, because otherwise that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
The kind of competition that we are, what about reinstating a program such as that?
The X-33, Tessa, you know the SSDOs that I launched from Kerbal. That's the X-33.
And utilizing it.
I think it's a great idea. I would say we do have NASA and DARPA have been partnered on some capabilities in space as it relates to nuclear power in space for a lot of different capabilities, but we need nuclear power in space for sensors. We need, and in fact,
Devious, you're right.
if we're going to do directed energy from space, we're going to have nuclear power for that. If we're thinking about Golden Dome and what the future of missile defense looks like.
Golden Dome, lunar landers.
Yes.
You know, those are things I
What?
To have nuclear power for that. If we're thinking about Golden Dome and what the future of missile defense looks
Golden
like.
Dome, lunar landers.
Yes.
You know, those are things I think maybe we need to think.
About Golden Dome and what the future of missile defense looks
Golden
like.
Dome, lunar landers.
Yes.
You know, those are things I think maybe we need to think differently and revisit some ideas that have worked.
Yes.
That may open new opportunities. Tennessee had a space grant consortium. They did this with NASA, did it 27 years ago. And it was there to promote space and science education throughout the state. And 15 colleges and universities, 2 not-for-profit organizations. And today the UT Space Institute is one of the leading hypersonic workforce programs in the country. And we love the work that they're doing around Space Force, that they're doing around hypersonics and the testing that can be done at Arnold Engineering. And we think this is something that is beneficial, and it encourages that interdisciplinary training that needs to take place. So talk a little bit about related items of education and how that affects some of the workforce that could go into some of these programs, like the program with DOD and NASA.
100%. So when you're thinking about NASA projects, we find that when we have a university as a leader of a project, you'll have students working side by side with professional engineers in a way that you see a collaboration that is really beneficial to the students. I would also say that in a university environment, you have the scientists side by side with the engineers. So they're making trades in the development of a program early. A lot of times you find that, you start going down an engineering path and the science doesn't work, and it gets too late in the program, and it results in delays and cost overruns and everything else. But in a university environment where you've got the scientists and the engineers working together side by side, and you've got students in the mix learning along.
And you have students who are not afraid to fail.
That's it. Yeah.
They are looking for opportunities to try new concepts, and I think that's why UT's program has been so successful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, I would also say if you look at university-led missions, overwhelmingly they're on budget and on schedule, and that's not always the case outside of universities.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today, and quite a great conversation. But I have real concerns over budget cuts, because we're talking about research, amazing research, scientists not being afraid to fail. That's how science happens, right? Sometimes the failures lead you to a positive result down the line. They tell you something. And so we've seen how NASA's investments in research and innovation, STEM education, they fuel our economy, they strengthen our national security, and actually they're inspirational as they inspire the next generation of scientists, engineers, dreamers, and thinkers, and all of those things. We know what the space program has done for us through the decades. And so I'm concerned about the president's proposed budget cuts to key programs that have long delivered value, well, right here on terra firma, right here on Earth, specifically aeronautics research at the Armstrong Flight Research Center, ISS payload operations at Marshall Space Flight Center, and science missions at Goddard Space Space Flight Center, just to name a few. So Administrator Bridenstine, can you talk about the potential impacts
William,
of
I got you,
proposed
man.
cuts to just some of these programs I've mentioned?
This isn't for everybody, guys. I do it because I'm interested. I think it's important for us to keep our hand on the pulse, no matter how ridiculous some of this stuff gets. I mean, I'm not going to say that I could sit through one of these and be level-headed. Jim said some stuff that did piss me off, but he's also said a lot of good stuff, too. You have to wade through a lot of the bull crap to get to the good stuff. Now, what this lady's talking about, I have no idea. I have no idea what this has to do with the moon, but, you know, let's find out if it does or if it doesn't.
Particularly as we're building on what everyone's been asking about, innovation, scientific leadership, leadership in general, our ability to respond to these challenges, economic competitiveness, aerospace
Jay, we'll
advancement,
keep it classy for you, man.
climate, and national security.
What is?
Yeah, so I think it is important when we think about, when we think about NASA and the budget that it has, and you think about the size of the U.S. budget, we're talking about now an agency that has less than 1/3 of 1% of the federal budget. And by the way, if you go back to Apollo, it was somewhere between 4 and 5%. So we are significantly smaller as a percentage of the federal government than we were back in the Apollo era. All that being said, not all of that is because of NASA cuts. I want to be clear. A lot of that is because of the growth of government in other areas. And I certainly understand we have a huge deficit problem and we've got a debt problem. And I know that the president is focused like a laser on trying to get control over that. And by the way, I think everybody bipartisan understands that we've got to get control of it. I would also say it's really hard to balance the budget when you're talking about cutting a few $1 billion from an agency that has less than 1/3 of 1% of the federal government.
But I would argue with you saying that the economic development, the inspiration, I'm a child of the 1960s and 70s. I watched them walk on the moon. I know people that went into careers because of what they saw, and that still happens today. And so I would argue that there's probably a pretty good return on the investment. But we have a lot of other questions, so I'm going to just try to...
That's not what he was saying at all. That's not what Jim was talking about at all. Magic marker, yeah, you're probably not wrong. Well, that's not what he was saying, but it's what she wanted to say. That's right, dude. Yeah. Jim was saying that, no, wait a minute. Jim was right. Jim was saying that even though we have, the United States has a debt problem and we have a deficit problem, that is not a reason to defund NASA. He was saying that that's a dumb thing to do. That's a stupid thing to do. And you know what? He's right. He's right because NASA generates economic growth. Economic growth is what you need to fix that whole deficit thing. You know, that could definitely help. And she was like, no, I disagree with that. Like, what? Did I hear that right? Like, she said, I think we should be doing this. And Jim's like, yes, I think we should be doing that. And she's like, no, I disagree. Can I get a quick catch up on what's going on? This is a Senate meeting about China beating us back to the moon, but this lady clearly doesn't want to talk about any of that.
Move on in my 2 minutes because I want to ask you again about the future, this time of space stations. Because the request for proposals for phase 2 of the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Development Program, it's expected to define NASA's level of investment and commitment, awarding contracts to 2 or more commercial providers.
Hang on, I gotta listen to this again. Hold on.
Into careers because of what they saw. And that still happens today. And so I would argue that there's probably a pretty good return on the investment. But we have a lot of other questions, so I'm going to just try to move on in my 2 minutes because I want to ask you again about the future, this time of space stations. Because the request for proposals for phase 2 of the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Development Program, it's expected to define NASA's level of investment and commitment, awarding contracts to 2 or more commercial providers to ensure redundancy and competition for services. That is essential for driving innovation. Competition drives innovation.
Okay, I'm wholly convinced that she's just reading a speech here, because what we heard before about the Apollo program was off the cuff. And all of a sudden, she knows exactly what to talk about with commercial low Earth orbit destinations. Okay, who told you to read that, lady? Hey, Will, $5 super chat. Whiskey Beer Fund for EJ and his sanity. Oh, my sanity went out the window when I went to do a car stream today, and a Windows update destroyed my setup for the shop. And then I had to hotwire a setup into the shop to hardline back into the office, and wasted 3 hours trying to get the auto stream working, and then promptly didn't do what I wanted to do today with the car, and didn't get what I wanted to get done finished. Yeah. Oh, my sanity's already out the window. That's why I wanted to talk about this. Okay, so she's talking about CLEOD and how commercial low Earth orbit destinations needs appropriate funding. That is something that I agree with. To be honest, I think that NASA should just send up another space station, use SLS to make another Skylab, and go from there, and have CLEOD as a backup just in case. But, yeah, that's what she's talking about. Let's see.
Be a pretty good return on the investment. But we have a lot of other questions, so I'm going to just try to move on in my 2 minutes, because I want to ask you again about the future, this time of space stations. Is that her account? Because the request for proposals for Phase 2 of the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Development Program, it's expected to define NASA's level of investment and commitment, awarding contracts to 2 or more commercial providers to ensure redundancy and competition for services. That is essential for driving innovation. Competition drives innovation and economic growth. So given your previous role at NASA, again, Administrator, can you speak about the critical need for these providers to be operational before the ISS deorbits? We can't wait to have nothing up there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then hope we're going to get something there.
Now, even though somebody blatantly told her to ask that question, that is right.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova, Raptor, gifted the sub to you're a poopy head. Nova, you might be a poopy head. That's right. That's correct. That is a good question to ask, even though someone told her to say it, but whatever. Having commercial low Earth orbit destinations up there is imperative before we get rid of the ISS. And Congress, over the last couple of years, has not funded the commercial low Earth orbit destinations program. They're not taking the commercial replacement for the ISS seriously. And that could end up with having us have nowhere to go. That's why that question's good. This is a good question. I'm very curious to see what Jim says.
So how do we ensure the timely development and deployment of these systems?
I think it's important to note that we need to have space stations that can, in effect, replace the International Space Station.
See?
When I say that, I mean space stations that are fully mission capable and have a permanent human presence in space. The capabilities and technologies that come from human spaceflight are significant. We've talked about some of them today when we think about pharmaceutical development to treat diseases that have never been treatable before, regenerative medicine, the ability to print in 3D human tissue, to grow in 3D human tissue. All of these capabilities, if we don't stay in front of it, our greatest competitor, China, will, and our international partners will join them in that effort. So it is important for us to have fully mission-capable space stations that can replace the International Space Station. And I would also say, when it comes to advanced materials, whether we're talking about semiconductors or we're talking about hypersonics, microgravity is critical to all of these capabilities, and we're at risk if we don't have a fully mission-capable system, and if we don't have a permanent human presence at space, we're at risk of losing that to our greatest competitor.
And Senator, if I may, it's not only, you make an excellent point, enough that we avoid the gap, but we must have orbital capabilities that are at least equal to the Chinese. We have to avoid the gap and make sure that we are equal or superior in LEO.
That's
for all
right.
the reasons Jim just mentioned.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think
Yeah, everything there was right. Yeah, yeah, 100% agree. 100%, like 102% agree. That's perfect.
In innovation research, public-private partnerships is really important. Thank you for your time today.
How much more of this we got?
Mr.
Oh, man. We might have to go 2x speed. Let's roll.
Bridenstine, is that a Bill Nye approved beverage you have there? I don't know. Diet Mountain Dew, that's the first.
I'm guessing not, but
he's shaking his head. So I grew up on Bill Nye. So I'm a child of the 90s, so I grew up on Bill Nye. Senator Young.
That didn't work.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for our witnesses for being here, and good to see you again, Congressman. As many of you know, Indiana has deep roots within our nation's space exploration history. Purdue University likes to call itself, I think fairly, the cradle of astronauts. I was up there actually over the weekend with some family members.
Let me get this up,
and you see a
floating
lot
disc.
of banners. They advertise that to those who visit the community. They inspire many of us, including the students, with their 27 astronaut alumni, including Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, who was a Boilermaker. So this is, of course, an effort to boast about my state, but it's also to highlight the opportunities, I think, that many U.S. universities provide to our young scientists and our engineers. So as we look
This was this
to
morning, Django, yep.
reauthorize NASA, partially authorized through the CHIPS and Science Act, I'm proud to say, just a few years ago, I believe it's crucial to focus on implementing strategic investments in research to not only secure our STEM pipeline, but to maintain a competitive edge in scientific research and development, which will eventually lead to commercialization and deployment of new technologies to bolster our space exploration. Mr. Gold, thank you for your testimony and for highlighting the groundbreaking microgravity research that Redwire is advancing aboard the International Space Station. This pioneering work, the world should know, is anchored in Greenville, Indiana. It not only strengthens our state's economy, but it also underscores the state of Indiana's growing leadership in space innovation. Mr. Gold, could you speak to how space and biotech, also something associated increasing with the state of Indiana, are converging, and share your vision for the future of microgravity research in Indiana and beyond?
Okay. All right. That's not a...
Thank you so much, Senator.
Okay. You guys mind if I just skip that? That has nothing to do with the moon. I'm just...
Sort of end by being expansive here and inclusive. I think your testimony here today, Mr. Gold, illustrates how parts of our country that people wouldn't perhaps associate as important components to the space economy are ready to go, and they're on the cusp of achieving some amazing achievements scientifically, engineering-wise, and by extension, that will benefit the economies, regional economies all around the country. So these continued scientific investments.
Okay. All right. You just want to talk about Indiana, okay? Play basketball or something, dude. Look, does this guy seriously talk for the next, 2 minutes? Ugh.
But they are here and now. And we don't want our adversaries to get ahead of us in these areas of science. So all of you are testifying to things that will continue to, that I know my constituents will find compelling.
I mean, nothing against Indiana, to be honest. Indianapolis, the Motor Speedway, good times. But Jeepers Creepers, dude, this is about the moon, homie.
And lead many of us to continue investing in these critical areas. So I thank you.
I appreciate, Senator, if I can make a plea, we will lose the momentum, if not these capabilities entirely, if we drop from 4 to 3 astronauts. And we need the Senate to stay on NASA and your excellent staff to make sure that we realize these commercial benefits and that America never, never drops below the number of Chinese in space.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reason why is because the astronaut...
This is space. I'm in space.
Now we get this up to Happy Gilmore. Thank you. The reason why he's, he's going to say, oh, you dropped from 4 down to 3 astronauts on an ISS crew. How is that going to screw your science? The reason why is because of the vast majority of astronauts' time at this point up on the ISS is well, not all of it, but a good majority of time is spent maintaining the damn space station because it's so freaking old. Yeah. Maintenance time is sucking up more and more of the astronauts' time on orbit, more time maintaining your, frankly, 25-year-old space station with systems that were engineered 40 years ago is cutting down on your science time, which is, once again, why commercial, that goes back to the whole commercial low Earth orbit thing. The space station systems are great, but it's a pain in the butt to maintain it. We can do much better things now, and we should do much better things now. Have the commercial market build a better station, or have NASA work on a dry workshop, Skylab style, and launch that on an SLS mission. Are we in the process of building new private space stations? We are. Axiom is working on it, but they kind of put it on the back burner because they got the suit contract because somebody decided that commercializing the extravehicular mobility suit for our lunar missions was a good idea. Instead of actually fixing the problem, they kicked the can to commercial, and now it basically set up Axiom to fail. Axiom almost went bankrupt, and now they have to complete that suit contract because it's now a big chunk of their business, so they put building space stations on the back burner. Yeah, they almost went bankrupt, and the CEO had to step down a couple of years ago. Mike Suffredini is the guy's name. Longtime NASA. Yeah, not great. Not great, dude. So, I mean, geek, Axiom was supposed to be up there in 2022. Axiom designed their hatch. They designed the hatch. They built the hatches to ship to Thales Alenia so they could assemble some of their modules. This was supposed to be operational in 2022. Vast is working on it. Vast is a commercial low Earth orbit partner, and they seem to be in the running, but one commercial low Earth orbit destination defeats the point of the commercial low Earth orbit destinations program. Having one space station isn't going to fix your problem. Gold is right. You have to have parity with the ISS capability. Having one small space station up there that's essentially is a hotel room in space. I mean, no slight against Vast. I love Max Hout. That guy's awesome. You know, that's not supplemental to the ISS. That's not an analog for the ISS. You need a bunch of stations. Yes, Geeson, you get the feeling that NASA's screwed if they keep outsourcing all their work. Geeson, I've been saying this since 2017, dude. I'm saying it since 2017. NASA's incessant drive to commercialize everything in the name of cost is compromising the integrity of our national space program. That part I do agree with Jim. He's right. He's absolutely right. You can't commercialize everything. Commercialization to save money is not your answer to all these problems. You want to, if you want your national space program to have priority, like if you want priorities for your national space program, like, oh, I don't know, beating China back to the moon, right? If you want to have that, a national space to have national space goals, you have to have a national space program to run it. To do these goals. What would the Apollo program be without the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B? It'd be useless. You have to have the goals, man. Commercializing our national space program's pathway to the moon is a huge mistake. That is a huge misstep. And I'm saying that as somebody that loves SpaceX. I love Starship. I love HLS. SpaceX will absolutely deliver on HLS, and it will work. But NASA needs their own way to get there, too.
Thank you.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank all.
Oh, really, weather guy? Yeah. Then fund the dang thing. Well, they won't.
Of you, this is really a stellar panel, if I could be so graceless. General Shaw, your former deputy commander of Spacecom, and you know better than most the threat that China poses to U.S. national security, our interests in space especially. China's capabilities in this domain are accelerating rapidly, the result of what you noted in your testimony, complete fusion of civil, commercial, and national security expertise. What is your assessment of the threat from China over the next 4 to 5 years, especially in light of their, as we just heard, the cozying up of Russia to China?
Thanks, Senator. First, let me, just from a purely military perspective, what we have seen China do over basically the last couple decades is look at what we've done in space for our warfighters. And I'm fond of saying that our joint warfighters today rely more on space than they did yesterday, and they will rely more on it tomorrow than they did today. That is a curve that continues to move upward. China has observed that. That's exactly why they have developed capabilities to deprive us of our space assets, and why they have built and deployed space weapons. But they've also built their own space capabilities mirroring ours to enable their warfighting too. And so this has been a progression and emulation and a surge. And I recommended the committee, if they aren't regularly getting briefings from the U.S. Space Force S2 on China's capabilities, that it might be helpful to get that classified briefing on what they're doing from a military perspective.
We're getting that. It is truly alarming. Now, I'm sure as you saw yesterday, the administration announced its intention to relocate U.S. Space Command, which is fully operational now in Colorado, to Alabama, citing political factors such as mail-in voting, some other things. The DoD Inspector General said in a report earlier this year that it will take 3 to 4 years for the same mission-critical systems to be established in Alabama that our warfighters rely on every day in Colorado. Given the threat picture you just shared, what's your assessment of the impact to readiness? Right, we're full operational capability right now. To readiness that this delay would have or could have during such a critical geopolitical window.
I would just say I know Troy Mink pretty well. He's the Secretary of the Air Force, and he was probably very closely involved in the decision, and that I've known him to be a good thinker on those.
Yeah, Rocket Guy, you bring up a good point. The way that NASA is managing commercial contracts is just hard. This is the main driver of the repeated failures. NASA Commercial Orbital Transport Systems was amazing in its organization. NASA learned nothing from it and reverted back to their old mentality of owning development and pushing all the risks to commercial companies instead of purchasing a service that the commercial company can own and develop. It isn't even politicians, the actual NASA organization itself and the way NASA manages commercial contracts. Yep. That exact quote was said by CINC. Who's that, Fluffy?
Discovery,
and, on those topics, and he probably made a good recommendation to the president.
We'll see. Switching to space debris, Mr. Bridenstine, let me ask you. All
right, William. See you, buddy.
Over 1 million space debris objects over 1 centimeter. Many of them, most of them traveling hundreds of thousands of miles per hour, can do severe damage to aircraft, satellites, at that speed, almost anything.
Space debris can do damage to aircraft. Okay.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Okay. Hey, Shirley, get this up to MK Note. There you go.
The space stations had to conduct 27 debris avoidance maneuvers since 1999. Astronauts had to take emergency shelter as recently as June of 24 last year. Do you believe it's a national security imperative that the United States develops and demonstrates technologies that can remediate space debris?
Remediation that's really hard. I think it's a capability that in some cases makes sense, in other cases maybe not. You mentioned items that are 1 centimeter and bigger. When you're talking about objects that are 1 centimeter and bigger, The cost of going up to space to remediate or bring down something like that is it's extraordinarily expensive for the return that you get. If we can see it and we can track it, remediation probably is not the right approach. And then but the alternative is if you can't see it and you can't track it, you wouldn't know that you need to remediate it. So it is a double-edged sword here. I would tell you the cost is really expensive. I would say what we've got to do is instead of remediate, we've got to mitigate. We've got to make sure we're not putting more debris up there.
That too. I agree with that.
And then I also think we've got to be able to have space situational awareness, space domain awareness, and we've got to be able to maneuver. I think it's critically important that we increase our ability to maneuver. And I will also say that here's the challenge that we face. We're putting so many satellites into.
I swear, I know what he's gonna say. He's gonna say it, isn't he? He's gonna say it.
That we increase our ability to maneuver. And I will also say that here's the challenge that we face. We're putting so many satellites into the same orbits. We're talking about tens of thousands of satellites going into one orbit from one company in one country.
You douchebag.
Well, you start adding another company that wants to do it, and another company that wants to do it, and another company that wants to do it, and then you start talking about, well, Europe wants to have their own LEO, low Earth orbit mega constellation, and China wants to have its own low Earth orbit mega constellation, and each of them have numerous projects that are there is no organizational system around it that will prevent us from getting to what eventually is the Kessler syndrome.
Right. No, I got that.
Yep.
Mr. Geller, I had a question for you as well, but I will put that off into the written since I'm out of time. But I do think that some of the stuff like the MAVEN mission out of the University of Colorado Laboratory for Atmospheric and Space Physics, collecting essential data.
Everybody's saying he's not wrong, he's not wrong, he's not wrong. If Starlink has a Kessler syndrome event, Starlink satellites are in natural decaying orbits. They're 400 kilometers. Now, there are other shells of Starlink satellites that are in higher orbits, right? The vast majority of the network is in a naturally decaying orbit. So if Starlink satellites do have a problem, say they all went dead, all 4,000 of them in change, they would be gone within the year, all of them. You can't say that for OneWeb. You can't say that for Project Kuiper's orbits. Those satellites are going to be up there forever. That's why that statement is annoying, because he's not wrong that everybody's going to want what's called a PLEO. It's a proliferated low Earth orbit constellation. He's not wrong. But SpaceX put their shells for Starlink in decaying orbits on purpose. They did that for multiple reasons. One is Kessler syndrome mitigation, like what he's talking about. The second reason is the Starlink satellites need to be constantly maintained. Proliferated low Earth orbit constellations require more maintenance, meaning that Starlink satellites, because they're in a decaying orbit, need to constantly fire their thrusters to stay in position. Once they run out of fuel, that's it. You got to send up another one. SpaceX did that to stabilize demand for launch vehicle access to low Earth orbit. That's the reason why you see a Falcon 9 launching every 2 days. A Falcon 9 launched this morning, launching Starlink satellites, guys. There's a very good reason for this. Now, if everybody put their proliferated low Earth orbit satellites in lower automatically decaying orbits, it's a self-correcting and self-mitigating problem. SpaceX has no problem with that. I would say that SpaceX is the only one that's even cognizant of being able to mitigate Kessler syndrome at this point with their mega constellation. The same cannot be said for Blue Origin. The same cannot be said for OneWeb. Once again, SpaceX took great care to be able to mitigate potential Kessler syndrome with Starlink. They were at least cognizant of it, but that's not mentioned here, which is why that's, once again, right, but a dick thing to say. Inaccessible LEO for 1 year isn't great for astronauts. Would you rather have it inaccessible permanently? Hey, Matt Jacker.
Go at throttle up.
31-month resub. Houston, we are go. SpaceX refusal to use pyro mitigates debris issues a lot. Also, and is still rather unique, I think. Yeah, that's what I mean. You didn't need to say that. If you wanted to tell these people the truth, you would have said what I just said. Now, if he's trying to make the argument that, you know, other countries are going to make proliferated low Earth orbit constellations that don't, I mean, they might not have the same regulations, or they might not care the same that SpaceX does, and they might put them into 600-kilometer orbits or 800-kilometer orbits, non-decaying. If that's the point he's trying to make, I do understand. But if that's the bone you're going to pick, you would mention OneWeb. You would mention Project Kuiper. You wouldn't mention Starlink. Starlink is not applicable in that regard. At least I'm pretty sure it's not. But who knows?
About, you know, atmosphere on Mars and really getting into that deep research. There are a lot of things that we need to discuss about that. I'll put that off till into the written.
Let me just say, Senator Redwire is happy to be in Longmont and Littleton, Colorado.
Yeah, ruinous for sure. I agree with you. And let's be real. I know why he's saying. We know why he's saying that. He works for ULA, guys. Like, I love Jim. I love him. Like, dude, you got to get paid, and you know, that's fine. I get it. But also, you know what, man? Like, it just goes back to what I was saying, dudes. You know, the only people that are gonna like attack you and say like, oh, well, this guy is doing everything wrong, like, are the people that are afraid. There are people that are afraid of their adversaries. I don't like that underhanded behavior. I think it's disgusting and it's unbecoming. And I call it out when I see it. I don't like it. And neither should you. But that type of behavior, that underhanded nonsense, that underhanded behavior is why the Apollo 1 CSM killed 3 people. Don't do stuff. That's not good. That is not good for spaceflight. And frankly, I find it just disgustingly un-American. But what do I know?
Thank you.
Well, it's my turn, and I actually wanted to be an astronaut as a kid. Was my dream. Went to the Naval Academy, which has produced more astronauts than anyone else. Unfortunately, I wasn't smart enough, so I became a senator instead, which I fit in perfectly now here. But Mr. Bryan, you made a comment earlier. We didn't know in the 1960s. We didn't know a lot of what we face as far as just the physics, the science of the universe, literally, that we were operating.
At least he knows.
Operating in. And, you know, it was just about 8 years from the time the first flight from Alan Shepard to when Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon. And in 8 years, we went from 0 space flight capability to literally sending humans to another planetary body and bringing them back safely.
No, not literally. We didn't read about it in a book. We actually sent people to the moon 6 times.
Which, as you remember, was Kennedy's initial writ when he laid out that vision. And, you know, right now, that this smartphone I carry and you all, I'm sure, have in your pocket has 10,000 times the computing power of what the Apollo 5 rocket had on board as far as its guidance systems and ability.
Apollo 5. The Saturn 1B that launched a test lunar excursion module descent stage. Yeah, that was really important. Yeah, this Apollo 5, that was a Saturn 1B launch to test the LEM. It was a really important mission.
To determine its navigation routes. We have computing capabilities and knowledge of the cosmos that far outweigh anything we thought we even could ever know in the 1960s. And yet we look at what our capabilities are now, and other than some bright spots like the James Webb Telescope and others, for the most part, we are far less capable at star voyaging today as a nation than we were 50 years ago. And for a decade, we were paying the Russians taxi fare to send our own astronauts into space. I mean,
now, okay, Apollo 5 funniness aside, he's right. That's correct. Let's see where he goes with this.
if you went back and told Reagan and Kennedy that, hey, in 50 years, we're going to be paying the Soviet Union $60 million a seat to take American astronauts to outer space, they'd laugh in your face. There's no way.
We paid Russia. Russia is not the Soviet Union. Those are two different countries. Like, that's not... Okay. Maybe it's just a little bit of hyperbole on his part. I'll tone off the fact-checking.
They'd believe you. And as a lifelong space enthusiast and someone who truly believes that not just our national security, but our economic security, our fundamental stability as a nation does depend on our ability to continue to lead in space, I'm very, very concerned about what the next decade looks like. And I'm very concerned that the bureaucracy of NASA, of which I love NASA, I'm a supporter, but we have to be honest with ourselves, is the bureaucracy of NASA positioned to give us space dominance in the 21st century?
See, that right there. And he's not reading from a script or anything. This is him talking. So, you know what? You know what, man? Didn't get a couple of things right. But that at least I know that those thoughts are coming from him. It's not something that somebody wrote for you to ask. You know what I mean? That's a good question. This right here, that's a good question.
Of which I love NASA, I'm a supporter, but we have to be honest with ourselves. Is the bureaucracy of NASA positioned to give us space dominance in the 21st century? Just like we're seeing in the DoD right now. Our legacy industrial age acquisition infrastructure is failing to keep pace with China. They build ships 200 times faster than we do. The Chinese are putting more satellites into space every day than we are, every month. We're looking at the ability for us to innovate, iterate, and deploy technologies that we're just not keeping up with the rest of the world. So as we look at systems like SLS, which I agree we need, we look at Orion, we look at the Space Liner, and we say to ourselves, is our acquisition, engineering, and development processes within NASA up to the task? Meanwhile, we look across the street at SpaceX, and yes, NASA's involved in that, but that's a private enterprise that is frankly innovating at astounding rates. Starship's flight last week was a wonder to watch and incredible to see what's happening there. So assuming we all agree, which it sounds like we do, that we want America to lead the next space race, is NASA as is currently configured, obviously it doesn't have a leader right now, hopefully soon it does, but is NASA as is currently configured ready to lead that race, or do we have to rethink how America structures our space program?
It's a good question. Fluffy, just tone it down. Tone it down. I get it. This guy's speaking, he's just speaking his mind. I don't have a problem with that. It's a good question to ask, and I think the answer is yes. Right? I get what he's trying to say. I get it. Let's I'm very curious the answers here. Yeah, Geek, like it's very clear he knows. It's very clear he knows things. Like he knows. Like once again, you don't not like space and just say all of that off the cuff. He's not reading from a script. He doesn't have a prepared paper in front of him. That's actually a question from a senator that, despite getting some stuff factually incorrect, pretty much for the most part knows what he's talking about. I don't mind it. It's a good question. It's fair. Let's see.
So I would say, first of all, you covered a lot, and I think I'm in agreement with primarily everything you said. I think when you think about what has hindered us from going forward, you go back to George Herbert Walker Bush. We had the Space Exploration Initiative, which was a plan to go back to the moon and onto Mars. And then the next administration came in and canceled it. And then we had George Herbert Walker Bush was SEI, and then George W. Bush was the Vision for Space Exploration, which is a plan to go back to the moon and then on to Mars. The new administration came in and canceled it. And then President Trump comes in and says, we're going to go to the moon and on to Mars. And for the first time, the program sustained. As I said earlier in the hearing, the architecture is challenged significantly in the current format. That architecture is extraordinarily complex. It, quite frankly, doesn't make a lot of sense if you're trying to go first to the moon, this time to beat China.
All right, that is what he was saying. All right, cool. Freaked out a little bit. Get really annoyed when people defy objective reality. That is what he was saying. Okay, that makes more sense.
It does not make sense to do that. But the question is, then what do we do?
Okay.
And I think one thing we can do is we can say, look, we're not going just to put flags and footprints on the moon as we did back in 1969 through 1972. What we're doing now is we're going to go forward to the moon. Mike Gold, I think, correctly talked about the gateway and how that could be basically our moon base around the moon. And then we can have commercial and international partners join that moon base to be able to have access anywhere on the surface of the moon at any time we want. We can go to the North Pole, we can go to the South Pole, we can go to the equatorial regions. Wherever the most valuable spots on the moon are that we need to go, we can go. But we're building infrastructure and we're allowing private capital to go forward and build all of the things that we can do on the surface. And that means extract resources, whether it's platinum group metals or other precious materials, whether it's helium-3 or water ice or other capabilities. I think that is transformational. And it also includes a lot more private companies. It includes a lot more international partners. And it's an open architecture system where we can actually have a sustainable path that goes forward regardless of administration. So getting cast to and fro from one administration to the next has been very damaging over time. And that's the challenge with NASA. What we do is multi-decadal in nature, and sometimes it's multi-generational, and you can't just have it go back and forth all the time.
Well, I'd be curious, especially your opinion, General, that the history of our space program, that there was periods of time where there was great tension between the Air Force and NASA as a push and pull between, is it a military primacy or is it civilian? And of course, we've always maintained that space should not be militarized, but that's a belief we hold. Other nations don't necessarily hold that outlook. How do you see the Space Force now weaving with NASA going forward to energize our ability to have a significant defense presence in space?
Well, I'd point out our adversaries have already militarized space and developed space weapons. I'd also point out that sometimes is a logical progression in any domain where there's competing resources, competing economic growth, and general competition. So I've always said, when I was in the Space Force, I'll say it today, our mission is predominantly to deter such a space conflict from ever happening. And if we do that job properly, maybe we would deter a broader terrestrial conflict too, by just making an adversary think they can't achieve an objective. As for the future, as I said in my opening statement, I don't think we've ever could envision that we would do exploration, economic growth without some sort of security measures around that for confidence, to ensure that we have transparency so that people want to invest. They're incentivized to do so in an environment that shows promise and shows security, as opposed to a Wild West scenario that might be dissuasive.
Well, I'm over my time, but one other topic I'd love to I'll throw it in the record, but hardening our space infrastructure. There's a perception that if it's in space, it's safe, and the reality is we're incredibly vulnerable from our communications and navigation-based orbital infrastructure, and especially as we look at Golden Dome and space-based interceptors and space-based detection. We need to make sure we're hardening our space infrastructure because it's pretty vulnerable. Senator Lujan is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that.
Who is that guy? Sheehy? Hold on. He's an American politician, businessman, aerial firefighter, cattle rancher, and former Navy SEAL officer. Serving as the junior state senator from Montana. Graduated U.S. Naval Academy 2008. Commissioning as a naval officer that year. Deployed to Afghanistan in 2012. 2014, he founded Bridger Aerospace, Aerial Firefighting and Wildlife Management Company. Wow. Cool. Yeah, see, that guy, I had a feeling that guy knew what he was talking about. All right, cool. Cool. He's awarded a Bronze Star with Valor and a Purple Heart. All right. He got some things wrong, but that was the gist of it was right. No, that guy's okay. Can he just ask all the questions from now on? I like him. He's all right. He's 39, but oh God, he's 2 years older than me. Well, now I feel like trash. Cool. Excellent. Great. That's lovely. Damn it. His bullet wound is debatable. Interesting. Damn it. Wow, you're old. Yeah, just wait a while. It'll happen to you too, man. Huh. Yes, but does he have your F-100? He does not have my F-100. That's right. I mean, that guy knew, like I said, he wasn't getting some stuff right, but he definitely knew what was going on. And he asked those questions off the cuff. And I appreciate that. That's cool. I appreciate anybody that goes in there, like, despite me being critical, I appreciate anybody that goes in there and doesn't need a prepared statement. All right, that speaks volumes. That shows you take this seriously and you know what you're talking about, rather than just reading. Hey, are we supposed to be doing this? Yes, we're supposed to be doing that. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate it. He ran on it in 2024. It honestly really bums you out. Yeah, Fluffy, that's kind of sucks, but hey, nobody's perfect, right? Like, it is politicians we're talking about here. He also sells overpriced beef. You don't need to get hit by a bullet to get a Purple Heart. Yeah, isn't it just casualty? Like, I mean, fellas, you tell me. I've never served. I don't know anything about that. I know that my grandfather has a Purple Heart. Just saying, that's kind of cool. Casualties don't necessarily mean dead. That could be wounded in action, from my understanding. Am I wrong? Even a bruise these days. I know a guy who got one for scratching his arm on a radio mount. You've got to be kidding me. It's on coup. All right. You know what? We're not. Let's not open that can of worms. All right. We're almost done. Let's oh dear. Let's let's not open that can of worms, homie. Let's keep it. We're almost done. We almost made it
very
through.
Much appreciate the conversation.
If you've been with me this whole time, good on you, man. Good on you. I know this is tough, but we wade through all the bull crap to get to some good stuff. Everything, like, once again, with the exception of Jim crapping on Starship and SpaceX, there's been a lot of pretty good info, and I hope these senators actually do something with this info. Anonymous gifted us up to Supersonic Retro Propulsion.
Today.
Yeah, John, that's what everybody's saying.
One of the concerns that I have is the
it.
president's proposed budget slashes NASA's budget to levels like back to 61.
Wait,
today.
Because it's pretty vulnerable. Senator Lujan is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. Very much appreciate the conversation today.
I just did.
One of the concerns that I have is the president's proposed budget slashes NASA's budget to levels like back to 61. Now, I appreciate what Chair Moran shared, is that the current mark of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Committee has it at level funding. back to a concern. This administration has been operating in a way where they are ignoring the law and saying, if they want to cut something, they're going to do it and sue me in court. Come find me. Now, one of the concerns that I have in that space, there's been a lot of attention brought to the incredible work that takes place at universities, K through 12, STEM education, collaborations and partnerships that are strengthening America's competitiveness. We've now seen 3,800 employees that have left NASA because of the financial uncertainty, 20% of the agency. That doesn't seem helpful. On STEM, states like New Mexico, clearly others, other colleagues who have spoken today, all benefit from incredible investment to allow these collaborations that I pointed out earlier. Now, this hearing is dedicated to the United States beating China in a space race. My questions to each of you today is yes or no, would huge cuts to NASA and its STEM efforts harm America's ability to compete with China in the space race? Mr. Cutler?
Absolutely. There's no question that it will harm our capabilities. We've seen impacts already just by proposing this budget from the president in industry, where companies are having to look at what do we do if our business goes away, and project managers are looking at for other jobs. I mean, we're absolutely, just from an industry perspective, I mean, right now we need people working on Artemis, not working on their resumes, and that is absolutely something that should worry all of us, because if they're not doing the work that's going to for the missions that inspire those kids, where's that K through 12, that STEM education? Why are they going to go into this business? Why would you go into space if you see it's not going anywhere and China's where it's happening?
Appreciate that. Mr. Gold, yes or no?
Yes.
Appreciate that. Mr. Bridenstine?
No.
No. You can talk more, sir, if you want. If you can explain to me how you complimented one of my colleagues, two of my colleagues, with your response as to the incredible importance of collaboration with students, scientists, and engineers to America's competitiveness, but you don't believe that this is harmful?
No, what I'm saying is when you think about STEM education, there's different ways to approach it. And I think NASA's missions, when they partner with universities, that's a great thing to do. I think, when you think about, the partnership where, we've got scientists and engineers working side by side, and you've got the students in the mix. I think all of that is extraordinarily, beneficial, but that's also within the program itself. Does that make sense? I don't know that NASA needs to be an...
It's not free.
What?
No, it takes investment.
No, I agree with that. I'm in agreement that we need to absolutely be involving students in the projects that NASA does at universities. I'm in full agreement. I just think it's when you think about education, we have a Department of Education. We should have them focused on education. Right.
All right. General?
My answer is yes, and I would hope that the current cuts we're seeing are temporary, as I think one of the other members mentioned earlier this morning.
Okay.
And are helping us refocus.
Okay. Jim can shit on SpaceX. That's fine. That took stones to say no to that, dude. I kind of appreciated it. No. What? I'm sorry, that's kind of funny. It just, no. Once again, I think Jim brings up a good point. What Jim is trying to say is that it's not totally against having, STEM outreach and stuff, but STEM outreach does nothing when you don't launch anything. You have to launch things. You have to put things into space. Doing STEM outreach for an organization that doesn't launch things into space is kind of dumb, don't you think? You have to do things. If you do things, the STEM people will want to work for you. Sending people to the moon made a lot of people want to become aerospace engineers. NASA didn't need any STEM outreach to do that. Does that mean we shouldn't do STEM outreach? No, not necessarily. But you got to launch stuff. If people want to be inspired by what NASA does, NASA has to do inspiring things. You can't just will people into STEM education because, oh, we have to do STEM outreach. You have to have something to be like, look, we're from NASA. We send people to the moon. You know, do you want to be an engineer? That's what Jim was saying. I agree with him. He's right. You shouldn't just do STEM outreach for the sake of doing STEM outreach. You have, like, in the context of NASA, okay? We should be always doing STEM outreach. I do STEM outreach 24/7. 365. Every time I'm on here, I try to teach somebody something about science and technology and engineering. The math stuff I kind of suck at, but, you know, hey, whatever. But in order to do that, you need a driving force behind it. The unifying force needs to be doing things. You have to send things into space. You have to launch people to the moon. We should be putting people on Mars. Without that, the STEM outreach doesn't carry any weight. Now, if it was up to me, hey man, my high school had a Marine Corps recruiter in the cafeteria every day during lunch. Why not a NASA recruiter? Just saying. Nothing against the Marines. I love my grape-flavored crayons just as much as the next guy, all right? That's fine. Crayons, they're delicious. I will eat those. That's fine. But why not a NASA recruiter? Right? Wouldn't that, if we did do that, wouldn't that NASA recruiter carry more potency? If he said, hey, join the astronaut corps, you can go live on the moon for 6 months doing scientific research. Don't you think that would carry more weight if we actually had a freaking moon base? Just saying, just putting it out there. We put the tism in the patriotism, yes. No, grape is where it's at, dude. Right? The purple. As Nader Hunter in chat put it, a Marine Corps aviator, he put it, purple grape is the best. Do you know why? Because it's blue for freedom, and it's red because you drink the blood of your enemies. All right? That's why grape rules. Okay? Just saying. Personally, I like glue sticks more. They melt in your mouth. Oh, dude, I'm in. Let's go. Don't eat glue or crayons. Grape and purple aren't the same, though. No one wants to be an astronaut when we just put a couple of them on orbit on a foreign rocket every year. Give us a moon bus. There you go. That's what Jim was trying to say. I'm learning a lot of science right now about the things I shouldn't eat. You made a typo, BD.
What we really need to be concentrating on in order to beat China.
I appreciate Lieutenant General. I would agree. There seems to be strong bipartisan support in all of these efforts. I appreciate that response. Representative, during your tenure as NASA administrator, you created the Suborbital Crew or Subsea program to leverage commercial sub-vehicle for science and technology development. When fully implemented, what benefits will Subsea provide to NASA and to the broader space economy?
Oh, I think that's a great question. So there's a lot of, when you talk about suborbital.
Mr. Lujan is a senator from New Mexico. New Mexico, one of the only states that has a suborbital launch vehicle. The other one is Texas. You're welcome.
Orbital space flight in general, you're really talking about microgravity. So there's ways to get microgravity. We can go up a tower and we can drop an object, and you can get maybe a second or two of microgravity. Then we can put things on an airplane and put it on a parabolic trajectory, and you might be able to get 30 seconds to a minute of microgravity. Then we can go to suborbital space. And that's where I think we can have even more benefit, because you can get 4, maybe even 5 minutes or more of microgravity. Mm-hmm. And all of that enables us to do research and development on technologies and capabilities. And then if all that works, then you send it to the International Space Station, or you send it to commercial space stations. You put all that together.
And just a sidebar of that, if that program was cut, how would the United States be ceding ground to China?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that without that program, there will be a lot of development capabilities that just get canceled. And And it becomes, quite frankly, more expensive, not less expensive, because now you got to go to orbit to test things, and that's super expensive.
I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I have other questions. I'll submit them into the record because of time. Thank you all for your responses today. Appreciate that. Yield back.
Well, thank you. So just, you had made Senator Cruz Captain Kirk. I'll be Captain Obvious. The need to fund NASA in the One Big Beautiful Bill was something that was very important. Would any of you disagree that without that $10 billion of funding, that it would be absolutely devastating to what we just talked about all morning? All in agreement?
In agreement.
And again, just want to point out
this
there
morning,
wasn't a single Democrat that voted for that bill. I think that I just want to make sure.
Okay, let me back it
Big
up.
Beautiful Bill. Senator Cruz, Captain Kirk. I'll be Captain Obvious. The need to fund NASA in the One Big Beautiful Bill was something that was very important. Would any of you disagree that without that $10 billion of funding, that it would be absolutely devastating to what we just talked about all morning? All in agreement?
In agreement.
And again, just want to point out there wasn't a single Democrat that voted for that bill.
Nice.
I think I just want to make sure that's
Nice,
crystal
dude.
clear on the record. So as
Nice. Yeah. No, real classy. Appreciate that one.
important as we all said that is, as important as we say this is bipartisan, yet when the bill got presented, it was 100% of the Democrats voted against that bill. Let me just,
that might be because that there were other things in the bill that they didn't like that outweigh NASA funding. Maybe if you just passed a bill for NASA funding, maybe they would vote for it. Just putting it out there. Just put it out of the void. I don't know. To frame that as they didn't vote for it, they don't like space, is just as annoying as what that guy from New Mexico just did. Oh, you don't want to educate the kids because you don't think NASA should have a STEM program? Dude, shut up. We all know what you're doing. Shut up. Both of you. All right, I get what you're doing. Piss off. And to the New Mexico, I get what you're doing. Piss off as well.
let's also say that when we talk about sequencing, how do we get to the moon? How do we get there before China? As I'm still the optimist. I think we can get there before China gets there. And there's sequencing that has to happen. Something has to happen before something else. And if we're going to have moon exploration, Mr. Cutler, you're going to be in Ohio next week. I'm sorry, I will miss you there. I'm sure you're going there because you're going to celebrate the massive victory of Ohio State versus Texas. But while you're celebrating that victory, talk about the importance of nuclear fission and the importance of really developing that program.
Well, first of all, I'm sure they're still celebrating. They've got a week, so that's great. I think, you're talking about nuclear fission. This committee, this Congress has been
Colt, I know.
supportive
I know how
of
it is.
all forms of nuclear, like if you're looking at propulsion, NTP, nuclear electric, it's something that we absolutely, if we want to open up our exploration of going beyond the moon, going to Mars, going even farther in the universe, we need to have better propulsion. This is something that we need to be working on. So the benefits, absolutely. There's only so much you can do with chemical propulsion. And if we want to really sit there and send ourselves out into the universe, we need to do something different. Now that's, nuclear fission, you've got that surface power. You need that too for the moon. Astronauts are going to plug all that, you go home, plug all your stuff into the wall, the recharge. It's going to be the same on the moon. You're going to need power. This is technologies that we should be working on and through this committee have been supporting for years, and we need to kind of up our game on that. It needs to be worked on, and it's absolutely critical.
And I saw you earlier talk about
that's right. Everything you said is right.
Administrator Duffy, depending on what hat he's wearing, put some serious resources behind that.
Absolutely.
And where would you say is the center of excellence of nuclear fission for space?
Yeah, Anvil, that was more the point I was trying to convey. It's so damn tiring, dude. You know why it bothers me, dude? Not because I'm trying to make any type of political point. It bothers me because this impedance and insistence on everybody acting like children on the Senate floor, You know, like I'm all for like a Star Trek reference just as much as anybody else. But dude, this is the Senate floor. This is a Senate chamber. All right. You wouldn't see me making Blues Brothers reference on a Senate chamber floor. Absolutely not. That is disgusting. Carry yourself with some goddamn decorum. It's ridiculous. That's what drives me up the wall. Because this behavior, this nonsense behavior is impeding us towards going to the moon. It's been impeding us for 50 years. It's gross. Don't be okay with this, dudes. It's disgusting. Ugh. You're on the freaking Senate floor. Have some friggin' respect. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. Maybe I like banged my head against my stupid rusty car too many times. Like, I don't know.
Power.
Well,
the answer is Cleveland.
I know that when you're going nuclear electric, Cleveland is where you go.
There you go. Make sure that that's highlighted in the record. So in terms of, Lieutenant General, back to you, the coordination between the military and NASA, how important is it to us to really take that to the next level?
Yeah, Deadbringer, well, you know, respect and decorum went out the window a while ago. Well, you know what? You know what doesn't fix that problem? Acting like a moron on the Senate floor. Or, well, Senate chamber floor. But people do it on the Senate floor in our country, too. It just... I don't know, man. It's gross. It's gross. And I'm embarrassed as an American for you guys to see this. It's embarrassing. Stop.
Done to compete with China.
Yes, Senator. First, I'd say the Department of Defense and NASA have always cooperated from the very beginning. I mean, whether it was the Mercury, Gemini, Apollo missions, whether it's even under my recent commands that I had before I left uniformed service, the Department of Defense was providing the debris situation to NASA to make sure that the astronauts on the ISS were safe. And we actually had NASA representatives in the Operations Center at Vandenberg Space Force Base, where I was the commanding general, that watched that continuously, communicating with Houston and letting them know if a maneuver would be necessary for the ISS. So we've been and there are many, many more examples in ways that we've partnered in the past. Those will only become more important as we look to put a permanent human presence in the lunar environment, as I expect there will be parallel efforts for commercial capabilities in the lunar environment that may or may not involve humans, but they're going to do the sorts of things that some of my panel members have mentioned here before. And it's not just the lunar environment, it's the entire Earth-Moon system. Again, you don't get economic growth without security as well. And I do think as the Space Force matures, in addition to all the things it needs to do today to enable terrestrial warfighters and protect our capabilities in space, it's also going to involve a mission that provides awareness of hazards, awareness of threats, and a transparency in space that enables all of these activities. We're going to see that happen. It's happened in every other domain. The U.S. Navy and U.S. Coast Guard have done it from the very beginning in the maritime domain. You will see the U.S. Space Force do it in the future.
That's right. And obviously taking that to the next level is critically important. And I'll wrap up the last question with you, Mr. Bridenstine. When you were the NASA administrator, you visited a lot of places. What was your favorite place that you visited while you were NASA administrator? There's only one answer there.
Cleveland,
also. Cleveland
Ohio.
is the right answer. Perfect. That's good. And if you could...
Yes, I want to go to Cleveland. That's exactly right.
If you could end with us, how important is it for us to unleash the private sector? Because we talked about a lot about competing with China.
Yeah.
And certainly China is a model. It's not the model I choose. It's not the model we would ever want to replicate. And I think the advantage we have is that we have this strong, thriving private sector. How do we really integrate that to accomplish the mission that we all want?
Now, that's a good question.
That's a great point and a great question. I think we've got to, as an agency, NASA needs to build infrastructure that the private sector can see how they plug in and benefit from it. And then you get these naturally forming public-private partnerships. For example, the Gateway, if they can see themselves plugging into the Gateway, they can utilize it. They'll make investments to do that. When I was at NASA, we created commercial low Earth orbit destinations. Of course, that's a capability to replace the International Space Station. We created commercial lunar payload services. That's a way to get landers to the surface of the moon. We have a commercial landing system for the moon. I will tell you that the architecture for that is extraordinarily strained, but I think it's an important capability, and we need to have as much commercial as possible. I will tell you that when it comes to commercial, we've got to make sure, and I said this a lot when I was at NASA, the only thing worse than a government monopoly is a private monopoly that the government is dependent on. So when we think about commercial, we have to have multiple providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation and safety, and each of those providers has to go get customers that are not NASA. And if they're willing to do that and capable of doing that, then we can have this very robust, capability, this marketplace that I think will be thriving. But I think we got to be really careful about how we frame that.
I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate it. Sorry, Mr. Gold, I didn't ask you a question, but you're the most enthusiastic.
That was a good answer. That was a good answer. NASA needs to make the infrastructure, and private needs to be supplemental to the said infrastructure. Now, I don't really think Gateway is the answer in that regard. I think building a lunar base is the answer in this regard. Build a lunar base. That way you have commercial landers as well. Gateway is all fine and dandy, but Gateway really incentivizes people to resupply Gateway, right? So that makes just resupply vehicles. So you'll see Cygnus at the Gateway in 5 years. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And that's all fine and dandy, but that's not going to spur innovation in the commercial market. So resupplying a moon base, that changes things. What are your main issues with Gateway? My main issues with Gateway is that it should have launched in 2023, 2022, something like that. The best time to launch Gateway was 5 years ago. When we said, we were going to be back to the moon in 2024. Best time to do that would have been to launch, Artemis 2 and Artemis 3. That would have been useful. The Gateway program is an underfunded, fragmented mess, Lazarus. It's terrible. It's terrible architecture. So the Gateway right now consists of two principal components. The two principal components are the power and propulsion element, which is basically a geostationary satellite that's been hot-rodded to be a service module for a space station using solar electric propulsion, big solar panels, big ion thrusters, using ion thruster RCS. It's basically a geostationary satellite that they put big freaking solar panels on and a docking port on the front, right? PPE is it's a hot-rodded geostationary satellite bus, okay? That was supposed to be launched on SLS, and Orion was supposed to place it in orbit, in rectilinear halo orbit. It's supposed to be a crewed mission. The next mission to the Gateway, and this is the next principal component right now to Gateway, is the Halo module, the Habitation and Logistics Outpost. It's basically a big tube. It's a space station module with multiple docking ports, similar to Node 2 on the space station, like the Harmony module, kind of a 6-axis docking port of sorts. The Habitation and Logistics Outpost is going to basically carry astronaut quarters, scientific stuff, bunch of docking ports, so you could dock a bunch of different spacecraft to it, et cetera, et cetera. That was supposed to be launched on whatever came after the PPE mission, right? And they were supposed to assemble the Habitation and Logistics Outpost. Orion was basically supposed to work as a lunar tug. They're supposed to send Orion in the Halo module, right? And Orion was supposed to work as a lunar tug and assemble the Halo module onto the PPE. And then the Halo and the PPE will stay out there. You could keep adding more modules with Orion every subsequent SLS mission. That didn't happen. That didn't happen because the SLS program is not comprehensive enough and basically said, just make this now, maybe we'll do more missions with it later. If they had bought SLS in 2018, as I said they should, basically get on the books 20 SLS cores, Gateway could have been assembled by now, which was the original plan, but they never did that because So, did Gateway get canceled? No, it didn't. To save money, they took the habitation and logistics outpost and the power and propulsion module and joined them together. They removed the docking ports that would hold these two things together and just basically made it one spacecraft. So now we had two modules that were designed to be two different spacecraft now being joined together as one module for one spacecraft, and it's supposed to launch on a Falcon Heavy in one piece with Falcon Heavy's extended fairing, which doesn't exist. Not to mention that Falcon Heavy doesn't have the Delta V to put the power and propulsion element into a rectilinear halo orbit. So when Falcon Heavy does eventually launch it, the power and propulsion element is not going to get out there in any expedient period of time. The reason why is because it has to use Oberth effect to basically capture the moon and then eventually over time place it into a rectilinear halo orbit. Do you see why I don't like this? Do you see why I think this is a stupid idea? Oh, also, there was a government accountability report about the power and propulsion element. The PPE does not have thrusters that are strong enough to be able to handle having a Starship HLS docked to it. This station will fall out of rectilinear halo orbit when HLS is attached to it because it can't station keep. Second part of this. The habitation and logistics outpost did not meet mass requirements. It exceeded mass requirements for what it needed to be launching on a Falcon Heavy by 1.5 tons. The reason why is because the person planning that program forgot to include the wire harness into their total mass calculation. That's not rumor. That was in a government accountability report. The Gateway is a fragmented mess. It's disgusting. Get rid of it. That reeks of bad program management. Reeks of bad program management. That's not even like you didn't fund it. That's bad. That is red flag. Red flag. You shouldn't be in the spaceflight business. Get out of here. No, the habitation logistics outpost bill doesn't have thrusters on it. It's just to power the systems on board. Was Jim running NASA then? When that GAO report came out? No. That GAO report came out, I think, last year. 2023 or 2024. So that would have been well after Jim left. Once again, I know, Aqualex, if you're out there, you're getting ready to type. I'm just saying my opinion. Relax. I think Gateway is dumb. I don't think the idea of Gateway is dumb. I think Jim's right in saying that we want more infrastructure out there. That's not a bad idea. The Gateway is supposed to be a prototype Mars transfer vehicle. You are not getting anywhere near Mars with solar electric propulsion. I'm sorry, that's not a thing. You can sit here, we can sit here and we can pretend like it is, but it's not. It's absolutely not. You'd be much better using some type of chemical propulsion system to get to Mars in the interim time. How do I know? Well, these guys right here from this picture and that picture seem to think that's the right move. Seems like they know what they're talking about here. My proposal for a revised Gateway would be to just, well, take the habitation and logistics outpost and just place it on top of a Block 1B SLS with Orion. Have Orion separate, Block 1B puts it into space. Orion turns around, attaches to the habitation and logistics outpost, but instead of plucking it off like the original plan, you have an SLS Block 1B upper stage, which is called an exploration upper stage, and you have that as your power and propulsion element. You have that as your PPE. And use that as your prototype transfer vehicle. Something, that actually has the Delta V to be able to get to Mars on a relatively expedient basis. Because, getting to Mars quick is kind of important. There's that whole oxygen thing that humans need, and you can run out of that if it takes 5 years to get there. Preaching the Robert Zubrin sermon. Yeah, no, Zubrin doesn't like Gateway at all. I don't mind Gateway, but I want Gateway to actually be a useful transfer vehicle architecture. You're not using something like Gateway to get near Mars. In the current form with the PPE and the Halo, that's not getting you anywhere near Mars. Let's not kid ourselves here. Boil off. What do you mean boil off, Sea Kraken? What are you talking about? Boil off? The EUS has that solar electric propulsion that the PPE has. And you leave it out there as a prototype transfer vehicle, and then you wet workshop the damn thing. I don't know, do something. Start with a dry workshop with the Halo outpost. Then, get rid of that. Maybe send another one out with solar electric propulsion accompanied with your chemical propulsion in the EUS. Remember, Orion should be able to capture rectilinear Halo even with the EUS. If NASA worked on was some boil-off technology with the EUS, which they probably could figure out, if they worked on that, then the EUS could just circularize you in low lunar, and then boom, you're good to go. BB's Mars Water Park. What do you think about terraforming Mars before we go there? Terraforming's going to take time, Anvil. Bro, we can't even control the climate on this planet. What makes you think we're going to do it over there? You know what I mean? What makes you think we're going to do it on Mars? We can't control the climate here. Or can we? I don't think we need to terraform Mars to do it. What I do think would be a good idea, Anvil, is sending robots to rovers or something to help assemble architecture. It's very clear that we can remotely operate remote manipulator systems like the robotic arm on the space station, right? Or the robotic arm on the space shuttle. It would be good to send stuff there in a transfer window to build out a base so when humans get there, you have some place to stay and the humans don't have to do it so they can, do the scientific research that they need to do on Mars. Probably be a good idea. We had an idea for doing that in 2004. Jim talked about it in this testimony. It's called the Vision for Space Exploration. They called to do just that, and then the Obama administration canceled it for an asteroid redirect that they never really took seriously. And that's part of the reason why we got SLS. Let's not harp on about climate control too much. I like that too, but oxygen, the hassles. So drill the ice cap on Mars. Why bring the oxygen with you? There's plenty of oxygen there. In fact, there's oxygen in Martian regolith. It's iron oxide. And I know people can say, "Oh, but EJ, you need a lot of power to do something like that." You were never. Yeah, shut up. Of course we could. Put a nuclear reactor down on the surface.
This is space.
Make oxygen out of anything. Heck, you don't even need oxygen. Just straight brute force it with power and make whatever element you want. Hey, ARM gave us parts in KSP. That's probably about the most useful contribution of that entire program, Kyron. It gave us the claw in KSP. Oh, God. That's a really good point, man. Is geothermal a possibility on Mars? Nah, Ruinous. Mars has no plate tectonics. The core is off. No plate tectonics. No size. There is seismic activity, but it's mostly just dust and echoes. But just asking. I've heard the talk of water being used. We could do that. Yeah, the ice caps on Mars would be great. That'd be good. You just drill into that. Got oxygen and hydrogen. You can do whatever you want with that. You could pack hydrogen. You could put it into a hydrogen gas generator and generate infinite amounts of power. The ice cap isn't melting anytime soon on Mars. Just build an NTR, I beg of you, right? All right. I'm pretty sure we're at the end of this.
Witness in the history of the Commerce Committee in my time in the Senate, by the way. So
let me be briefly enthusiastic for Cleveland, not only great in nuclear, but the leader in solar electric propulsion on the PP on Gateway. So thank you for the support, Cleveland and Glenn.
there you go. And as we're working through the commerce appropriations.
Yeah, the thruster that makes you feel good, but is actually useless for, interplanetary travel and spaceflight. Yeah, no, but we all feel good about it, though. That's what matters, right?
Budget. Let's make sure we keep that all at top of mind. But I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony today. Senators will have until the close of business on September 10th to submit even more questions for the record, if that's possible. Because in the Senate, not everybody's made a point. Points have been made, but not by everybody is the mantra around here. So we'll see if you get more of the same questions. But the witnesses will have until the close of business, September 24th, to respond to those questions. And this concludes.
All right, that's enough of that. Yep. Okay, cool. Sweet. We're done. Yep. All right, cool. I can only take so much hot air being blown in my face. Well, that was fun. Dragon reboosted the ISS, by the way. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that was long. But I wanted to hear what everybody had to say. It's interesting. Guys, out of all of that, I don't want to call that whole thing a nothing burger, but out of all of that, we basically got that, yes, we need, we want to beat China to the moon, we need to build the infrastructure out at the moon. We need to build infrastructure in the form of Gateway. If you build something like Gateway, you'll beat China back to the moon. I find, building something that's floating around the moon as your solution to beating China to the surface of the moon is a very interesting argument to make, I think. Interesting because, yeah, going to lunar orbit is the way to beat China to the surface of the moon. Yeah, that whole thing was a nothing burger. You're right. You're right. That was stupid. I thought we'd get something good for a change, ARJ, but shame on me, I guess. There was really nothing of substance there. But sometimes you get good bits. I thought that having Jim there would, Berger's tweet about it is right. What did Eric say? You guys wanted me to see this. Let me see. China is laughing at the Senate hearing on NASA's lunar plans. It's the usual mishmash of parochial politics, lobbying for traditional space, backslapping, Star Trek references, and whistling past the graveyard. Maybe tomorrow's agency-wide address by Sean Duffy will be better news. Scroll down. Eric, any word on when a NASA-only administrator will be nominated? I heard Duffy is angling for the job full-time. I don't know how the White House will play it. Ugh. I mean, well, I don't necessarily have anything bad about Duffy. He's made some stupid posts on X. But overall, I don't necessarily... I'm kind of indifferent. Indifferent. Like, that post on X, though, was pretty dumb. He said something about, climate science, and I was just like, but, brother, stop. Yeah, Mutter, what did Jared Isaacman have to say about this? Surely he's probably a little more classy than me. It's good to see NASA getting some well-deserved attention today. Between Senator Cruz's hearing and the big associate administration promotion. But with respect to the hearing, I do agree we should be asking why taxpayers have spent $100 billion trying to return to the moon over the last few decades and still face such a complicated journey ahead. SLS is extraordinarily expensive. Orion has issues. The suits are not ready. The landers are not ready. And for sure, there's a real chance China could get there before our grand return. I think that warrants congressional discussion. And I imagine if it could all be done over today, a different decision would be made. What I think is incorrect, in my humble view, is poking holes at the complexity of orbital refueling. Thank you. Both Blue Origin's Mark II lander and SpaceX's landers depend on it. Private industry is investing heavily in the capability, so it is not entirely on the shoulders of the taxpayers. And when it works, it will change the game in applications well beyond the moon. If all we wanted was another Apollo-style LEM, that would surely have simplified things. But are we trying to repeat 1969 or pioneer technologies that will extend America's ability to explore, discover, and defend the high ground of space? That is a much classier way of saying what I was trying to say. That's what I mean. That is exactly what I meant. You don't need to dunk on Starship. That's stupid. That is stupid. It's counterintuitive and it's a waste of time. Yes, that is exactly what I was trying to get at. Since we're on the topic of space policy and not just architecture, you know the reason why Orion was from the start not intended to go to low moon orbit? Because if it could, they'd have already axed Gateway, and one big thing we're hoping for with it is that it has the same stabilizing effect on the program that the ISS had on LEO Ops. Aqualex, I understand that, but that's that kind of having that kind of influence on your political having that kind of political influence on your architecture is a self-defeating prophecy. You can sit here and you could say that part of the reason why they did that is because they didn't want people to axe the thing again. They were worried about it, so this way is a much better way of doing things. Hell to the no, it's not, dude. I would rather take my chances with the other option, with the Apollo style option. At least that gets you somewhere. Mr. AJ, it's late. I'll see you another day. See Kraken and everybody else. Summer car all tomorrow. Little bit of space news because I want to see what Sean Duffy has to say. But yeah, we'll play Summer car right when we start. Okie dokie. Now, once again, I really don't like dumping into politics too much on stream, guys. But sometimes when it comes to space policy, it's important to read this stuff. It's important to learn. It's important to understand. It gives you a good pulse on where NASA's priorities are at. And I'll say what I said right before we started this whole thing. It seems like everybody in that Senate meeting is on the same page. It seems like they all understand, all the senators and everybody seem to understand the testimony from Jim and Lieutenant General Shaw and Mr. Gold. Their testimony was right. Most of the stuff they said was on point, with the exception of Jim picking a bone with SpaceX pretty much every time he talked. Right? And the vast majority of the things he said was right. Vast majority. But this testimony is fantastic. They basically laid out what you should be doing. Now, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? Guys, I'll be honest with you. I've watched these meetings before. They always, and a long time ago, when I was much more politically ignorant, I was like, oh, this is great. This is great. The politicians know. Everything's going to change. They know about it. We're going to get back to the moon. They understand that this is a problem, that we need to fix it. And then nothing happens. And then we cover another one of these meetings and nothing happens. And we cover another one and nothing happens. They say, oh yeah, we're going to fix everything. And then they just keep running. They just keep running the course. Now, to be 100% real, I don't mind running the course with SLS. That's fine. Super Heavy launch is still I know it's going to seem stupid, and I know that the SLS is using shuttle technology, right? So it's old tech, but also nobody else has Super Heavy launch capability. The U.S. is the only one to have it. Nobody else has anything even close to that. You could say it's old tech all you want, but it's still pretty damn cutting edge. I don't necessarily have a problem with SLS. The architecture, the rocket itself is just fine. It needs a better upper stage. Or the design of the rocket is fine. The architecture sucks. It needs a better upper stage. And it needs a more comprehensive program. Whatever works, man. Is the weather still pretty hot to wrench? Well, I'm going to go to bed now, Fluffy, and I'm going to get up early, and we'll work on the alignment, and then we'll play Summer Car, dude. Hey, Fert, what's up, man? Anvil, later I got to roll Anvil out. All right, Anvil, good talking to you, buddy. What was the exploration upper stage and new upper stage? The EUS has been on the books for 15 years, no good, and has not produced one test article until this year. That's what I mean about fragmented architecture. Somebody in 2010 thought it would be a good idea to put a Delta IV Heavy upper stage on top of SLS and called it an interim solution. You know, by 2017, 2018, yeah, we don't have to worry about that. The interim solution will have worked and we'll have the better upper stage for SLS. That was 15 years ago. But have we produced a render of a box? That's what I mean. The reason why the EUS has taken so long is because NASA's not even sure why they're making it at this point. The reasons for making it haven't really come into fruition until the Artemis program came along and kind of codified what that stage is supposed to do and why it's there. That didn't happen until 2018, 2019. It's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, especially in spaceflight. Yeah, yeah, I understand, guys. Everybody's saying that. It's funny, reference acknowledged, etc., etc. Yeah, that I think history will show that that is an extremely dumb thing to do with spaceflight. Blue Origin second stage is what SLS needs. Correct. It's insane how much of a mess Artemis is. And you know what, no good? I thought Jim hinted at it a little bit, and that's why I like him, even though he crapped on SpaceX. But he also told that senator from New Mexico off, which I thought was kind of funny. So Jim can bitch about SpaceX. That's fine. Whatever. I don't like it, but he can. I'll allow it. Because I have a say in this, right? I was really hoping that they would realize that the architecture is dookie. If expediency is our goal. And I'll be honest, guys. I would love to space race China. I really would. That would be awesome. And it would be fun to beat them. That would be cool. It would be a return to form, right? To have us put people on the moon before they did. That would be great. But also at the same time, in the same argument, I don't think space racing another near adversarial nation is a wise decision. You could argue that the last time we did that, it was not really sustainable, politically at least. I still think the Saturn V is a very sustainable piece of architecture, but whatever, it doesn't matter. The whole thing about a race is that it ends. So where does it end? Does it end at us building a moon base? What are your plans after we beat China to the moon? What are your plans after we build out a lunar economy? What are your plans after we build out a huge lunar outpost? What are your plans after we do in situ resource utilization? These are things that NASA needs to be thinking about now. Is the next target Mars? Is the next target Venus? Where are we going? And even then, that's still a little bit unsure. You're still a little bit unsure, which is why I say build Gateway as a Mars transfer prototype vehicle, because then that gives you the next destination, right? Instead of building Gateway, which is a tech demo for a potential transfer vehicle that could be engineered after we go to the moon. That's why I don't like that idea. I think it's stupid. You know, the Artemis program says on to the moon, and, you know, we're going to go to the moon and then we're going to go to Mars. Okay, that's fine and dandy. You know, we land first on the moon. That's great. So we're talking about going to Mars in the 2030s. Does that mean we just abandon the moon? So we are going to plant flags and footprints on the moon and then just go to Mars? No. That's not good architecture. That's not good spaceflight architecture. That's terrible architecture. You need to make an architecture that could simultaneously support the moon and Mars at the same time. Does SLS have any inkling of even remotely doing that in any way, shape, or form? No. That's the problem. I really, really had hoped that Jim would get in there and talk about this more, but his testimony is here, and it's just, I have the transcript from it right here, and it's just, yeah. The United States should celebrate the orbiting the moon in 2026. The United States does not have a lander. Unless something changes, it is highly unlikely that the United States will beat China's projected timeline to the moon's surface. Our complicated architecture requires a dozen or more launches in a short time frame, relies on very challenging technologies that have yet to be developed, like cryogenic in-space refueling, and still needs to be human-rated. While the capacity could be transformational over time if payload capacity increases, so far it has decreased. The complexity of the architecture precludes alacrity. Alacrity means ready. It precludes. It's not ready. That's a nice way to say that. For comparison, Apollo landed on the moon in 8 years. Today's lander is more of a large rocket. It has been under development for the same amount of time as the Apollo program and needs new engines and a bigger core. It needs new engines and a bigger core stage to increase payload capacity. It could be an important capability for the country, but is unlikely to beat China's projected timeline to the lunar surface. Comparing Starship to the Apollo program, which the Apollo program was successful, is a very interesting way to try and prove your point that SpaceX won't be successful. That's a really interesting way to frame that, Jim. That's yeah. Let's compare Starship HLS to the Apollo program. Yeah, and cite that as the reason why it's not going to work. That's a real interesting way to put that. See, that's what I mean, dude. Why would you say that? Okay, what's your solution? Jim, and that's what I mean. I like Jim. I like how he looks at the space program, but where's your solution? You're offering nothing of substance here. Your solution is to build more infrastructure. Your solution is to build the frigging gateway. That's your solution, to beat China back to the moon. Yeah, no, that is probably the most lukewarm take I've ever heard about, like, getting to the moon expediently. See, look. For comparison, it could be an important capability for the country, but it's unlikely to be China's projected timeline on the lunar surface. The gateway. The cislunar domain is the ultimate high ground for national security, and the moon itself is a source of critical minerals and a potential solution to our long-term energy needs due to helium. In the long term, we need permanent surface activity using in situ resources. Administrator Duffy is correct that we need nuclear fission power on the moon, and it should be accelerated. Yeah, nuclear fission power. Yeah, what are you going to use to do that, to get that there? A crew-rated lander is not going to get that there. You know what gets that there? A rocket stage. You know. Like, yeah, no good. That's what I'm talking about, man. Jim, when Jim was administrator, he didn't talk like this. Why the change of heart, Jim? What the hell, dude? What are you even talking about? RJ, like, it sucks to say it, dude. Lost a lot of faith. There was a lot of faith in NASA, and this type of testimony, what the hell is this? This is a hot, steaming pile of dog crap. What is this? What is it? Really? Really? You're going to say that Starship is the bottleneck to beating China back to the moon and cite the freaking Apollo program as the reason why it's going to fail? That's a hell of a point of view. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where's your solution, pal? Like, Jim, what the hell happened to you? Like, I don't get it, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Watch the money. How much does ULA stand to make on Gateway? I don't know. Like, Bill, that's the other thing that I really can't figure out. What does ULA have any vested stake in the Gateway? It's launching on Falcon Heavy. Why Gateway? What? That's the hill you're gonna die on? Freaking Gateway? Like, how does that help ULA? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why did he scoff at the helium-3 comment? As a layman's Altor, I scoffed at the helium-3 thing because, dude, saying helium-3 is a good reason to go to the moon for power generation purposes is about as stupid as saying, like, okay, helium-3 is a promise. You know what I mean? We don't know. There's helium-3 on the moon. It might be good for fusion. It might be good. We still got to figure out how to do that whole fusion thing. Nobody mentions that part, right? Right now, using helium-3 as your goal for going back to the moon is, to me, that's about as silly as saying I want to go back to the moon to terraform it. Like, what? Why? What? Bro, we're talking about expediency here. You're not figuring out helium-3 before the Chinese get to the moon. That's not happening. Like, that's not... Chevelle, I saw your question, dude. Yeah, give me 1 second. What do you think will happen if we don't beat China back to the moon? Oh, SpaceX will do it. I don't think the current program will die, Chevelle. If anything, it'll work like Sputnik, and the politicians will figure out how dumb the funding has actually been. Guys, this happened. This already happened. History repeats it. It doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. So Eisenhower made NASA, right, as a response to the 1957 geophysical year survey, all right? He made NASA. That and Sputnik. Von Braun, and that was in 1958. Werner von Braun, pretty much the most notorious systems engineer and project manager in space program history. Yes, I know his history, okay? Shh. Von Braun had said pretty much as far back as 1951 or 52, when he was working for the Army Ballistic Missile Agency, that we're not taking our space program seriously. We have the technology to send people into space, and we ain't doing dick with it. It took Sputnik to basically catalyze that force to really kick the space program into overdrive. And even then, you know, Sputnik was 1957. Yuri Gagarin was 1960, 61? April 12th, 1961, right? It took a couple of years to get us kicked into high gear. We really didn't start getting ahead of the Soviet Union in the space race until 64, 65. Well, 63, if you really want to be, be technical, right? I mean, and it's true. We weren't taking our rocket technology seriously. Look at what we ended up doing with the missile technology from the 1950s and the 1940s, technically. You know what I mean? We didn't take it seriously. It's very much, Chevelle, I don't think the program will die. I think very much what happens is that it'll jumpstart it, and they'll finally figure out that we've been basically pissing away time and money, and we could have been on the moon 10 years ago. Well, maybe not 10 years ago. That's a stretch. Let's say 5 years ago. If we had taken the Constellation program seriously and the Obama administration didn't cancel the stupid thing, citing underperformance from underfunding the damn thing, and we had followed through with Constellation, even though it was underperforming, we'd have a moon base by now. The Vision for Space Exploration, the Constellation program, would have basically called for people back to the moon by 2020. And they would have, even if that was late, even if it was 4 or 5 years late, still be on the moon right now. Just saying. Jim was right in that regard, talking about, the political winds screwing NASA completely. He talks about that partisanship nonsense is not really good for NASA. And then that moron from New Mexico brings up partisan nonsense. And then the guy from Cleveland brings up partisan nonsense. It's funny because he proved their point. He proved his point. Both of them did. China will beat us to the moon and actually say we'll say we just care about Mars, and then China will beat us to Mars too. BD, that could happen. I don't think that's going to happen though. What I think will happen. Okay, look, fellas. Even if China does beat us back to the moon, I've seen their lander. They've done great lander tests. Here's the thing. I'm not going to call their architecture crap. I'm not going to do what Jim did to SpaceX. I'm not doing that. They'll get it. They will make it. I'm very sure. Their architecture seems pretty damn sound. It's an Earth orbit rendezvous style architecture, basically stacking a lander on a stage with a capsule attached to the front, using Long March 10. Not a bad way to do things, to be 100% honest with you. I don't think it's bad architecture. And China has the industrial base to support it. Now, the real question here, do they have the industrial base and do they have the experience in doing that kind of crazy proximity operations the crazy proximity operations required for assembling lunar architecture in LEO and then transferring it? That is a very complicated thing to do, even by the Apollo engineer, by Joseph Shea's standards. He's the guy that came up with basically putting everything on the Saturn V and sending it, him and von Braun, right? China will do it. They absolutely will. You'd be stupid to think that they wouldn't. But even if they do get there 2029, let's say they get there 2029, 2030, right? And let's say we get there in 2032, right? Like 2030 as well, not 2032 the year, right? Say China gets there in 2029, we get there in 2030, okay? Say that happens. China's getting there with a lander that's the size of a small bus, Okay? We're getting there with a lander that's the size of a skyscraper. I'm just putting it out there. I ain't worried about losing this race, to be honest with you. It would be cool to beat them back, but who cares if we don't? Honestly, who cares? Jim admitted that these programs could be way better. You know, what did he say in his testimony or whatever? He said, well, the capacity could be transformational over time if payload capacity increases. The complexity of the architecture precludes a clarity. He's basically saying that it could be way better than anything we're making right now in the future, but it's not ready right now. If SpaceX nails the capability, if they can even launch Starship on the frequency of Falcon 9, China will have 2 or 3 flags on the moon and 2 or 3 manned missions by the early 2030s, and we'll have a goddamn city on the moon. I'm not worried about this. I'm really not. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great, Oculus. Yeah, I mean, I think you just want the X-33 back, dude. But I mean, I don't blame me. I kind of do too. I just want us to all be friends. Why is everything a competition? MK, can I? It's late. It's been a long day for me. Can I be candid, a little more candid than I usually am? Is that cool? Are you guys all right with that? Some people might not like what I have to say, and that's fine. If not, just go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. Like, I don't mind friendly competition, dudes. I really don't. But to speak more, do you guys remember when I was talking about, you know, you don't need to trash SpaceX to use that as an excuse to lobby for better spaceflight architecture? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You could just lobby for better spaceflight architecture if your argument is good enough, if you have a solution. Tearing another company down or another entity down because they're your competition is shitty fucking behavior. That's terrible behavior. That is the mark of a fucking loser. All right? And you know what, dude? You know what sucks? We're doing that with China. You know, well, China's this boogeyman. China's going to figure it out. China's this boogeyman. China's going to figure it out. That's what losers do. If we want to go to the freaking moon, go to the freaking moon. This is the U.S. We don't need a fucking reason. The reason should be self-evident. I hate, you know, like, don't get me wrong, healthy competition between adversarial countries. You want to do something like that, but this is very, very quickly turning into a cat fight, and I don't like it. I don't like it. It's, you know, there's the guy, you know, Lieutenant General Shaw was there. He was talking about the Space Force. He was talking about space situational awareness. He's talking about weapons in space. And that's all fine and dandy, I suppose. And it's something we definitely need to understand. Space situational awareness is super important. But this is very quickly getting dirty very fast. We shouldn't need a reason to build a fucking moon base, all right? We shouldn't need a reason to do it that has to do with a boogeyman. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm no fan of communism or one-party states or anything like that. I'm not a fan of nothing like that. I don't like that. I like how we do things here, all right? But also at the same time, you know, we should do it because it's there. Because it's there to do, and no one else is doing it. We should do that to be a shining example of what humanity is at its peak. All right? You know, Kennedy in his speech from 1961, you know, why climb the highest mountain? Why fly the Atlantic? Do it because it's frigging a difficult thing to do. You don't need an adversarial reason to do it. Just fucking do it. Like, they're all sitting there blowharding about freaking China. So the fuck what if they get back to the moon? We did that 56 years ago. Who fucking cares? Like, why do we need a reason? Why do you need a reason? We're the fucking US. We don't need a fucking reason. It's stupid. Yeah, we should do it to better ourselves, not to fucking tear somebody else down. That's fucking dumb. And once again, I ain't no fan of China. I don't like that. I don't like one-party dictatorships. I don't like that. That's not cool. That's not what we're about. But also, it should be self-evident that that's a bad idea. We shouldn't need to reiterate it. We know that it is. It's self-evident that, sacrificing individual freedom is not how we do things. Am I wrong? Like, we don't need to keep saying they're bad. We know they're bad. We know that that's not the way we do things. We get it. Just go and fucking do it. Yeah, Cheeseburger, to organize and measure the best of our ability. All right? I'm sick of, don't get me wrong, no fan of China, but using them as an excuse, like all of a sudden that's the excuse to go back to the moon, that's pathetic. That's pathetic loser fucking behavior. It's gross. I don't like it. We shouldn't need a frigging reason. Every American that's watching this stream right now, you were in school, you know what they fucking taught us. They taught us that we're the fucking best. That's what we were taught in fucking school. We're the fucking best. We lead by example. That's what we were taught. What the fuck are we doing right now? We're not doing that. We ain't doing that. Every single person here that went to high school in the U.S. was taught about American exceptionalism. And to fucking say that you weren't was bullshit. You want to be like that? We want to roll like that? Let's roll like that. You don't want to roll like that? Well, why the fuck are you teaching this then? Maybe 20 years ago. Ah, shit, Fred. I went to high school 20 years ago. Do they not teach that anymore? If so, why not? This is a freaking country where you could do things that you could do stuff like SpaceX. You know what I mean? And, people that are in Europe and stuff, I know that's going to come off fucking stupid. Or if you're anywhere overseas, it's going to come off stupid. Like, oh, you guys are taught to be that you're better than everybody else. But yeah, no, it's exceptionalism. It's not about being better than everybody else. It's about bettering yourself. Manifest your own destiny. All right? That's the whole point of this country. That's the whole fucking point. Did we lose the plot? Like, sorry, I needed to get that off my chest. Like every time they sit there and say, well, China's going to get back to the moon. Dude, who the fuck cares? We went there 56 years ago. We should have nothing to prove. In fact, the fact that we are trying to prove something what the fuck, man? We don't need to prove shit. Let's go build a city on the fucking moon. Build a fucking city there. That'll show them. Hey, somebody gifted 10 subs. Thanks, man. Sorry. We built stuff like the Transcontinental freaking Railroad. We built that 150 frigging years ago. We built stuff like the Hoover Dam, the Golden Gate Bridge, Tennessee Valley Authority. The irrigation systems in California, we mastered our domain over there to bring life to a fruitless fucking desert. That's what California is. It's a frigging desert. It was a desert before we got there. Now it looks like a tropical oasis, and now it looks like frigging Italy. Well, not Los Angeles, but you get what I'm trying to say. That was all because somebody decided that the ice melt from the Rockies, if you dam that water, you could have constant flowing water 365 days a year. Why the fuck aren't we doing shit like this? This is bullshit. It took 410 days to build the Empire State Building. Yeah, they completed the Empire State Building in less than 2 years. If it's that big of a deal, open the checkbooks and stay out of NASA's way. Yeah, Rares, but are we going to do that? Like, are we going to do that? Are we going to sit here? We're going to sit here and pretend like it's fine? It ain't fucking fine. It's not fine, and I'm sick of pretending like it is. Yes, and the people that built that stuff are long gone and don't exist anymore. They don't care anymore. What about you and me? We care, geek. Fuck those people. They're dead. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I know what I was taught, man. I know what I was taught. I was taught that this country's a fucking beacon for hope for people. And we lead by fucking example. And you don't tear down people that are lesser than you if you're truly better. All right? You don't do that shit. That's gross. It's disgusting and it's unbecoming. I hate that shit. I can't stand it. That's not what I was taught. That's not what any of you guys that were anybody who went to school in the US, hopefully you were taught the same thing. I'd love it that if we actually lived up to that, honestly. Aqualex, the best thing that I can do is live up to that freaking mantra every day. Every day. We're taught to figure out the impossible and make a reality. What happened to that? Let's get back to doing that. How about we get back to doing it? I mean, there's some people that are into doing stuff like this. You know, the guy that perpetrated this thing on my screen right there, pretty good example. SpaceX is definitely doing that. You know what's crazy, man? I read about old companies. I read about Chrysler in the 1960s, making cars and rockets and tanks. Because they were an engineering division. You know, fuck it. Anything we can do to make money. All right, yeah, we can make a fucking tank. We'll make a good fucking tank. And then we'll make a good fucking car. And then we'll make a good fucking rocket. Fuck it. Let's fucking make everything. Let's make a screw tank. Screw it. If that'll get us freaking money, let's do it. Right? We can engineer whatever the fuck we want. Chevy making lunar rovers, Ford making the electronics consoles for all the consoles in mission control during the Apollo program. When is the last time you heard of an auto company getting into fucking computer manufacturing? Why don't we do shit like that? We should go back to doing shit like that. You know Henry J. Kaiser? Yes. Mm-hmm. What Falcon 9 and Starship is doing is why people want to work for SpaceX. Sadly, NASA isn't doing anything exciting anymore. Yeah, Rarest, how do they not see that? How do they not see it? One word, shitification, describes most products today. How do we fix it, dudes? How do we fix it? How do we fix it? Dude, this shit keeps me up at night. How the fuck do we fix it? Like, you know, never mind like, oh, the politicians need to do this or the corporations need to do that. How the fuck do we fix this? Shit. My only solution that I can default to is abide by be the example that I want to be, you know? It's part of the reason why I don't swear on stream, with the exception of this conversation. I think it's not fixable at this point. Giving up is not a solution, ARJ. That's not a solution. That ain't no solution to no problem. I mean, I'm trying to curb this by trying to put this behavior out as an example to people that watch, so hopefully people get it. I mean, I abide by this every day. Have you ever seen me, like, if someone shows me their Kerbal craft file, you ever see me tear somebody down? I've never done it, only as a joke. And people knew I was joking that I did it. I never tear down somebody's stuff, ever. Somebody comes in and says, hey, I brushed my teeth today. So what do I say? So the fuck what? I do that every day? No, that's good. That's a good thing. Maybe not, but I'm one of those that don't believe in the system anymore. I mean, ARJ, I understand the disillusion for sure, but giving up isn't a solution. That doesn't exist up here for me. I refuse to accept that as the solution. Yeah, Bert, there you go. Yeah, there you go, Cody. That's what we got to do. We got to let our entrepreneurship drive us. If that's going to be the shining example, if the government doesn't want to do it. I actually made my bed today, a rare occurrence, but I thought of your words. That's cool, Dan. Good. Well, then you can work on fixing it for the both of us. Well, ARJ, you're inadvertently funding me doing just that. Dude, let me be very clear, all right? While we're leveling the playing field. Dude, I know the car streams aren't popular. I know that this stream isn't popular. Me whining about this stuff is not what people want to see. That's not entertainment. I mean, it is to the people here, and thank you for being with me this whole time. I appreciate every single one of you, and I mean that. I know the car streams don't really get the best crowd, but I still do it. I do it, one, because I want to. I do it, two, because I won't give up. I said I'm going to build a nice car out of that thing, and I mean to do it. Say what you mean, right? Why do you think it screwed me up so much when I kept promising things and didn't do them? Because that's that example. That's leading by example. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. That's the kind of stuff I want to perpetrate to you guys. You'd have to be out of your mind to build a freaking car. I'm building a car in my garage. There's no car left there. I'm building it, right? I know that's not the most popular content around, but I still do it because if somebody watched it and said, look, oh, that's cool, you can rebuild cars, maybe they become the next Henry Ford or the next Elon or something. Or, oh, that's cool, look at what EJ did in Kerbal. That'd be such a cool thing in real. That's why I do this stuff, guys. And one, I like it. Like, don't get me wrong, you have to love this job to do it, right? But I don't give up. Like, I really don't. I won't do it. I won't do it because I want to be an example. I want to be part of the solution, not part of the fucking problem. There you go, Vert. That's cool. It's the best content I've seen all day, and I mean that because it's meaningful. Yeah. Your numbers are high. They've been all night. I don't know. I don't have the numbers on during the stream. I usually can, because this is how my brain works. I can usually discern numbers and viewership from chat activity, because I've been doing this for so long. But, during the auto streams, you maybe get like 10 to 20 messages every minute. Space News chat's booming, right? Kerbal chat's booming, Like, I can tell when streams are doing bad and when they're doing good. But sometimes I still do it, even to the detriment of my content, because it's about leading by example. Captain Failure, I don't agree with everything you say, AJ, but you sure lead by example. It's okay to disagree with people, Captain Failure. That's fine. When was disagreeing with people a bad thing? That is a fundamental principle of individual freedom. That's the whole driving force behind our fucking country. Like, right on, man. That's good, dude. I don't know. Sorry, I think that's what bothered me the most about that whole Senate meeting, guys. And sorry, I usually don't get this. A, this soapboxy on stream, and B, I usually don't be. I'm not this candid, you know. There you go, Jay Shelf. Maddie, I think Sean Duffy, despite not having the best background, is doing good. You know what? I'll be candid. With the exception of that shit post on X that he did, I think Sean Duffy's doing just fine. It's not Jared Isaacman, but it ain't Bill Nelson either. So take that for what it's worth. It's midnight? Oh, shit. Your bit reminds me of this. Oh, the Jeff Daniels thing. I've seen that before where I don't like what Jeff Daniels said in that. I really don't. Some of the stuff he said is just pure bullshit. But whatever. I respect his freedom to say it, dude. But also, I think it's okay to think of that this country is not the greatest in the world. That's fine. As long as you're not to disparage this country, not to disparage the United States. You say we're not great because you strive for greatness, because greatness is unachievable, but striving for it is really what we're all about. The pursuit of happiness, not achieving happiness, right? I think Jeff Daniels in that video that you link, I think he went a little too far. No, absolutely not. That was a TV show opener. Yeah, I know. It's about striving to make yourself better. It isn't about competing with other people. It's about this. It's self-evident pursuit of happiness and manifesting your own destiny. That is the whole point of this 249-year-old experiment. It never has and never will be. Yeah, sure, ARJ, but I think people say that it's a term of denigration for the United States nowadays. And I don't like that. I really don't. I mean, if people want to say it, people want to say it. The whole point of saying something like that is to show that we need to strive for greatness. We haven't achieved greatness. We try to form a more perfect union. That's the whole point, right? But people use it to denigrate the United States, and I don't like that. I don't. I really don't. That's not right. I respect people saying it, people's ability to speak their mind and stuff, but I generally think that's fundamentally misunderstanding, like the preamble to the United States Constitution. That's a fundamental misunderstanding. Or either it's a fundamental misunderstanding, in which case that's fine. You can educate people about it, like what we're doing right now. But I don't like people that use that people that have an axe to grind that use that to tear it down. That pisses me off. I really don't like that. I don't think it's useful to think that we live in the greatest country, because then we get complacent. Striving to build the best country should be a never-ending process. Yes, Entropy, yes. Read the preamble to the Constitution. That is exactly what it says. That's it. That's it. You got it. Thanks, Fred. We appreciate that, man. You guys ain't so bad yourself. Yes. That's the whole point. That's the whole exercise, dude. And that's why I do crazy things, like try to rebuild a car in my garage, or try to make a reusable SSTO pad in Kerbal, or try to build a base that we're good, that in Stationeers that could break the game. All right? I'm challenging myself. Guinness friggin' rules, Fred, by the way. By far and away my favorite beer. My favorite beer. I said beer, didn't I? Oh, God. That's how you know it's getting late. I'm starting to revert to the local tongue again. Yeah, MK Note, that would be nice, dude. It would be nice, but you saying that all the tribalism we have around the country is holding us back. See, that's what I mean about acknowledging the more perfect union. Tribalism is a trait of humans. Well, it's an animalistic trait, but we are tribal in nature. A government isn't going to change that. And if it did, it would do it by force, which is not what we're about. I understand what you're saying. Sure, that would be great. I want Starfleet Academy, dude, and the United Federation of Planets. That would be fantastic. Anyway, I'm a pessimist. Yeah, ARJ, that's fine. That's okay. I mean, I'm not. I'm an optimist. I'll freaking do it. I'll get it done. Just remember that, guys. That's an important thing to understand. Tribalism is a trait of humanity. And if we get rid of tribalism, you're erasing part of humanity. Oh, I don't know, like a one-party dictatorship state that's hell-bent on going to the moon. I love your positivity and constant pushback on the negativity. One of the reasons I'm still here and want to stay. Dude, Fluffy, I don't take no for an answer. I just go. And I'm a persistent son of a bitch. I don't give up. If I did, I would have stopped streaming a long time ago. Exactly, that's what we should be striving for, eliminating the worst parts of us. No, I ain't trying to change your opinion. Just hear me out for a second, dude. Hear me out for a second, all right? There's nothing wrong with wanting to make ourselves better, right? But I think that the way that we do it in the West, acknowledging that we're not perfect, albeit, even if it's like a religious thing, humans aren't perfect, right? I think we evolved over a long period of time, and there's still some bugs in the system, right? But, we evolved over millions of freaking years, right? Patching the system takes time. We're not going to change it in a couple of years. We're not going to change it in a decade. We're not going to change it in 3 decades. We're not going to change it in a century, right? And to argue that we could, putting us in control of evolutionary theory is quite dangerous. I don't think that's a good way to think. Do you know who thought like that? Be careful. Be careful with thinking like that, dude. And once again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't think that way, but just think about that. Noodle on it for a little bit. That one Austrian, yes. That was a fundamental theory of Nazi ideology. Fundamental theory was that you should take control of human evolutionary characteristics. That's why they believed in eugenics, curtailing the gene pool and stuff. Yeah, that ended real good, didn't it? No, bad idea. Don't do stuff like that. Acknowledge that we're tribalistic and work around it. Don't try to. An engineer isn't going to try and tackle a problem head on. You're going to find ways around it, right? You're not changing who we are. You're not changing who you are. Not changing who we are today or tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. See the vid that Rocket Lab released 5 hours ago? Yeah, Skeleton. Yeah, it was a good one. With Neutron, it showed the chomper fairing and stuff. I think acknowledging the human condition and working with it is the right move. No, and I think that's what you're trying to get at, but just be careful with your words when you go around saying stuff like that, because be careful with your words there, because dude, that's opening up the door. That's opening up a can of worms that I don't think you're intending to open, right? Like, I'm just eager to see things like super immune system so we never get sick again. That'd be great, Hoffman. Yeah, it'd be nice. I was sick last week. It sucked. That would be great, man. YouTube is a side project to me. It's like a journal of my progress that few people can see here. There you go, Neptune. Right on. I think there are fundamentally bad qualities of humanity. Nothing wrong with erasing those. Dude, I put me in a tough spot. I don't know, man. I don't think we should go barking up that tree. But that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm personally fond of calling the neutron fairing a Pac-Man fairing. I'm good with that, dude. Yeah, Aqualix. No, I get it, and I understand that. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, guys. I think having an intense dissatisfaction with the state of the way things are is that's perfect. That's perfectly reasonable and okay. In Western society, that's fine. In fact, that's the driver of how we get better. And it's not just about space programs, it's about society as a whole, you know? So I don't know, like, next time hold the door for somebody when you're going into the store or something. I don't know. You see somebody drop something, pick it up and hand it back to them. Say hi to people. I don't know. If we want to truly be that shining example, it starts with doing shit like that. Yeah, Jared, that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. You got to be careful. That's a real big double-edged sword. You got to be acknowledging the human condition and understanding that we're not perfect is really important. That doesn't mean we shouldn't strive for perfection, but wave at people. Yeah, there you go. People in 1910s and 1920s thought about eugenics a lot. They thought it was neat. Yeah, and then somebody put it into practice. Yeah. Ended real good. You really think hate makes the world a better place, or greed? No, Peter, I don't. That's a good question. No, I don't. But hating something or greed is that's part of the human condition. Humans are capable of being greedy. We're also capable of hating. Now, personally, I think that hating on stuff is a waste of time and is counterintuitive. You only have a finite amount of time on this earth. Why spend it hating something when you could spend it enjoying something? That doesn't make any sense to me. With that being said, I still recognize that I can get mad at things. I can get mad at things. I got mad at Jim a second ago. I called him a douchebag. I don't hate Jim. Bridenstine's great. He's cool. You know, recognizing that you're capable of hating somebody and recognizing that you're capable of being greedy is the first steps to potentially mitigating that. It's like what we were talking about the other day. We were playing Stationeers earlier this week, okay? Playing Stationeers earlier this week. And we were talking about hitting the Powerball. The Powerball pot, the drawing has already happened, but the Powerball pot was up, I don't know. It's like 1.2 billion. I don't think anybody hit it or anything. I don't know. I'd have to go look. Don't spoil it. I have a lottery ticket down in the house. But somebody said to me, like, dude, it seems like if you won the lottery, you wouldn't change it all. And I said, well, that's no, that's a lie. I would try as hard as I can to be the same person I am now. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like if I went down to the bank and looked at my checking account and saw like $400 million in my checking account that I wouldn't, that I would be acting the same. You know, I'm capable of being greedy because I'm a person. I'm a human. So are you. But acknowledging that you can be greedy is the first step to mitigating it. That's how I know. I mean, I would change, but I wouldn't change that much. You know, what I would change is that, I mean, I wouldn't tell anybody that I won the lottery. You know, that's the old saying. You wouldn't tell anybody. Oh, but there would be signs. EJ all of a sudden just started an aerospace company. Where'd you get the funding for that, bro? Like, you know, like, oh, there would be signs. And you'd see a lot more crap box trucks and cars on Stream Hazareth. Exactly. There would be signs, right? Yeah, I wouldn't tell anybody. There'd be signs, right? My Facebook Marketplace moves would be diabolical. Diesel Creek would have a run for his money. I'm with you, Jared. I'm with you. There would be signs, right? You know? But I don't think that that necessarily constitutes erasing hatred or erasing greed, because that's a human condition. That's part of the human condition. Humans are capable of hate. Trying to eradicate that is trying to take away part of self, which is not. I look at that with the same kind of bizarre like thing to if somebody was like, I don't need my left hand. You know, like, you want to cut your arm off? Why would you do that? That's not healthy, right? Trying to erase hatred from yourself is not healthy. It's not a healthy exercise, and it's probably going to end up making you hate things more. Does that make sense? Is Vulcan capable of carrying a gateway module into lunar orbit? No good. No. I mean, theoretically, yeah, but you'd need a service module on whatever payload you're deploying. Equilibrium discussion? Yeah, something like that. Maybe Vulcan VC6 with the bigger Centaur? Maybe. If I had to guess, you could probably throw about 10 tons at the moon. And then, to be honest with you, a good amount of that would be service module, because you need to circularize in rectilinear halo orbit. You need about 2 kilometers a second delta V to get into rectilinear halo around the moon. VC6 could probably throw, I mean, hang on. Let's look. What's Vulcan Centaur's payload capacity? Let's take a look here. VC6 to translunar injection. There you go. 11 tons. You would need one hell of a service module there. All said and done, a service module, you'd need a service module that has a high enough TWR to capture. So we're talking an engine that has somewhere north of like, I don't know, like 50 kilonewtons. And then 2 kilometers a second delta V on top of that. A service module like that is going to be quite heavy. And it would probably eat up most of that mass. So if I had to guess, Vulcan VC6, this is a rough napkin math estimate. If it can put 11,300 kilos on a translunar injection with the heaviest version, I would probably say that Vulcan could probably get maybe 2 to 3 tons, maybe 4 to Gateway. Maybe that's a big maybe. That's a really conservative estimate, or well, really liberal estimate, excuse me. What about all those fancy low energy capture? I mean, okay, so no good ask, can it get to Gateway? I would assume that means that you're moving something that needs to get out there relatively expedient, like food or supplies or something that food like something that could potentially have a shelf life, Aqualux. So in the premise of the question, I was framing it as something that needs to get out there relatively expedient, a high energy transfer. With a low energy transfer, Vulcan could move whatever. Yeah, with a low energy transfer, that payload could probably go up to like 5, maybe 6 tons. But you're swapping delta V for time here, utilizing the O-berth effect, right? Could a surface module be sent up first and then have the rest of the rendezvous? Have the rest rendezvous with the surface module? So, Maddie, what you're talking about is Earth Orbit Rendezvous for lunar applications. It's called EOR for short, Earth Orbit Rendezvous. You could do that, but it's a trade-off. Building a vehicle to go out to the moon in low Earth orbit seems easier, but it requires more launches. It requires rendezvous proximity operations and docking. It requires potentially propellant transfer, potentially, probably not. It depends on how you do it. And that seems like it's going to be easier. And it kind of is if time is on your side, right? If you're, once again, if we're talking about a high energy transfer or being expedient or something that needs to get out there fast, doing something like the Saturn V with the LEM and the CSM is a much more fitting application. Keep in mind, guys, there's no right or wrong way to get to the moon. All right, maybe the wrong way is the way where you crash into the surface, right? Like Surveyor, what is it, Surveyor 2? Yeah, that is a wrong way to get to the moon. I mean, it still got there, but it didn't get there in one piece. There's no right or wrong way to get there, though, in terms of transfers, right? There's only mission trajectory profiles that are relevant to whatever your mission is doing. So Apollo found it more expedient to launch everything in one shot. The reason why is because, one, it's quicker. Now, what's the trade-off? The trade-off is that you have to engineer a ridiculously big launch vehicle, like the Saturn V. That's tricky, right? But that was seen as a quicker way than launching a bunch of Saturn Is and putting it all together, right? The high energy transfer, the Apollo missions needed to get there. They needed to go. They needed to get out there and do a 3-day transfer, a high energy translunar injection. The reason why is because the Apollo CSM has fuel cells. The batteries have a service life. Your environmental control systems, life support systems, they have a shelf life of about 3.5 weeks, give or take. After that, you're kind of boned. So the Apollo program needed to get out there quick so the humans could, the meat bags on board would come back as meat bags and not as paint on the side of the vehicle or dead or. Why not use the American, European, and Japanese portions of the ISS as gateway? Is it a Delta V issue? Portions of the ISS as gateway. Maddie, we could go about doing that, dude, but the ISS is 30-year-old technology at this point, dude. There's just let it go. Just let it go. Just build a new one. We're having trouble doing that though, so I mean I don't blame you. SLS is also 30-year-old tech. Yeah, no good. I see people make that argument, but SLS is a rocket that serves a purpose that no other rocket has. And don't get me wrong, I'm saying that as a Starship fanboy. I love Starship. I love that thing. I think that SpaceX will move us further into the stars. And if NASA doesn't pull their head out of their ass, they'll leave them in the dust. And you know what? Rightly so. Maybe that could be an opportunity for NASA to take a look in the mirror and be like, holy shit, we're a space agency that sucks at sending things into space. Maybe we should change something, right? But SLS is still serving a market. With that all being said, SLS is still serving a market that no other vehicle can do. By definition, SLS can do things that Starship cannot. The reason why is because it's an expendable launch vehicle. SLS, if we decided to build it into a nice vehicle and give it a better upper stage, right? And, you know, BOLE carbon composite SRBs like what they plan on doing, it could hit that 45 metric tons TLI number. And if SLS can hit 45 metric tons translunar injection, that's good enough for a good, decent capsule with a service module to get you into low lunar and doing Apollo style stuff, which is what I've basically been calling on it to do this entire time, but that's another story. But yeah, you could say that SLS is 60-year-old tech at this point, but I would argue that it's still doing something that even Starship can't do. And that's not, once again, that's not saying that, you know, when Starship can get people to the moon, that SLS still can't, you know, when Starship gets to the moon, we don't need SLS anymore. No, I think that long-term spaceflight viability could be very, very good with a expendable super heavy launch vehicle. I'll give you an example. NASA could use SLS to basically build gigantic space segments up on orbit, right? Gigantic space stations, right? You could use SLS with its 10-meter fairing variant that is still technically vaporware at this point, but SLS with a 10-meter fairing. Heck, a 10-meter fairing just on top of the core stage. You're looking at 100-ton throw weight in an expendable capacity. Now, Starship is projected to move 100 tons, but SLS has a 10-meter fairing. Starship has a 9-meter fairing that's constricted by a payload bay. SLS's 10-meter fairing variant that NASA wants to work on is almost as big as a Starship. You're trying to tell me that that's not useful, even if SLS is using 1970s technology? Oh, that's very useful. Oh, we could do stuff with that. How about NASA uses it to build a gigantic nuclear thermal transfer vehicle, Constellation style, and have Starship resupply it. You get the best of the Saturn V and the space shuttle right there. Boom, done. SLS is useful. NASA needs to just get its head out the ass with production speeds and launch cadence. Bingo. That's the real problem, no good. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I try to get at, and that's what I try to do when I teach people about this stuff. SLS isn't the problem. The cadence is the problem. The cadence in the architecture. SLS is fine. You know why it's fine? Yes, it is a little bit on the older side of technology, but it's still servicing a market that NASA, that no other rocket can do. Dude, when we get, so say Starship does everything SpaceX wants it to do, and say NASA starts buying Starships, I still think that SLS would be amazing. Not for human exploration anymore. You know what SLS would really be good at? Science missions, dude. How many James Webbs could you put on top of an SLS booster? How many Revue telescopes could you put up there, which is the better version of James Webb that they're going to take like another 20 years to make? Think about what SLS could throw to Ceres or Jupiter and exploring the icy moon, Jupiter icy moons. I mean, there's the JUICE program, right? Imagine the outer solar system research you could do with a super heavy launch vehicle launching probes. You know, you have something like Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. SLS could launch a fleet of those things, right? You could launch 50 of them, 60 of them. You could use SLS to deploy rovers like Dragonfly on Titan. You know, with the right architecture, you could send a freaking fleet of submarines or fleet of helicopters to other planets and drone swarms around, conducting scientific research 24/7, 365. SLS has its uses. That's stuff that you just can't do with Starship. Well, you could, to be honest. You could, but SLS is prime for large payload capacity single shot missions for scientific research to the outer rim planets in our solar system. It is perfect for it. Perfect. You know, even if Starship replaces NASA's entire human spaceflight capability, you know, NASA pulls its head out of its tail, and says, you know what? That Starship's a good idea. I don't want SpaceX to operate it. I want us to buy our own, and I want SpaceX to build us a launch pad and will operate a Starship. Just like how NASA would procure a 747 from Boeing if they needed it. Same idea. I don't have a problem with that. I still think you shouldn't get rid of SLS, even at that point. Because Starship can't do a single shot mission like that to Pluto or whatever. You'd need to do that whole refueling thing. SLS can do it in a single shot. It's like, take airplanes, for instance, right? You know, go back to 1961. The 707 comes out, right? Jet engine, it's the jet age. Jet engines are the new thing with aerospace. Propellers are obsolete. We don't need those anymore. This is the wonder device. High bypass turbofans and low bypass turbofans. No plane will have propellers ever again. No plane will ever have a piston engine on it ever again. Do we still have propeller planes with pistons? Yes. In fact, you probably see more Cessnas flying around in the sky than you do freaking 730. No, that's probably not true, but you get the idea. Yeah, SLS is a science rocket, but currently NASA's getting science thrown in the dumpster. Well, if somebody went and told, maybe if somebody went and told freaking Congress about this, they would do something about it. How does that work? Starship is 100 tons. SLS is what, 30 tons? Was it? SLS Block 1 has 100-ton LEO throw weight, dude. 100 tons with the version of SLS that flew on Artemis 1. NASA re-baselined it. It was originally 70. Nope. No. Beauty of waterfall testing, baby. They projected it at 70 tons. It moves 100. SLS can move 100 tons into LEO right now. Problem is it doesn't have a payload fairing, which we should be able to cook one of those up. We have turboprops, blending new and old. Bingo! Could they transport starships with a 747 like the shuttle? I'm going to say no, probably not, Cheeseburger. But yeah, I don't think SLS is, it is based off of old technology, but I think SLS has a very long and robust future. And I'm saying that as somebody that likes Starship. Just saying. SLS for scientific missions? Woo, baby. Dude, think about SLS. You know what SLS would be really good for? Building communication systems, long-term deep space communication systems. SLS, just put a stack of Starlink satellites on top of that bad boy. Or whatever, GPS or something. You want Mars GPS? SLS could put the entire fleet into a Martian orbit in one shot. Well, not the entire fleet, but you get the idea. Enemy GPS net. That's what I'm saying. And once again, that goes back to what I'm talking about, dudes. People see SLS and they just want to tear it down. They just want to tear it down. Dude, frick that. That rocket is superbly useful. I don't care what anybody says. Not just for Artemis. There are so many good applications for that damn thing. And there's a bajillion good applications for Starship. Why the heck would you denigrate either one of those things? They're both great frigging rockets. You know why? Because they freaking exist. They're not some freaking computer graphic. Don't look a frigging gift horse in the mouth, dudes. That's an awful idea. Right? Why would you do that?
Discovery,
Anyway, it's getting late.
Up.
They get to take my leave. All right, Note. Hey, good conversations today, dude. Thank you for keeping it cool, everybody. We talked about some really weird stuff, but thank you for keeping it cool, guys. I do appreciate it. Darth and Banana, 121-month resub. Thank you for doing what you do. All right. Yeah, no problem, man. Side note, turboprops are actually better in the lower atmosphere in many ways than jets are, but they're also less prone to bird strike damage. Did you cover what we saw with Starship's payload box in Star Factory last night? No, Neptune. I didn't. Kind of had our own flame trench, didn't we? Yeah, sure. I didn't do the best job earlier in the stream, and I apologize for that. It's just that what happened really hit your buttons. Hey, man. Dude, I get it. It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. Man, I called Jim a douchebag during normal hours. I was like, you douche. Fuck off. Come up with your own architecture. It's all good, man. Everybody's capable of losing their cool, dude, but you acknowledge it and you move on, right? That's what we were talking about. It's all good, brother. Water under the bridge. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Who the heck would be the right person to testify to Congress that SLS is a science rocket and not a crew rocket? I don't know. YouTube chat's like, we're so civilized. Yes. They unloaded Flight 8's probably Starlinks from it. Flight 8's Nep? Flight 8 Nep? No, Flight 11. They unloaded Flight 8's Starlinks from it. Oh, I hope they put some real V3s in there, dude. That would be the icing on the cake for Block 2. Have the Neptune, how funny would that be? The Block 2 Starship is the first one to deploy an operational payload. That would be pretty funny. Have to go to orbit for that. All I'm saying, David, is that SpaceX has the opportunity to do the funniest thing, man. Would they do that if they aren't in orbit? I'll admit, Mutter, an orbital shot on Flight 11 is a little bit of a ballsy move. I would want more flight data on Raptor relights, just because you really don't want to put yourself in that position. But on the flip side of that, you got to do it sometime. That might beat Blue Origin to operational payload. That'd be a good laugh. Starlink internet for 40 minutes before it burns up. Cyborg, I'll tell you what I want, dude. I want them to deploy a V3 sat with a camera on it, because we know SpaceX has visible light spectrum cameras on Starlink satellites. They absolutely do. We saw it in the Starlink promo footage from Flight 10, right? I want them to deploy it, and I want to see a shot from a Starlink getting deployed out of the payload bay and Starship sitting in front of the Earth. Starship with the Earth behind it. That's what I want to see. That would be... I think I would lose... Okay, it's after. I would lose my shit on stream. Like, badly. I'd be like... You know, like... You know, I'd lose my freaking mind. It's like the, they did that during the shuttle program, if anybody cares. Hang on. During one of the early, shuttle missions, MBB, Messerschmitt Balco Blom made a payload for the shuttle, and they used it to test the remote manipulator system, and it grabbed the payload, right? And they deployed it with the arm, and the payload had RCS on it and a camera, and they used it to move away. And they took pictures of the shuttle. They took pictures of the shuttle on orbit. It was a righteous freaking mission. I think it's STS-41B. Messerschmitt Balco Blom. I'm not saying it right, Alucard. It's MBB. Won't they have to redo the relight test for Raptor 3? Yeah, probably. No, it's not 41B. Hold on. Well, this isn't the right mission, but this is the right picture. This is from STS-51, where Discovery deployed the Spaz-Orphis satellite, the shuttle pallet attachment system. The MBV thing was made similar, and it took that freaking picture. Look at that shot of Discovery, man. That's what I want to see with Starship. Yeah, that's what it's called. Spaz-Orpheus, excuse me. I didn't say it right. It's getting late. Featured the deployment and retrieval of the Spaz-Orpheus satellite, and it had an IMAX camera on it, dude. Oh, that's badass, dude. Look at that frigging picture, dude. That's so cool. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Wait, maybe they could burn a real V3 to see how Starlink would burn up on a suborbital flight? Yeah, sure, maybe. Will they do another Raptor relight on 11 if they decide not to go orbital? Yes, Smile. In fact, I think that's what they're going to do. I think they'll do suborbital to test Raptor relights. I do not think they have enough data on relighting Raptors on orbit to constitute going full orbital, but it would be cool if they did. How are you? Still on? Yeah. Yeah, that was a really long space news. Anyway, Chief, I'm probably gonna go sleepy. I have to get up. We have to work on the car tomorrow. I have to get all that crap aligned. Would they have to launch in the morning for us to be able to see the Starlink deployment to work? Yes. Yes, Cyborg. Yeah, to get a daytime deployment, or else they'd be deploying those Starlinks at night, like what happened. Anyone we can raid. I'm good for tonight, weather guy. I said my piece. Hopefully people don't hate me after what I said. I assure you, we don't do politics on this stream sometimes, but sometimes we got to, just to be sure. Slap a giant spotlight on one of the Starlink satellites. There you go, man. We need these Rule 8 therapy sessions at least a few times a year. Yeah. Love, you got to drive back to the eye doctor 2 hours west, so may listen on Bluetooth. Good luck tomorrow. Yep. Mr. Streamer, how dare you have an opinion? Good morning, Tej. I enjoyed the stream, and I'll be here tomorrow. Cool. Yep. Yeah, Dan, it's just, you got to be careful about weighing in on stuff, like that. That's, yeah. I try to be very careful with how I say things, All right, mods, thank you very much. You guys did a great job. Hopefully it didn't get too crazy in there. That's going to do it for me, guys. I will see you guys all in about 11 hours. The situation is frustrating for many people. It's good to know that we aren't alone and that we can engage constructively. Yep. I'll give you 8. Have a good night. I'll see you guys in the morning. Thank you very much for watching. It means a lot. And if you stayed with me for the whole stream, well, good on you, man. I don't know if I could listen to myself talk for 12 hours straight, but I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Have a good night, okay? I'll see you in the morning.